Good morning, everyone. Or I guess afternoon where I'm at. Welcome to Ken's Ingested Couch. I'm your host, Ken Jennings, I think, and I'm already having regrets. So there were regrets made for this stream decision, but it'll hopefully be worth it in the end. We'll see. Welcome to episode 56, the psychoanalysis of Darrell Brooks. For those who don't know who Darrell Brooks is, he was the man who uh, innocently drove through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, who hashtag didn't do nothing and hashtag charge the SUV and hashtag I drive with Darrell. So we're going to talk about how Darrell didn't do anything wrong and how this will be a complete Darrell's getting off and in multiple ways. I would assume based on the way them side eyes he has with the judge. Uh, but we'll be talking about the psychoanalysis of Mr. Brooks and some other ways that's playing into the courtroom that he in trial necessarily. There is possibly a debate to maybe it should be. Um, I would argue that I could see many cases where having a personality disorder, especially something as severe as antisocial personality disorder, um, I would justify makes you incompetent to understand the crimes and to accept the punishment for them. But we will get started with first um, a very lighthearted story. Actually, not lighthearted at all. But I found out while this morning looking for what is it? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, I clicked the wrong. I'm on the wrong fucking thing. There we go. Holy shit, my subscribers have been going up like crazy the last like week or two. So I'm already over 2,100 subscribers. I've had a pretty good jump in the last. I kind of it's stabilized for quite a while there, and since July, it looks like I've been increasing pretty quickly. Well, quickly relative to the growth of my channel. But anyway, so I don't consent to my name being spoken. Keep your name out of, keep my name out of your goddamn mouth. Anyway, this will be fun and this will be infuriating at times. But we'll start, I think, is briefly touching on an unrelated subject. Do y'all remember the well, I think it was bumfuck what state was it? The fuck. It helps if I prepare for these things, but I was trying to get my stuff together and regretting making this drinking stream and paying penance for that, all while before the stream started. And so I didn't get a chance to finish doing all the amazing prep that I do for my show. And there's never a time where shit's delayed or behind on this show. That just doesn't happen. Um, okay, here it is. I found it, I think. So you guys remember the daycare workers in what was it, Mississippi or whatever the fuck it was, who had scared a bunch of children with the scream masks? Yeah, apparently they've been charged. Um, so as much as I hate to use this as a source, um, Law and Crime does have uh, a video about it. I'm just going to show you that they were charged because here's a picture of 4 of the 5 people that were charged. 4 of them have felony charges now pending. They were indicted on felony child abuse charges, and the 5th one was given a misdemeanor failure to report as a mandatory reporter, and there was another one. I can't remember what it was. Where the fuck did it go? Here we go. Okay. So here you go. See, look, they've been charged. These ridiculous people have been charged. So, um, now I will say, actually, let me skip ahead to the part here because I want you guys to see my perspective on this before we jump into um, Darrell Brooks stuff, because I just saw this while I was looking up the Darrell Brooks stuff this morning, getting ready. Is this incident here with these kids? The law and crime person interviews a former prosecutor, I think it is, and this former prosecutor is all like, "Oh, it's not enough to charge felony child abuse. No, it's not enough. I mean, it was wrong. I mean, it wasn't a good thing, but felony child abuse seems like excessive. But if we go back just a few frames, I noticed a specific underlying makeup of the demographics of our our criminals at hand here. And don't start doing any 1350s in chat. I'll hit you. But for those who are unfamiliar with what the fuck this is, you're about to hate me because we're gonna go over this for like 10 minutes before we go on the Darrell Brooks stuff. Because I'm gonna make my argument, and besides standing and driving with Darrell, I can't believe I came up with that idea. I'm going to stand behind my statements that this is extremely damaging and abusive, and I'm actually happy the bitches are being charged. So, did I do this? Hold on, let me make sure I did this right. You would think that having done this for a while now, okay, I did do it right. I would know what I'm doing. Hey, Tim, what's up, buddy? All right, so here, we'll start with this, and we'll jump right into Darrell. I just want you guys to see the severity of the behaviors of these people entrusted with your children.
Look at that video.
It's been good. Don't get hurt. I got you. It's been good.
This is a great idea. This is how you take care of kids, guys. If you guys didn't learn anything at all, that's how you take care of kids. You scare the fuck out of 2 and 3-year-olds. And at a point in their life where they don't understand what the fuck you're doing and don't understand it's a joke. Oh, look how funny that was, guys. Let's go back. Let's go back. You see how funny that was? You see how funny that teacher thought it was? It's so funny, guys. Look how funny it was. That's great. There's fucking women in this fucking video are such cunts. That's not I fucking scared my kid. They're fucking doing some of the most fucked up shit you can do to a child of that age because their level of cognitive development and their thought processes are not that advanced yet to be able to do that. It is bullshit. Oh, why are you crying? Why haven't you cleaned up? Well, why don't you? Look. This is top quality daycare, baby. This is top quality daycare. I think Darrell's gonna work here once he gets acquitted, man. Maybe Darrell will get once he gets acquitted in a couple days. Oh no, you absolutely can think it's a good idea. It just means you're an asshole. It means you're a heartless son of a bitch, is what it means. Yeah, unfortunately, you're probably right in a couple years.
And discuss this.
Here's our prosecutor. Here's our prosecutor.
We discussed this 2 weeks ago, Florina. I'm glad to have you back on to talk about it again. Your reaction to these people, some of these workers being charged with felony child abuse.
I love
Sierra
her response.
McCandless is facing 3 counts of felony child abuse. Ostiana Kilburn, 3 counts of felony child abuse. Jennifer Newman, 3 counts of felony child abuse.
Oh, that's amazing.
Cheyenne Mills, 3 counts of felony child abuse. These are the people at the daycare. And then Tracy Houston faces a failure to report abuse by a mandatory reporter and simple assault. She is the daycare operator who would be required to report this under the law. So, your reaction to hearing about these specific criminal charges, especially the felonies?
My thought is that they're overcharged. I think that their behavior is
It's okay, guys.
grossly
They're just
inappropriate.
overcharged. It's
That
okay,
seeing
guys.
those videos is
Prosecutors don't
shocking.
care about
I
overcharging.
think
Most of
that
the other
none
times
of
that
those
when this shit
employees
happens,
have any
except
business
this time.
working with a vulnerable
Yeah,
population,
except this
especially
time.
young children.
It's
And
over.
I
It's
think
not
that
okay
a
that it's over. It's
daycare
overcharging.
center
It's
should
overcharging.
absolutely be held civilly liable
Just
to the
civilly.
parents
Just
of those
civilly.
children.
Just civilly.
But when we look at felony criminal charges, we're talking about serious prison time.
No
And
shit,
we're
you
talking about
fucking cunt.
having to meet the elements of those crimes based on the facts. And the problem that I have here is one of the elements that needs to be met is substantial harm.
I wonder
causing,
why. Then maybe there is
intentionally or
substantial.
recklessly, substantial harm to those children.
Maybe that was
And while it
substantial
does not
harm.
need
You
to be
fucking cunt.
physical harm,
I'm so mad at this
it would
bitch right
need
now.
to
I
be
can't fucking stand this
substantial
woman.
emotional harm. And
Yeah.
what we're
There's
talking
so
about
many.
is cases
Oh,
where
I could
somebody
justify for like a
rapes
day
child, someone who
on how this
sexually
could cause.
molests a child, children who are substantially emotionally
Oh, I want
harmed
to fucking punch
and
this
likely
person in the
scarred for
fucking
the rest
throat.
of
Like
their
I'm so
lives.
pissed right now.
I think in this situation, the children were absolutely traumatized.
Yeah, and if
But
they
I
were
really don't
traumatized, wouldn't that
believe
be
these are
abusive?
the
You
kind of
stupid,
acts that
double
are
talking
similar
fucking
to what people
cunt.
do when they molest children, when
Oh,
they
I want to
beat
punch this woman.
children,
Oh, I want to fucking
when
reach
they
to the
cause
screen.
significant,
This is a
substantial
non-violent show.
harm to
We don't
children
support any kind of
that
violence against
unfortunately
anybody.
lasts for the rest of their lives.
Just a thought. Let me
So,
add that
Florina,
in
how do
real
you go
quick
about proving
before I
this,
get fucking
though,
heated.
because of the harm you're
Um,
talking about? I mean, they would, I assume, talk about, or at least have people assess these children, a psychologist or
Yeah,
psychiatrist, probably a
that's what you would
psychologist,
normally do.
and then get testimony from the
That's
parents about how this
the
is
proper way to
impacting
do
the
it.
children. I mean, can you see a way where they can prove the charge if there's proof that there is psychological damage to these children?
Absolutely. They would need an expert to testify that as a result of these daycare workers scaring these children during this incident, that these children are now substantially emotionally harmed, traumatized, and are going to have lasting effects. Is that possible? Yes, of course it's possible.
It's possible.
And that's why those charges were filed. But I really think the problem here is you have to treat similarly situated
No, it's not
people
you.
equally under the law.
Did you guys just let me play that again because you missed it?
You have to treat similarly situated people equally under the law. You have to treat similarly situated people equally under the law.
Similarly situated people equally under the law. It seems like the four people that were traumatizing the kids, and you admitted to in your own statements in this interview that such actions could cause trauma to the children. Good, yeah, they're stupid for filming it. I think, they're stupid for thinking that was a good idea. Whoever thought that was a good way to get the 2 and 3 year olds to comply with picking up their toys, they're fucking 2 and 3 years old. First, let's just start with this first. That they're 2 and 3 years old. They're not going to listen all the time. No is the first word from many kids for a reason. I guess. I agree, Tim. I'm not saying that a trauma is necessarily substantial harm, but I would argue that that type of incident, because it wasn't just like a jump scare. Oh, hey, it's okay. It's just mommy and daddy. We were just playing with you, buddy. We're just playing with you. And you, in that moment, because children at that age are such concrete thinkers. Like if I pull up my stupid cognitive development chart here for kids. But at that young age, their cognitive development is so very specific. They think in very, very specific ways. They're still, even at 2 years old, just learning all their senses. They're still learning, beginning to develop memory. because you don't really remember much up until age 2 or 3, maybe later, depending um, on your like how like intellectual functioning and brain development and other things, or any negative things that could impact that. But anyway, as a whole, when you do that to a 2 and 3-year-old, you have the real potential to cause that 2 and 3-year-old to walk away with that being their first memory, because it was so impactful, and because as a complex human biological device thingy that we are, the fleshy black bag of water and bones we are, you know, you're going to create this fear of any figure that is not automatically trusted. And if you do not have a secure attachment with your child, you may not get a secure attachment with your child because of some cunt at the daycare you took your kid to, thinking it was the right decision to scare your child that way. You may not have. Uh, I'm so fucking livid. This thing pisses me off. I would make the argument you would need to keep track of them, and I mean, because this video has their faces censored out. I've seen the uncensored video. The look of fucking sheer horror on these children's face. It's not like, um, like the pranks people play on their kids and shit. Not always a good thing, but it's still nowhere near this level of significance because the negative emotional thing didn't end. It just didn't stop. Like it didn't stop at all, and it continued on for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes. So when you have a kid who's 2 or 3 years old who's just learning to remember things, to speak, to have that level of functioning, and then for what is a long time for a 2 or 3-year-old, minutes is a long time for a 2 or 3-year-old. You for minutes torture these kids by inciting primal fear in them. It's pretty. It just did. When I first saw that like a couple weeks ago, I fucking was pissed. I was so livid. I was so livid. Oh my god. That's these. You are not in any position where you should be trusted with children. I don't remember what state it is, Tim. Um, but yeah, memories at young ages um, are sometimes hit or miss. Sometimes they actually are real memories. Sometimes the brain can like. That's why I want to do a whole stream or two on. I had done and it was like my 4th or 5th episode of this on this channel on cognitive uh, psychology and how the brain just handles things like eyewitness testimony, recall, separation of time from incident to testifying about it. Like the brain will misremember shit, and that's why we jump to Darrell here in about a minute. His tactics to try and make it seem like people uh, saw the wrong thing. And it's not really the testimony. Like it's not what he thinks it is, and it's interesting. So what's funny is this prosecutor, former prosecutor lady, later in this video, I don't remember where, talks about the internet mob jumping to, like we have to be careful about the internet and people jumping to conclusions and shit like that. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to just like Hamilton, Mississippi. Okay, I knew it was one of them racist songs. I'm not saying they're racist. I'm just saying. Now, there's just so many things wrong with this. But this prosecutor is talking about how we can't just let the internet hate mob. Is basically what she's saying. We can't just let a bunch of people getting upset and in an uproar over these kind of things, these public outcries, to dictate charging decisions. Really, would you hold the same statements about any other type of shit? So, um, I'm just like DP says these women have had very little social skills awareness. If they did, it wouldn't have lasted long. They wouldn't have chased and grabbed without removing masks to show no danger. Uh, this is where I want to make my meme diagnosis of ASD. Obviously a joke, not a real diagnosis. And it's not a slight to anyone with that. I've worked with many people on the spectrum, and they're the most awesome clients I've ever worked with. And I've had great successes with the clients on the spectrum. But literally, those are the kind of people who, maybe not ASD, but social communication, social pragmatic communication disorder, where you suck at recognizing social cues, possibly. Um, if you're going to do shit like that, um, oh yeah. Oh, I know, Angela. You don't have to tell me. And this is not me going MGTOW. Trust me. Ask Drexel. Me and Drexel fight on MGTOW shit all the time. And I love Drexel. I love Drexel. Like, Drexel's great. I can't wait to get him on here and do a stream. I have not had a chance to finish re-communicating with Drexel to schedule something because he's been busy, I've been busy, and different topics keep coming up. So that's the follow-up from that is, so that this poor prosecutor thinks it's an overcharging, and it might be. It might be. I'll give her that. It is absolutely possible that this was overcharged. It wouldn't be the first time that the state would overcharge people. They never do that. Also, I need to test something real quick in preparation for the Darrell Brooks stuff. Okay, that worked. God damn it, I hate myself. Browns. Okay, so there we go. Now that Rakita is back, are you going to have mine again? I would have had him on while he was off. I don't care. Like, I have no problem risking my channel. My channel would have been nothing for Nick Rakita helping me after my doxing and shit. Like, my channel tripled in subscribers. I went from 400 subscribers and I had like a half a dozen people watching the day that the whole Sophie stuff went down, and the Karens like flooded my chat that first day. To now I'm over 21. Wait, where's it at? Let me go ahead and just piss off a few people I know who don't like me, because there's still people who talk shit about me and think that they're the ones who win this fight with this incident, that they won because they got that creepy Ken guy fight. Well, if you're gonna call me creepy, you really want to look in the mirror. I'm just gonna say that first, because some of the shit y'all do is definitely not that good. Because YouTube doesn't show you the actual subscriber account anymore. Ken's counseling count is currently sitting at 2,113 subscribers. Divided by 400, so that would be, you're doxing me. Could he be terminated from my job? Has now quintupled the number of subscribers who are watching this channel. Has more than quintupled the number of live viewers I get. Because right now, not only are we streaming to 34 people on YouTube, we are streaming to 18 on Rumble. Hi, Rumble people. I'm watching the Rumbles. If you want to put something in the Rumble chat, put it in the Rumble chat, because I can live stream on Rumble now. If you want to do a Rumble rant, I will read your fucking Rumble rant. Yeah, I'm paying attention. Go for it, baby. And I'm also streaming on Odyssey. You can also chat me there, do the super chat equivalent there. You can also, grift time, baby. You can also sign up for locals, kenscounselingcouch.local.com or supportken.com. $5 a month. And if you'd like to donate, like a super chat, but don't want to give YouTube 30%, Stream Elements Ken's Counseling Couch /tip. You can just go to Ken Counseling Couch and it'll take you to the tip page, but that's how you get there. So, also for those who didn't read the thumbnail, not only am I covering Darrell Brooks, I'm regretting this right now. I'm really regretting this. Today will be the completion of my birthday drinking stream. So, for those who super chat or donate to this stream on Rumble, Odyssey, at least I think it was 20. I guess it was like 10 or 20 bucks, depending on my mood and how many drinks I'm in. I still owe 6 or 7 or 8, I think it was from before, because I don't want to get white girl wasted. I will not be drinking soju today. I will be using my first drink as a Smirnoff Ice Screwdriver Natural Orange Flavor Premium Malt Beverage with natural flavors, certified and caramel colors, 4.5% alcohol by volume, 11.2 fluid ounces, brewed and bottled by the Smirnoff Company, Plainfield, Illinois. Hashtag not sponsored. Is it really 11? Don't fucking lie to me, Tim. Don't make this hard. Um, don't make this hard for me. I'm gonna hate you if it's 11. There were regrets. There were many regrets. All right. So we're gonna start by quickly watching the video of Darrell Brooks. For those who don't know who Darrell is, Darrell is the defendant in the Waukesha Parade massacre attack thingy majig. It's a technical term. Basically, he's the guy who ignored the barricades, hashtag didn't do nothing, and killed 6 people, injured 60 something. He's got like 70 charges pending. Like that's this case. The initial like reading of the charges and jury instruction was awful. I wanted to cry. So, drunk Ken regrets sober Ken's decision. Yeah, that should be I should just pin that to the fucking top of the chat. I'm not going to short the drink count. If someone has the absolute accurate count, I will hold to the count. I'm not going to shortchange the count. I'm just trying to wrap up the rest of October, owe my drink, and actually clear my YouTube payout threshold for the month because I didn't stream last week. Yes, Tracy, this is a drinking catch-up stream, a Darrell Brooks stream, and you just missed the daycare worker stream mask thing that we just covered. Also, you're welcome to come up and talk about Darrell Brooks with me if you've been watching. Same for Aiden. If you're watching, Aiden, you're welcome to jump up as well. I am actually hoping, Melanie, he will testify because I think he's stupid enough to do it. Because he was stupid enough to testify in his own to do a pro par. He's a pro par defendant. So, I mean, he doesn't legally, constitutionally, he doesn't know shit. He can put on any defense he wants to, and so long as he doesn't subject himself to cross, he should be. I mean, not that he's given really much of a defense, but he's given a defense. I wouldn't call it competent by any stretch of the imagination. So what we'll do is first we have to, to do this properly, just like when you do anything in court, you have to have grounds to do it. And then once you have the grounds, you can absolutely go through with it. So we've established the grounds so we can go through and play the video now. So there's no, wait, what was that? Hold on. You guys hear that? Is that what I think it is? Hold on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Probably not going to work. I think I hear someone. Wait, is no? I guess we can't hear him, but he is joining. He is joining us remotely. There is an objection. There is an objection. I hate myself right now. Uh, I would disagree with you on that. I don't necessarily think he's dumb. Uh, I don't think Darrell Brooks is dumb, except for value. In return for value. No simping, Tim. Bad Tim. All right. So we'll watch this, and then we'll do some of the DSM reading, and then we'll watch some more of Darrell Brooks' courtroom antics during his murder trial as a sovereign citizen who, like Nick has said on his streams, the worst time to pick, I want to play sovereign citizen. You play sovereign citizen in traffic court, or maybe for a misdemeanor, not a multiple murder trial. It's a little bit ballsy. I mean, I'll give him a 5 out of 7 for ballsiness. Yes, 5 out of 7. Don't ask the grading scale. If you get the meme, welcome. You're an old person. Also, Nick's stream last night, reading Unbreaded, was so based. If anyone watched that, I was so happy watching that. I don't know if his IQ was put into the record. I'm sorry, gotta say it correct. Ken, do you think he took the list of witnesses from the prosecution and that's why he picked those people to testify? Is one of the lawyers mentioned on Nick's stream, I think Darrell's just trying to find something to use as justification for his defense, like anything to establish reasonable doubt. You said that the vehicle was a different color. You said you saw the person didn't look like. You said had a guy with long hair and a beard and dreads and stuff. But I don't have, and that was legitimately an argument we've seen in the court. I remember that day because I wanted to punch my laptop. Well, that guy had dreads and facial hair. I clearly don't have long hair. I don't know where the fucking hair could have gone. There's no way. No. Yesterday's or literally 6-8 hours ago, that was the best because the N-words flew unredacted from Nick Lakiva's mouth, and I will be creating a supercut of it very shortly after the stream ends today. Because I asked Ryan, the editor, to do it, and he said, "Where am I going to post it?" I said, "I'll post it on my channel to piss off the fucking Karens that still don't like Nick." So that might be my post-stream editing I might do, maybe on Locals or something for fun. I don't know. Also, if you're on Locals, I'm gonna, as much as I hate to steal ideas from Nick, I'm gonna steal ideas from Nick, and I have a Locals live chat running as well, if you want to jump over there. So, yeah, I know, Ross, that I'm gonna get destroyed. It's gonna end bad. It's gonna end badly for me. So I will be in Locals live chat, where you can post dank memes. I'm in YouTube chat. I am. Where the fuck did my Odyssey chat go? Oh yeah, I popped that. I popped that chat out. Hide stand. Enable contact mode. Okay, no Odyssey chats at the moment. Okay. Just trying to make sure I properly balance my chat windows. You're gonna be too drunk to edit, Ken. I will listen. I don't think I only owe like 11 drinks. It's not that many. 2, none of you are ballsy enough to actually try and make me drink. Do you think the 11 drinks are gonna make me drunk? Well, I have news for you. No. I'm gonna drink my 11 drinks here shortly. And y'all are gonna be like, "Oh, Ken isn't even that drunk. He drank 11 drinks. What the hell's wrong with him?" And I'll be like, see, told you, bitches. You can't give me enough drinks to make me drunk. Because y'all bitches. That was totally not antagonizing the chat to make me drink. I swear to God, it wasn't. Drunk Ken is really regretting. Or sober Ken's regretting ahead of time. Drunk Ken's regretting of sober Ken's decisions. Yeah, it's really meta. We must go deeper. So let's watch this, and we'll see the person we're dealing with. This is
without having that letter.
Mommy
The
Judge.
state has the ability to question you about that.
For those who are new to
Question
the
this
to the
witness
trial, this is
and to
Mommy
look at the
Judge.
veracity of what your claims are here. So when I may take an early lunch. If that's in your cell, then you can go get it and bring it. But without that letter, I'm not allowing this line of questioning.
Boo.
Do you have the letter with
So-
you in
Rude.
court?
I just said no. How many
Okay.
times I gotta say the same thing on record?
You know, sometimes, sir, I don't hear what you say because you interrupt me so much.
He's
or
kind of
you
a bitch
answer
here. I won't
quietly.
lie. He's kind of a bitch.
And I'm taking notes and I'm focused on probably a dozen things at the same time.
But if I say something under my breath, everybody seems to hear it. Everybody seems to hear
In
that
a
just
quiet
fine.
courtroom,
And
yes,
everybody
we can
assumes,
hear it very
and
clearly.
everybody assumes that it has to be disparaging. Or,
Once again, you're doing this tactic.
Because
Trying
I'm
to
actually- I'm not drunk
talk
at
is
all.
what we're talking
It's fact.
about
I'm just
to
tired.
some other
I've only had 4
reason.
hours of sleep.
because
some
I
other
find it
thing.
hard to believe that
I'm going to
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm going to let the
Come on,
state
man,
make a
stop.
record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that. I've given you multiple opportunities to tell me why you
So
believe
I
it's.
didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was
The
somebody
record will
else
reflect you have 2 pictures that you believe were from this
Wait,
witness.
wait.
that I know?
Did she say record or record there? Because I know there was a time she said record during the trial on Friday. I think it was.
Multiple opportunities to tell me why you
So
believe it's.
I didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was
The
somebody
record will
else?
reflect
I think she said record. Okay. Damn, I was really hoping that was
you
the time
have
she
2
said it.
pictures that you believe were from this witness.
That I know is from.
No, that you believe.
That I know.
All right, I'll ask the state their position on all of this.
My position, Your Honor, is that these pictures, first of all, should not be admissible. 1, because of a discovery violation. We've never seen them before. 2, because we have reason to believe that he did not get them from Erica Patterson. He is on a jail phone call talking to his mother, Dawn Woods, about Dawn Woods sending these photographs to him. Now,
That's a lie. I object to
Let the
that.
state make
Wait,
their
wait,
argument
we
without interruption, sir.
That's a lie.
Objection.
3, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that that's what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that
So
claim.
pay
First of all,
attention
it
to
doesn't make her
mannerisms,
an
body
incredible
language,
witness,
uh,
if it's even true.
tone of voice,
Second of all, if we
all
go
the
down that
all the
road, we would be
things,
forced to
because it
counter
will
that
matter
claim
here
by
shortly.
pointing out that not only does the
So,
defendant not live
It
with
will really
the child
matter
question,
in a bit.
he doesn't live with any of the other
Oh.
children that he has. He impregnated Erica
Darrell's-
Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada. For
Darrell's
doing
a good
so,
daddy.
he was convicted
Hashtag
of
Daddy Darrell.
statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007.
Look,
to
that wasn't a
felony
big deal.
offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson,
She was
being a
asking
bad
for
mom,
it. That's
Mr.
what his
Brooks has a
argument
direct
probably
role
would
in
be.
that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because
done.
that's a lie.
Let
Because
him
at the
finish.
end
Oh,
of the day,
oh, that was great. Was.
that's,
Furthermore,
I
Was.
object to that.
I'm not
Look at it. Look.
Because that's a lie.
in that causation.
Just watch. This guy's
That's
face is so
I object
pissed.
to that.
I'm not
because
done.
that's a lie.
I'm not done. I fucking love it. You put that. You know he wants to reach across the fucking and just. Remember, these prosecutors have had to talk to all the victims. So the families of the 6 that died, which included an 8-year-old boy, I think it was. The rest were in their 50s to late 70s. The other 5 that died. You had 60-something people injured in the ensuing chaos from the vehicle hitting the parade and going through the parade and shit. And I'm gonna give a shout out and mad props to my friend Nick Rakita of Rakita Law, for and I would share the GoFundMe, but the family has stopped new donations. Is Nick Rakita took a fundraiser, a GoFundMe that had not had a donation since like February, and raised over $40,000 for it in the span of less than 24 hours. 20,000 of that was in like 15 minutes because he shared the damn GoFundMe on his chat, on his stream on Friday, while the mom of 4 kids who were seriously injured or traumatized in this parade. This mom of 4 kids. One had like an open compound fracture, which means the bone broken in multiple places and protruding from the skin. Those are ouchies, like really bad ouchies, and very difficult to deal with and heal. But he brought the mom to testify as a direct witness, which was stupid. Mom's fucking bawling her eyes out. I just thought it was cool that, Nick was able to have this woman come home and from that testifying, and her friend who was organizing the GoFundMe probably messaged her and said, "You just got $40,000 in donation." And that was probably just the coolest thing. Um, and I think that's why they shut off, because I know it was for medical bills. And so I'm assuming that at this point, uh, there's still probably some medical bills, but the mom probably turned it off because she doesn't want to, what is it? I'm trying to think of the way to phrase it. She doesn't want to take all that. She probably feels like it's too much to come in all of a sudden. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that. Um, because I mean, it was just out of nowhere. Nick came in and uh, got this shit like figured out. Like it was fucking awesome. I love Nick. Nick is fucking awesome for that. Nick, even when my shit was going down, donated, a bunch of his own money to me. I think he donated 500. I know Drexel and Tim donated several hundred. A bunch of people donated money. I know in my situation, just the money I needed to keep a roof over my head, that was helpful. And will never not be thankful for it. So I'm sure that this mom will forever appreciate some of this extra money that come in. Probably doesn't like the fact that it all happened this way, but I would think she would probably rather her kid not be horrifically traumatized by some asshole who got into a fight with his girlfriend and thought the best way to deal with that was running through a Christmas parade. We all do it. I mean, it happens. It happens to all guys sometimes, right? I think is the way you phrase it. It happens to all guys sometimes. No judgments here. So it's okay, guys. It's okay. You can talk about it. We're not here to. We're not here to shame you. Okay, this isn't working. There we go. Nope, that didn't work right. I'm trying to do something behind the scenes. And we go. Motherfucker. You cannot make this look like it's even fucking good enough. Anyway. Now that so for someone who is a pretty big asshole, uh, this guy to fuck with a mom like that, for Nick to just on a whim after someone linked him to GoFundMe and say, "Hey, check this out if you want to help out." Get I think over 1,000 something people to just drop 40 grand on this fucking person, on this family. Dude, Nick, I love Nick. Nick is. I will always stand Nick, and there's nothing you can do that will ever uh, make me not stand Nick. I don't care how gay that sounds. Uh, Nick has stood behind me more than I can count, and so I'll stand behind him. And also, Nick going hard into legal fights last night too was fucking great. Um, I will agree with that. Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Place again. I hate when nothing works right. Okay. There we go. Yes, load it. All right, let's continue this while I try to fix the shit in the back end.
Let him
Because at the end
finish.
of the day,
Let
if
him
we
finish,
gonna open the door
Mr.
on that
Brooks.
nonsense,
Yeah,
he
it
wanna
was
make
great.
a record
It was
and
great.
not be accurate.
Now look
So
at the
let's
prosecutor's
be
face.
accurate
Look
all
at
on
his
the
face.
record since
Oh,
you
he's
think
so
you know
mad.
so much.
Once
So
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can open the
loud,
door on how old she told me
disrespectful,
she was when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask
He's-
that question
he is
too. Then
over the
Did you
top,
ask that?
animated
Do you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down.
You're
and
gay
to
now,
let the
Tim.
scene
No,
finish.
no, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he
Don't
can
sit
show
here and try
it
to
is
think you know what's
inadmissible,
going
she will
on.
not be questioned. And under 90611, I will
Then you gonna
declare
talk
the
about where my
cross-examination
kids live. You don't know where,
closed.
You don't know where, what
Thank
happened
you.
at the
We're in
time when
recess,
all this
1
happened,
hour.
bruh. Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it then, so we can get all of it on the record. Since
On the record. So, adult daycare remote activated. All right. So, this is the real Brooks right now. So, the reason I showed you this 4-minute clip, so we can do the semi-boring parts of the stream. I'll be the first to tell you I don't always like doing this part, but this is the part that is sometimes necessary. Go ahead and turn your head and cough real quick. No, that's not that part. That's on Kent's casting. But no, this part is where we dive into one of my favorite books, because I use it all the fucking time. Is actually, can I open 2 copies of this? Because that would be fucking awesome. Windows, Windows, 2 copies of this. And then I need to find behavior. If my behavior. So the Bible of mental health, as Tracy and chat can say, for the most part, we tend to use the DSM-5, which now has a TR. We have a revision, and I have it, but I'm not gonna fucking find it because it's not bookmarked to my liking yet. But the DSM-5 is our way of identifying the symptoms and making diagnoses that have a underlying that have the same components, and we can look back and say we diagnosed this person and we use the same set of procedures. It's your standards effectively. Here's the standards to have bipolar. Here's the standards to have. It is effectively the same way. It's your checklist to say here's what I need to have this type of disorder, right? So for this, we're going to need to go over 2 different parts of the DSM, because Mr. Darrell Brooks in pre-trial has had because he initially pled insanity. Uh, to see if he was competent to stand trial, and he was determined by no less than 4 psychologists to be competent to stand trial. So his insanity plea was dropped. So he initially pled guilty to reasons of insanity, and then pled to not guilty after they dropped that, because he couldn't really do the plea anymore, because you can't plead to something if you're not like you can't do an insanity plea if you're not insane. Um, Listen, that's not today's stream. That's episode 69. We'll talk about that in episode 69. What is episode 56? Don't get ahead of yourself, Tim. Get out the DSM-5 PR. Okay, Tracy, I have to make fun of you. You can't do it like that. Literally, you cannot use Roman numerals for the new DSM-5, because they made it that way that you're supposed to use Arabic numerals, not Roman. There's a purpose for it. I think they were initially so it was so they could do DSM-5 5.1, 5.2, which you really can't do with Roman numerals. So I have to make fun of you briefly and say you can't do Roman numerals for DSM-5 forward, is my understanding. So everyone point and laugh at Tracy real quick. Sorry, I see that, and it's one of those little pet peeves of mine. So, but we will first go over. I'm on my phone. Cam Thompson catching me. Take a drink. Okay, yeah. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me put this on the record. Let's see here. I was thinking about adding to my overlays an auto record for every time he said on the record. I could pull up a tow truck, but I thought maybe I would only get that joke and then I'd feel kind of stupid. So, all right, this will be my first drink of the day, my first alcoholic drink. Do our first super chat uh, of this stream. I'll still have the drinks to owe, so we'll go ahead and John McGarvey. So you can buy some pants and turn that camera on. Whether I stream with or without pants, with or without underwear, with or without panties, or with or without anything on my lower body, is none of your concern, mister. I will stream however comfortable I feel. Uh, you can stop body shaming me at any goddamn time. Okay. I don't appreciate this body shaming, and I'm gonna go ahead and pink with battery the alcoholic beverage bottle that it is open now. The first drink is in. It is 81 degrees. It feels like 83 here. It's really cold. Um, so please, no shaming me right now. Um, I need to be pantsless for a reason. There's a reason for it. Trust me. That is a judicial decision. Actually, you do bring up a good point. I've been thinking about this more and more. Um, and I'm gonna put a poll up in chat while I go through this. Is do you think there is value added to him screening if he was to be on camera? All right, so here's your options. I'm going to ask you guys. Do you think there is a value added to Ken's streams if he were to be on camera? So the options are yes, no, and only on OnlyFans. So go ahead and take that poll, take it, and enjoy it. Not like that. Tim says the only Arabic numbers I know are 911. Listen, that's too soon, Tim. Too soon. They need to come up with a DSM 69. Oh, that's just all of. No, listen, Tim. Listen, before you start defaming me, listen. She has hers. I have mine. You think I'm a fucking degenerate enough to borrow? I have my own. Thank you very much. I well, and it's pink today too, so fuck you, Tim. Anyway, so I'm just here to hear the content. I know a lot of people do listening in the background and not necessarily watch because I don't show my face. So unless I'm putting stuff on screen, I know a lot of people do listening in the background, doing chores, errands, and stuff like that. So if that's your jam and that's how you do it, DSM 69 is Ken's autobiography. Fuck you, Tim. That's actually pretty funny. I hate when you're funny. You're not allowed to be funny. Damn it, Tim. That was actually good. I'll give you that was pretty creative. I'm gonna have to make a fake DSM cover for that now, just for the uh, just for the lols. Let's see. So if you think that so with the boy, where do you live? That 81 is cold. Um, Middle-ish, ish parts of Florida. Um, so without getting more specific, the cold front that came by a couple days ago or whatever dropped us down into the high 50s, low 60s. No, Cards Against Humanity proved my wife was the funniest. The conversation we had after that stream was over was fucking great. She didn't stop making fun of me for hours. She let her sister know. She let her friends and shit know. Like, the troll that was so, like, she has still not let me live it down. So, yeah. Listen. UK. Motherfucker, it gets to, like, feels like 105 here a lot. So, I don't want to hear that, oh, it's not that cold. No, fuck you. That's cold. Um, Also, I don't like doing this, and I'm only doing this because before we jump into this, I really hate doing this. But I um, was invited to an event up home, which is up in the North Pennsylvania, where I grew up. I was invited to an event in the beginning of December to um, participate in an anniversary event for the fire department that I volunteered at for a long time, and to have the opportunity to go do that because it's been like what 18. It's been basically 5 years since I've seen my dad. It's been longer than that since I've seen my mom. So yeah, my wife is really wanting me to go. So I'm trying to make sure I have enough funds to cover that. So I'm probably aiming around, and I checked the flight. The flight's like 200, and then um, what is it? I might need a rental car if I can't get friends to drive me around. I've got good friends that hopefully will pull that out for me. Uh, so I'm aiming at like 350 maybe is a goal to raise to try and um, get up to go visit family and shit. Because I know, Tim, I will see if I can show you a picture later. You can actually tell me the answer to that. Um, but I don't like to do the whole donation goal thing because I really don't like even asking for the grift. I only do it partly for the meme. Um, It's going to be Southwest and PA, Dave. I don't know what part of PA you live in. You'd have to DM me. Um, I'm going to be on a pretty confined timetable. Um, but I do have that kind of thought in mind. Is I would like to be able to go, visit my buddies and shit from the fire department. Um, Visit my dad. Visit my half brother I haven't seen since he was 7, 6. So yeah. Um, so yeah, if that I can put a donation goal up on Stream Elements, I think too. Somehow I gotta fucking remember how to do that. So if you are interested in doing anything, that is something I am not really officially raising for, but it is something I've thought about because after a loss in the family earlier this year, um, it would be nice to touch base and see my dad again, and eventually go see my mom again because he lives in a different state. Uh, he lives in Texas, dad lives in Pennsylvania, so it's a little difficult to find um, a middle ground for them to visit and go visit. So that's if you don't film the stream video, you'll only be using these penalties. Um, yeah, I've been trying to get my for those who are asking about the OnlyFans, I have tried to get approved on OnlyFans because my fake name, allegedly fake name Ken Jennings doesn't match with my allegedly real name, blank BD blank blank, they won't approve me. And all I want to do is post BBC, big black couches. That's all I was going to post, with stock art of fucking black couches on my OnlyFans. And I can't even do that. I can't tell you how fucking heartbroken I am because of it. Like it's literally like made me depressed. So, I'm actually going to be doing in November. I think I'm going to be doing here's kind of what's on the slate for November real quick is we have a stream coming up in November with someone who's watched the show who would like to talk about their history with false memories of child abuse and satanic ritual abuse kind of stuff that I've covered before. So we'll have that guest on at some point in November. We will have, I'm hoping, where'd it go here? I'm hoping to have Drex on in November. And then, where'd it go? Fuck, I just saw it. There's another guy from Nick's Discord, Tradeo, who is a nuke guy. Since my career field in the military, dealt with nuclear weapons to a certain degree, or at least nuclear physics more correctly. Since it had to do with nuclear physics, I asked him if he wanted to do a nerdy nuclear stream once at some point. So we'll probably do that in November, I'm hoping, depending on his free time. And then I could do firefighter and nuclear streams all day. I miss being a firefighter. In fact, I'm trying to work with a friend of mine that I'm going to visit while in Pennsylvania to see if I could do a structural burn while I'm up there, because it's been too long since I've been inside of a burning building. And my God, I would love to just one more time do a structure fire, because even in a structural burn, because there's nothing more exhilarating than being inside of a burning building. Like that shit will make you get that butt and come instantly. It'll make you rock hard. Ladies too. Like being in a fucking fire, structure fire, flames roaring over your head, the noise, the fucking roar, you can't see shit, like it's the fucking adrenaline rush of a lifetime. So I could talk about firefighting and nuclear physics and nuclear history for hours, but that's not what the stream about. $4.99. C Hoodie Steel Hunter says, I agree, Brooks isn't dumb, he's just a fool. He made a terrible decision to fire his defense team. Let me go ahead and take that drink real quick. And let me go ahead and take another one so we can get to an even 10 drinks left. Dang, I never knew Ken was a fire section. I was a volunteer firefighter. I was a junior firefighter starting around age 14. I went to the fire academy out of high school. Graduated, taught my class. Maybe one of these days I'll show my video from the fire academy. Is a local. Maybe I'll do that on locals. There's a local supporters only thing. I'll show my fire academy video, so you guys can try and figure out which one's Ken Jennings. So, and those people who don't know what it looked like, those people who do know what it looked like, you can't do it because a few of you actually know what it looked like. So let's go ahead and dive into this. So we will start with the psychoanalysis of Darrell Brooks. He has diagnosed, according to sources that I've been told, cluster B personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder. So cluster B personality disorders are, for reference, I will pull up the chart just to make sure I don't fuck it up. You have antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic, and narcissistic. Also, a pro tip to all the law Karens. Yes, I'm going to give you, and drama community Karen. please stop calling people narcissistic when you don't understand what narcissistic personality disorder looks like. Because you don't know what you're talking about. You sound fucking stupid. You sound like an idiot. And you literally say everyone is a narcissist. If everyone's a narcissist, then no one's a narcissist. So, seriously, how, like, I fucking hate some of this drama shit. Like, Tim, I swear to God, I will reach through here and fucking throttle you. But this is like a fucking pet peeve of mine. You don't know what you're talking about. And people want to show me and go, oh, that Ken guy is, well, he's a fucking shyster. He's fake therapist. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's this, he's that. Like, okay. You really are better than me. Put your shit on the table. I'm fine with that. Come up here. Bring your credentials. You don't even have to fucking show them to me. Come up here and prove me wrong with your, like, Tracy could come up here. Calming the Chaos, which you should all go subscribe to Calming the Chaos on YouTube. She's a great creator. She's a great follower of this stream. She's been a great guest on this stream. So go subscribe to Calming the Chaos and make sure you watch her content. Let's get her monetized by the end of the year. Okay. I'm also going to make sure I can get Nick to show your channel again, Tracy. I'll do a super chat on Monday during the middle of that fucking Darrell Brooks stream and get people to subscribe to your shit because I want you monetized by the end of the year. That's my goal, is to get you to 1,000 subscribers, Tracy. But we're going to fucking do it. I got there only because I got doxxed. And it wasn't necessarily worth it. The only reason it was worth losing the job is because I saved someone's life because of it. Other than that, it wasn't worth losing the job. Everything else is fine. Wait, did someone... Ken is the rapist. Wait, did someone say...
Sir. Mr. Connery, why don't you pick?
It looks like this is my lucky day. I'll take the rapists for 200.
That's therapist. Sean.
I mean, same thing, right? So, yes, Tracy, that let's do that. So let me get that YouTube link. Say, because Tracy is always willing to come up on my channel. She is very fucking humble. She doesn't pull illegal bites and go, can we share? We need to share the tip. We need like a tip jar. We need to share the income. No. Tracy comes up here and Tracy spends God knows how many hours on my fucking show talking about whatever God-forsaken topic is on the fucking meat on the table for the day. And she does it without a fucking penny of compensation. And I love her for that. Not because I don't have to pay her. I would pay her if I can. If she wanted it to come up to have the conversation, I would, because she provided the insight that's beneficial. Yeah, Tracy's a great person. She's a registered mental health counselor or licensed mental health counselor in the state of Washington, or Washington State. So it's nice to have differing points of view, different ideological points of view, and she has a lot to bring to the table. So check that out. I'm going to pin that message for a bit. So make sure you guys go over there. I'm going to end this poll real quick before we jump into this so I can say it's done. The poll results are, do you think there's a value added to Ken's streams if he were on camera? 43% said yes. 35% said only on OnlyFans, and 21% said no. 37 total votes, excuse me. So, I don't know. I guess I'll have to think about that more. I didn't necessarily want to attach my face to this channel. I mean, I'm technically doxxed, so people could re-dox me. Not that you can be doxxed twice, but find the information that the original Karen found from them, where they could share it again and just dox me again. I mean, I don't think I have anything there's nothing to hide here. So, I am who I am. You take it for what it is. So, let's see. And then we also have another $10 from John McGarvey. Even this, so You take a drink. I might take 2 drinks. The drink count will be down to 9. Oh god, this is so much easier to drink than the fucking soju. That shit was so fucking strong. Um, I'm not at the point where like I could do a super chats for charity thing like the kill stream did before it got yeeted. Um, I wouldn't be opposed to doing one. I think I like Nick's way of doing it. Is just send people to GoFundMe's or to charity websites and have them directly donate. Leave YouTube out of the mess because you saw as much as you may like or hate Ethan Ralph, that shit, they raised a bunch of money for St. Jude's. It all got returned. St. Jude's was pussied and cucked out and was like, oh, we don't want money from people talking about the Holocaust denial and the fucking 20-something thousand dollars for kids with cancer. You take the money regardless of where it comes from. You go, haha, we took your money, you poor, you broke, miserable Holocaust deniers. You stupid fuck gave us $20,000. You're retarded. It's our money now. That's what you do with the money. And you rub it in their face and go, you stupid fuck, you're giving it to us. Now you don't have 20 grand. If you really want to take the jump. And not that all of them were Holocaust deniers. Anyway. Back to what we were trying to focus on, because I'm totally not segueing off the cliff here. Let me do another stream marker in my back end. Let's see. Go fun. Someone in Rumble said, what about the posture with holding his hands behind his back? I mean, I tend to, in certain situations where I need to, like, I have some old habits from the military that, like, I like standing at parade rest. I think it looked professional. I think it's a sign of, it's supposed to be a sign of respect. Without seeing what his hands are doing, I don't know if he's clenching his hand. I don't know what he's doing with his hand, but, I can't say for certain it's necessarily malicious. Someone also asked, is he, claims not to understand, is he playing dumb or does not understand what she's asking for? I mean, the legal stuff is complicated. I mean, I'll be the first to fucking say that. I don't think he's playing stupid. As far as that goes, I think he truly doesn't understand some of the shit that's on tap, with regards to the law. Yes, Chernobyl was streaming, but I don't think he's faking that. I think he just doesn't understand it because it's complicated. So, Darrell Brooks, to my knowledge, was diagnosed with Antisocial Personality Disorder. So, I have to do this every time. And I'm going to even pull up a fucking dictionary definition to prove my point. Because why not? Oh, fucking... Or as they used to say in the Air Force, why not, why not? So, let me unshare this real quick. Here, this Chrome tab. Whoop, not the porn one. This Chrome tab. And zoom in on it. Antisocial. 1. Contrary to the laws and customs of society. Devoid of or antagonistic to sociable instinct or practices. A dangerous, unprincipled, antisocial type of man. Not this one. This is not the one we're talking about today. Doesn't mean he's not sociable. It means that he's going contrary to the laws and customs of society. That he's doing things against societal expectations. So, just to fucking clear that up. So, let me go ahead and put the DSM back up. Is this the right one? This is the right one. Okay. So let's go through this real quick so we can continue watching Darrell Brooks, and we'll see how this plays in part. Also, Aiden, I sent you a Discord. I tagged you in the Discord. If you want to come up to discuss this, you're welcome. Let me know, and I'll send you the link. Also, Tracy, when you're done with your walk, if you want to come up, you're welcome to. I definitely want other opinions on Darrell and to see how they feel he behaves, as far as from the graduate level or higher perspective. So we will start with the diagnostic criteria. And let me get my highlighter out. There. Oh, how supportable. That means I totally purchased this legally. No one can question that. Diagnostic criterion A. A pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by 3 or more of the following. So, for diagnostic purposes, we will need to remember that. And I will highlight the ones I believe apply to Darrell Brooks as we go down. And we'll see this as we get, okay, let me get you that link real quick, and I'll send it to you. I'll post it in general in the Discord, so it's just easier for if Tracy wants to come up later too. Please don't join, guys, if you're seeing it. God damn it! All right. So, unless maybe later we have a open discussion about it, but for now, just leaving it to the 3 of us, I think. I think he believes he's the smartest person in any room. Then, I mean, possibly. Aiden says, I think Darrell's under the impression that if he looks the part and says certain words, it's like casting a spell he can do just as well as any other law wizard. I mean, y'all got y'all's Harry or Hogwarts invites at age 11, right? Because I didn't. It was bullshit. I got sent to this school where they made us take antiemetics and told us that being gay was bad. Oh, are we live? Shit, never mind. That didn't happen. That was a fanfic. Anyway, diagnostic criterion A1. Failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest. So to justify that I'm not just saying, oh, he's a criminal because he was charged with this one crime. Darrell Brooks has a lengthy criminal history. I believe he's got criminal history dating back to 1999. One of his baby mamas was 15 when she got pregnant. He was charged with some sexual corruption of a minor or something like that. But he's been charged with substantial battery, possession of THC, resisting arrest, strangulation, suffocation, which he was guilty to. There's resisting arrest, possession of THC. There's more. Where the fuck was that one I found earlier that was a nice graphic? Let's see. Okay, it was sexual seduction after impregnating a 15-year-old. So that was in November of 2006. Substantial battery 99. Let's see. Battery case in 2000. Misdemeanor crimes in 2002, 2003. Obstruction charges in 2005. The statutory sexual seduction in 2006. Holy shit. There's a documentary about methamphetamine addiction called Crystal Darkness in 2007 featuring an interview with Darrell Brooks when he was jailed in Reno, Nevada. Holy shit, we gotta watch that at some point. He apparently said, you actually become the drug, not even a human being. He had obstruction case in 2009, strangulation case, shoved a woman to the ground in an argument and got the throat. So, and then, let's see, there was a 2012 sex offender sweep. He had a false address, failure to obey sex offender laws, July 28, 2020, Brooks is accused of shooting at a relative and a relative's friend during an argument. No one's injured. Let's see. Where's this next one? There's a child support case. He's arrested for DV in May 2021. That was in Georgia, uh, Milwaukee County for let's see, for the 2020 case. So he was let out on like a stupidly low bond, and after a um, DV case in November in 2021, gets out, gets into an argument with his girlfriend on the date of the incident in question, and um, yeah, runs over 60 something people, or hits 60 something people. So Darrell doing meth makes so much sense. Why are you defaming this innocent man? Hashtag I drive with Darrell. Criterion A2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. I'm pretty sure we could apply that in there based on criminal record and behavior. Impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. That seems consistent based upon his presenting history. Irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assault, which you could say, if I'm like writing a report about this, I could say, as evidenced by multiple charges / convictions / pleas of domestic violence, assault, battery, evidenced by people, by family members, third parties. Welcome Aiden to the stream. Hey,
Hello, how you doing?
good. Thanks for coming up. Hey, just getting through the so like I like to do it this way is at least I'm trying to find the right way to balance the like covering video, doing the slightly. I know I like it. Some people might find reading this part boring, but I feel like it's important to establish what we're talking about before we get into it. So,
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, I hadn't heard this. Has he? I didn't think he was diagnosed with ASPD.
I heard that he was. That was part of his. Let me double check because
Maybe I've gotten that wrong then. Well, I know he was deemed competent, so maybe he did get the ASP diagnosis, but which obviously the ASPD wouldn't count you up from being competent. But I wasn't sure. It's been a while now, 2 weeks in.
I mean, I would make the I'd make the argument that a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder would probably make you not capable of truly, because it's a personality disorder. It's not something you can like cure.
Right.
It's treatable-ish.
Yes, he was diagnosed with antisocial personality, but it was declared competent. Yeah, I got it here from PJ Media. So.
Okay, can you put that in the
It's
private
Megan
chat?
Fox. Yeah, here I just send you the link real quick.
Okay, is that the only diagnosis? I know I saw something about schizophrenia, but I don't know.
If it's schizophrenia, it just says in Megan Fox's document or article, excuse me, here that it was diagnosed with antisocial, but deemed competent. So, yes, if it's schizophrenia, then that's a whole.
I don't know if I would say it presents that way to me, but I don't know if you would. I mean, how much have you been watching?
I've watched on and off, like the last couple days. Once his defense started, is when I started paying more attention to it. I mean, the whole thing, it's been, there's no other way to describe it, but then a clown show. The patience of Judge Mommy is unfathomable. Which I know people get mad at her, but it's like, she has to be this way to avoid a mistrial. She has to do this to make so you can't really appeal as easily.
Yeah, I do think she fucked up though with her. I think it was kind of accidental slip of the tongue of saying that Darrell was like she
scaring
felt
her.
Threatened. Yeah, that was kind of bad. That looked really bad in my opinion.
I'm not sure if that actually is part of the tactic. If she's saying that if that could mess up his appeal, it may, or would that help his appeal? It was a weird thing for her to say. And again, I don't know anything about that aspect of it. But I would say Friday was unbelievable. And Thursday, the last 2 days, that really started where my interest started to really be piqued just because, I mean, what a catastrophe.
Yeah, it was rough.
And Monday, it's Monday, where he's going to call his mom.
Fucking wait till Monday.
I know.
Oh,
I know.
Great.
I mean, it's gonna be great in that it's gonna be. What would you put the odds on him taking the stand and testifying.
Oh, so did you watch his opening statements for his defense?
Yes, very tearful. Which, of course, I'm sure you saw the headlines as well about,
Oh, listen, I
impassioned,
was so
tearful
pissed
opening statements.
because someone in Nick's Locals live chat had posted like superimposed that screenshot from like
The
USA
same
Today,
author.
and there was a different author, but there was that one which was an AP article, and then because I went and looked it up to see if it was the same and then there was one from the Rittenhouse trial where it was like this was this some
Crocodile
sort of
tears.
crocodile. It was like a drama. He should be awarded for drama. I'm like,
We win an
you
Academy
fucking
Award
cunt.
for
I
his
was like, you
performance.
fucking cunt. Yeah,
I guess it
you
wasn't the same
fucking cunt. Oh, I
author.
was
Maybe
so
it was
mad.
just both the AP. But yeah, there's been a couple articles like that, of course, that I've noticed that have been a pretty staunch disparity between how Darrell Brooks, who is mostly being ignored, let's be honest, because by mainstream news, as soon as the trial really started, I think they realized, one, this man killed 6 people in cold blood and injured another 80, I believe, something like 80. Not a great look, out the gate at a Christmas parade already. These are not.
You sound a little judgy.
No, I know. Sorry.
Just a little judgy.
I know I am being a little bit, harsh, judgmental. Well, actually, I mean, it wasn't. Of course, his contention is it wasn't him, which has been one of the most fun parts. Is try to see him. Because I'm not really exactly sure what his arguments are.
Not really good.
Well, it's that he is not Darrell Brooks, and Darrell E. Brooks spelled in all caps. He doesn't identify as Darrell E. Brooks spelled in all caps. He never met anyone named Darrell E. Brooks. Also, he needs a right to face his accuser, which is the state of Wisconsin. And I kind of like that one. That one almost has some like.
That was great. I'll call the state of Wisconsin. The next witness is the state of Wisconsin, Your Honor. We have breaking news. We have official endorsement now. Subscribe to Ken's Counseling Couch. Thank you, Darrell. I appreciate that. Darrell Brooks now endorses the stream. Thank you for the endorsement, Darrell. You're a bro. I love you, Darrell. I love you and respect you. Actually, well, I'm thinking of, I hate myself. I hate myself for making fun of this, but it's so horrific of an event. Like, I can only make my dark humor. It's like why I've been, no joke, trolling the live chats, doing the Darrell didn't do nothing, hashtag I drive with Darrell. Free Darrell, free Breakless Brooks was one of mine. Yeah, I know. Like, I feel horrible, but like,
well, it's kind of all you can do, right?
It's fun. I like trolling people because it's fun, and I like to see how many people take the bait. But it's like, there's what else? I mean, how do you fathom that many people injured in the span of what, a minute, 2 minutes? I don't know how quick it went down. It wasn't that long.
He mowed him down. But like, yeah, it is a truly disgusting event. He is making it into a hilarious clown show. But of course, as we were so reminded on Friday, by this, look, I don't think he's like mentally incapable in terms of like that low of an IQ. He can sometimes come off as it by the things that he does, but it's more that he's just not, he doesn't understand anything about law, obviously. He's read some blogs on the internet about sovereign citizen stuff, clearly. And he's like trying to piece it together. And I think that he
I need ground.
And that if he looks, which this might be lead into the ASPD stuff a little bit, right, too. It's that deceitfulness, the lying stuff, is that if I just look the part of a lawyer and I use words with confidence, then I'll be able to get through this, right? Because of this misplaced egotism or sense of self-importance, or I'm really not sure what that part is. Because he seems to think, if he just says grounds and, what's the other phrase that he keeps? Oh, the subject matter authority. That one's come up a lot.
Subject matter. He's doing the sovereign citizen grip, or the like he's making sovereign citizen arguments.
But he doesn't. I don't think he understands like how to put them together correctly. Because I don't know if it's because he's stupid. I think again, there's some mental stuff going on in there that's besides just intelligence.
Because I think it's Kurt on civil law, which for the most part I don't mind the guy. I'm still slightly tipped about him backing out of our debate that one time, but it's still he's kind of made up for his, I think, that and the copyright shit for backing up Nick hardcore after his channel was struck. So I'll be cool. I'm calling my issues with Kurt kind of neutral at this point. But Kurt and Nick and other people have talked about the bar to represent yourself is pretty low, because I know that people are like, why haven't they just appointed him in person? Because you actually run, I think, a greater risk of mistrial that way. Because like you literally just have to be able to make an argument in your defense, and that you can understand that you have to do parts of the process. Like the standard's stupid low, and
Right,
it's if you infringe on his right by, you have the right to represent yourself and defend yourself at trial. They cannot force. I mean, they can, but if they were to force the if they were to force it on him, then they could risk a true mistrial.
Yes, and could, I mean, in order to force him, I think you basically have to, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, admit that he's not capable of representing himself, in which case you're making the implication that he's not sane, which is now throwing away the fact that, which would stymie the fact that several mental health professionals have said that he is competent to stand trial.
I think it was 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So that's a lot. Archfly says he is crazy, just not insane. I mean,
yeah.
Well, crazy is, insanity has specific legal meaning.
How about that? Yeah.
Escape failed to escape. Come on, let me get the best hashtag so I can use it tomorrow in chat. Best hashtag wins.
I'm so excited.
I know. Let's finish this up and watch some more Darrell Brooks. Yes. So because the way we have to do this, so for antisocial personality disorder, and we'll get down here to the next criterion. It's criterion C. There's evidence of conduct disorder with onset before age 15 years. We'll be going over that because we have to establish that to truly diagnose antisocial personality disorder. But as we continue, reckless disregard for safety of self or others.
Yep.
Not so. Here's the thing. This isn't one incident. So people are like, well, he ran through a parade of people. No, again, if we go back to the top up here, a pervasive pattern occurring since age 15 years.
Yes.
Right. So they all have to fit. Like you can't just go one incident. Oh, they're antisocial or narcissistic or they're bipolar. Like no, you got to have a pattern. You got to have multiple things. Like there are certain things.
He slapped his baby mama up earlier that day, which is not the first time he'd done it. He's been in and out of jail. So there is a pattern of disregard for safety that's been going on for years with Darrell. I don't know about the before age 15, but I'm not sure if you have more information on that, Ken.
I mean, it sounds like based on the charges, I don't think he's in the upbringing. I don't have much, but I could guess based on the early stuff, because I mean we're getting charges starting in 99.
Right.
He's 39 or 40.
He's 40, so. I think he's 40.
So that's 23 years ago. If he's 40 minus 23, that's starting at age 17, 18. So
right. So that's good. That's not definitive proof, but it's good evidence that the disordered behavior goes back to adolescence.
Yeah. Well, they can't represent him in that state by standby counsel. He wants to. I think he just wants to, because like his opening statements, I think were more of an insight into Darrell than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you think he's faking it or not, and we're gonna watch those because that gives insight into psychology and body language, and it will give insight into who he is, and maybe there's a comorbid diagnosis that, not saying that the people who evaluated missed it, but for the
he seems to have conspiratorial beliefs, but aren't ones that are based in like complete. He sees the world as against him, right? That seems to be his type of pathology. There is that everybody's out to get him, and maybe that might be developmental more than anything else. He thinks all his exposures and experiences with the with the law are extremely negative. I mean, he's been the reason why, obviously, because of his behaviors. But I see what he does with Judge Mommy constantly. I'm sorry, let me call her Judge Bayonetta. We've had other Judge Mommies. Judge Bayonetta, who is so extremely lenient, he seems just constantly incensed and really, like the other day when he was convinced that they had taken his papers from him. And he's like, oh, they came and stole my papers.
Oh, I fucked up. I messed something up. Can you still hear me? Why can't I not hear you? You still there?
I had to restart my desktop, so I'm here on my laptop. I was also working on my laptop anyway.
I did something. I was trying to fix I've got a janky multi-monitor set up off my laptop right now, and so that's what happened. Suddenly my audio just stopped working as all my windows went from my other monitors to my laptop screen and shit. So it wasn't
I've had stuff like that happen. Yeah.
It's definitely me. It's not you, it's me, baby.
No, but did you happen to catch that where he accused the judge and or the prosecution of coming and stealing his papers while they were away on break or when he was in the other room? He seems really consistent that he thinks, and I'm not sure what that would fall into of this really persistent belief that I would call it belief in an unjust world from my sort of area of psych, right? He thinks the whole world is out to get him. It could be something called, we have a perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, but that's an in-group thing, and that might be part of it, that he just sees himself because he's Black, because he's a victim of some kind of system, is being a perpetual victim, and there's a bunch of research on that. So, but I don't know if that's not pathological. That's subclinical perpetual in-group victimhood orientation.
Yeah, I'm having a small issue with my screen suddenly. I don't know why it's fucking doing this.
No problem.
But I don't know why it did. It looks fine on the screen, but it just looks weird on my end. I guess because I'm squeezing. I'm on an old school 4x3 monitor from my other second monitor, and my third monitor is not working at the moment. So my resolution on the old monitor that the documents on is like 1024 by 768 or something.
Yeah.
So it's pretty old. So we have two more here. We have criterion A6, consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligation. Not sure about work history. I'm going to leave that off. And lack of remorse is indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. So, what do you think about that one? Does that fit?
Did you watch Friday with a woman who had her 4 kids run over?
And he's just was listening. I didn't watch. I was mostly listening.
Where he keeps just mumbling, objection, grounds, objection, while she is crying and talking about her children being, potentially
to get her shit together and not cry. One of them, that compound fracture. That's not a fucking joke. That's like.
There was another one from the day before where it was a woman who was crying. This is particularly interesting too, which also might have something to do to his, mental conditions or pathology, whatever it may be, is that I've noticed he does not get that way with the male witnesses. With the women, he gets very aggressive, and with the judge, he gets very aggressive, confrontational. He mugs at them, making these very pointed. The other day he was staring at the judge, just you could see.
Oh, I heard you say you could see, and then you kind of cut out. Is that me or is it you guys? Aiden, can you hear me? You still there?
Let me try again. Does that one work?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but it cut out after you started saying you could see, and then I think that's the last I could hear. I don't know if anyone else heard it.
It's my laptop. I'll have to fix it in a minute because I'm having tech issues as well because I'm working off my desk. I'm not working on my desktop, but my desktop's got issues as well. All being fun right now. You could see this just intense rage and contempt in his face for the judge. Have you not seen the webms and gifs of it the people have made? Because he's just that's when she said she was scared. was
Well, he
after
was
that.
fucking eyeball. He was fucking
Yes.
staring her down.
Yeah.
And to the judge's, I mean, defense, I mean, that was pretty fucking intimidating. Like, I don't think you sit on that bed. Like, even though you're in control of the courtroom, I don't think you can sit in that courtroom and not be intimidated by that. There's just no way. And that's not to like say the judge is a pussy or anything like that. I mean, the guy's been charged with 6 counts of murder. How many counts of other
And
things?
how many violent crimes or whatever? I'm not, extensively
yeah.
familiar with his criminal history, but he's
There's
been
DV
involved
history there. There's assault and batteries there.
There's
Like,
a long history. I don't think he served more than like 11 months before, but it's just been in and out of jail for pretty much his whole adult life.
and it's sad. I mean, to be honest, it's truly sad
Yeah.
because I don't know what his home was like growing up. I don't know if there was I don't try to come off in any kind of focusing on any specific race or background, but whether there was both parents in the house, 2-parent household,
Well-
whether it was 2 moms, 2 dads, just a 2-parent household has a lot of benefit to children. And if he was raised by one parent, there's just so much that can
Right.
go
And
wrong.
I mean, unfortunately, though, if we are dealing with ASPD, I mean, there's some things that could have been done, obviously,
Yeah.
intervening by the parent, but it's going to take a pretty active, attentive parent to be able to deal with and get treatment for a personality disorder, which is you can't get rid of it. You can treat the symptoms, you can teach strategies for that person to cope with it and deal with it. But if you do come from a more, kind of screwed up family background, you're not going to have the resources. And it's a lot of resources to deal with a personality disorder. Because again, it's a lifelong issue. It's not going to go away.
Yeah, and like I said, it's truly sad to see this go down because not only did Darrell's wife get fucked up, and it's not me sympathizing with Darrell. Darrell made his bed and he slept in it by this point. But this is why I work with kids, and for all the fucking criticism and people fucking saying that I should never work with kids, fuck you, because I can stand behind the things I've done. And
Yeah.
I was talking to someone yesterday who requested to talk to me for some personal insight, not therapeutic, but just to get some personal thoughts and just have someone listen. And like I told them, I'm like, one of the things I'm most proud of so far as a therapist, besides saving someone's life and getting someone record time justice on a rapist. Literally, the case was signed, shut, and sealed. Like, they had him dead to rights within 3 hours of the kid coming to me and saying they were raped. Like, that's how fast the evidence was able to get processed. Statements taken. Because when you deal with that stuff with kids, you have to go through the way we do it in Florida. There's certain centers, they call them child advocacy centers, that they deal specifically with sexual abuse and stuff. Most 80% of it's sexual abuse normally, and they go in, do the forensic interview, they take your clothes, they do it in this way that's meant to give back the control you didn't have, and they give you a victim advocate. Because their goal is to not re-traumatize the child. And so they make it to where they record the interview. You don't have to make the kid relive it more than once. It's a really well done system. And, for that all to happen for them to get the warrant, to find the evidence, to find, to be able to, the guy was stupid enough to add to add the kid to the Facebook with his real name, but not the fake name he gave. Dude got himself fucked. And he's screwed. It's a perfect case. And unfortunately, this happened, but it helped the kid really want to get her shit together, and I'm happy for her.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's sad it had to come to that, obviously.
it's really sad. But, besides those two things, my third most thing I'm proud of being a therapist is I have yet to have a client ever come to me and say, Mr. Ken, I don't like the therapy you're doing. I don't think you're helping me at all. I've never had that. And I have clients who have not liked me. Don't like certain things they're doing that day. or they don't like maybe how I'm pushing them on a certain day. But I've never once had a client say, the therapy you're doing is not effective. And I take that with pride because I have yet to have a negative complaint about my
Yeah, as you
therapy.
should.
People can complain about my personal behavior off the clock. People can bitch whether they like my YouTube shit, whether they like my personal statements on my social medias or whatever. They cannot like me. Maybe I'm a little bit slow getting notes done sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe those are all valid criticisms. I have yet to have a single valid, not even a single invalid real criticism of my skills as a therapist. And I don't like to say that, but that's me. I don't want to see kids turn into a Darrell. I want to intervene and
no.
one, keep kids alive, and two, keep kids from going down that path. Because it's too fucking easy to start down that road and never get out of it. So that's the way I look at it. So going back to this, as you can see, we've met at least 3 of the criteria out of 7. I would say at least 3 of these are very strong. Now we also have to do that conduct disorder diagnosis. So instead of switching windows, let me just go back to here. There it goes. Disruptive impulse control and conduct disorder. It's a conduct disorder. So this would be the other thing that's required to diagnose antisocial personality disorder, which Darrell Brooks had. Criteria: a repetitive and persistent pattern of behavior in which the basic rights of others and major age-appropriate societal norms or rules are violated, as manifested by the presence of at least 3 of the following 15 criteria in the past 12 months from any of the categories below, with at least 1 criterion present in the past 6 months. All right, so that's a bit complicated. So at least 3 of the 15 criteria in the past 12 months, and then at least 1 criterion present in the past 6. So some of this stuff can be old and still be valid for the diagnosis, but you still have to have something sort of recent to be able to diagnose it, is basically what this boils down to. Yeah, I know my derailments are not very effective, but honestly, I derail in therapy sometimes, and it actually becomes really helpful.
Yeah, it can be, yeah.
I've derailed, and like I will have therapy, and I'll tell kids like, "I'm sorry, I just talked for like 10 minutes," but they'll be like, "No, I really appreciate what you said," and then it's like I know it's their time, but they're listening, and I can tell they're listening, or like reinforcing a positive message that they really need to hear. So as we go down here, we have there's a couple different categories here. Aggression to people and animals. Often bullies, threatens, or intimidates others. I think we can say that applies based on his current behavior.
We can see it in the court now, yeah.
Initiates physical fights. As usually, hold on.
He got into a physical fight with his, girlfriend the day of.
Has used a weapon that can cause serious physical harm to others. A bat, brick, broken bottle, knife, gun, SUV. SUV.
Yeah, would count.
God damn it! Stop stealing my joke. Now, we're putting this in. No, we're making a diagnosis in kind of both at the same time. A current one and B a historical one, because this will all have to be present before age 15 for an ASPD diagnosis, right?
Right.
So we're seeing things now, but I'm pretty sure we're going to hit at least 3, like these 2. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to highlight the ones in pink that are now. And I'm going to highlight the ones in red that were likely present during his childhood. So that way, there's no, and now, but likely present during his childhood, just based on his history and behavior. Has been physically cruel to people. Yes. No idea if he's been physically cruel to animals. 6 is stolen while confronting a victim.
I have his convictions up, by the way. Should I?
I went through them real quick. Okay. I don't know if you were here for that or not. I just read them. I didn't pull them up.
The 1991 one, so the earliest one, which would be the one that would be related to behavior around that one, is battery.
Now he could also have a juvenile record that's sealed, which
that's sealed, right?
I completely support the sealing of juvenile records because you're still developing. I mean, you're still developing and growing, and you don't understand some of the decisions you make.
Yeah, but the first offense that he gets 2 years in prison for is battery. So, substantial battery, intention to cause bodily harm as party to a crime. So that's in 1999. He pled no contest. So again, we have the earliest example of his in
like
women
age
with
17, 18, like right as he's coming
right.
on to the
Yes.
precipice of adulthood. So,
Mm-hmm.
has stolen while confronting a victim. I don't know if there's that in there.
Let's see.
In his history, I don't. Now it says has forced someone into sexual activity. I don't know for that one, but we do know that there was the incident back in 2007 with his one baby mama when she was 15.
I mean,
it was
he's
statutory.
He's statutory on that, so yeah. Which
I don't think.
I don't know how they've managed to keep that out of the case. I think they've only kept it out because he's so embarrassing on his because where was it that one point when he brought up the photos where really they the prosecution threw it out, but it's when the jury wasn't there. I think that they could have had grounds to bring it up after he tried to introduce those photos, which I couldn't even understand the relevance of. I mean, he was trying to impugn her credentials as a mother, essentially, which was bizarre. And it's like, well,
yeah, that's attacking character, which then opens yourself up to having your character.
It's not just attacking character. It's that if you're going to say she's a bad mother, then they have to bring in the fact that you were the father of one of her children that you impregnated her when she was 15. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that there's an open door there on that one, but they didn't, and maybe one of the reasons why is because it's just such a shit show as is. They were like, we'd rather just not bring it up and deal with the possibility that he could appeal on it. So,
real quick, Poop Knock says it could be diagnostically interesting if he was less cruel to animals than people. I actually disagree. A lot of people, like if you use the meme of the saddest thing that happened in the movie was a dog dying, people actually can make the more, whether you call it rational or not, the decision to do something more horrible to a human than an animal, because animals are different as far as there's no agency. They're basically pure emotion, right? A dog is really happy it sees you. When you hurt it, it knows you hurt it, and it doesn't understand why you hurt it because it just strictly loves you. Whereas you can beat your wife, beat your husband, and they'll still show affection and you think it's okay. Like humans are way more complex. They're not just on their face as they are.
Like, it can also be that even someone can justify, okay, because like animals are in that state forever, right? Animals are always just purely reacting on emotion. Children eventually grow up. You can even find people who are like more emotional towards an animal being killed than a child because they know that child will grow up to be a person. Maybe that person is a dick, right? So in a bizarre way, people can actually be more just instantaneously compassionate towards animals.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it would be less. I wouldn't be that surprised. Like, it wouldn't be to me more interesting, because people tend to make irrational, what they appear to be rational choices in an irrational mindset. With the situations like that, like, oh, I won't hurt an animal, but I'll beat the shit out of my girlfriend, like, so and they'll think that's okay, like that. I would be more if it was more harm to animals than people, and depending on the logic, it's again circumstance dependent. But so if we move on to the next one, is destruction of property. We has deliberately engaged in fire setting with the intention of causing serious damage. Don't know on that one. Has deliberately destroyed others' property other than by fire setting. I think people might count in strollers and the dancing grannies. I don't know if they count as property.
Here we go. 2010 criminal damage to property.
Okay, so we have that. Again, I don't know if dancing grannies count as property. That goddamn 13th Amendment shit. I mean, just saying. So we could probably.
But we got one from 2010. So we got one from 11 years before the incident.
His behavior seems consistent with someone who would, during their childhood, like, be breaking people's shit, breaking sibling shit, breaking friendship. Also, I'm taking 2 drinks, so we're down to what, 7 now? Trying to get the drinks in early. Deceitfulness with theft. We have. Oh, son of a bitch. I hit home. There we go. Deceitfulness or theft. So we have number 10 is broken into someone else's house, building a car. Not aware of that. Often lies to obtain goods or favors to avoid obligation. His behavior, I would, again.
He's done bail jumping.
going
That
on
would count.
my
Oh my
judgment based on his
Yeah.
behavior would be I would likely say that presented in his childhood. Has
Probably.
stolen items of non-trivial value without confronting a victim, shoplifting but without breaking, entering, or forging. Not sure of that one, but based on his just interactions
Yeah.
with people, I could see in his way he's handling his case. It seems like that's something that's a long-term behavior,
And I think,
consistent with the ASPD,
and
has to
most
originate in
strongly,
childhood.
the
Yeah.
way that I would say that he reacts to women, it has been so consistent. Every female witness and towards the judge, he has a totally different demeanor. So I can see him as being very manipulative, particularly towards women. Seems to be to get the things that he wants. Oh, and towards the teenager he impregnated, which is just absolutely terrible because he called her back after she'd already been up once, I believe. Called by the prosecution. He called her back on her own to do that weird photo stunt.
Yeah, it's some weird shit. Like, we have serious violations of rules. Often stays out at night despite parental prohibitions beginning before age 13. Possible? Not sure. Not going to highlight it because I can't say. Has run away from home overnight at least twice while living in the parental or parental surrogate home or once without returning for a lengthy period. Is often truant from school beginning before age 13. I don't know. I know his mom talked about him being diagnosed with bipolar in his childhood. And something
Let's see
else.
if I can find her statements.
There we go. Brooks was 11 years old when he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And hold on. Okay, the cycle of tragedy. Brooks was just 11 years old when he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and depression while growing up in the inner city of Milwaukee without his father. Records show. I called that one. He was admitted to a mental hospital at 12 and attempted suicide numerous times in his early years after losing his grandmother and watching his father abuse his mom. Papers say. Okay, so yeah. So there was if you use the ACE, his ACE score is probably stupid high.
So he was 12 with bipolar. 12 is very, very young for bipolar to. I would say that's fairly young for bipolar to manifest. It's not unheard of.
Again, this was 20 something years ago. Well, I think they diagnosed it as bipolar disorder and depression. So
right, that's because of the
bipolar.
age.
I have a whole book on diagnosing bipolar disorders in children and early adolescents is controversial in the field.
That's what I've always heard. Well, I've heard since I started studying it.
I guess Tracy, if you're listening, I don't know if you can butt in on that. But
I was misdiagnosed with bipolar, and I was on lithium for years, and it totally fucked me up.
Oh yeah, they'll do that.
Because what was happening was I was manic, presenting manic because I had so much work to do in my graduate school, but I was really depressed. And when they saw that like not sleeping, it's like, well, I'm not sleeping because I have to stay up to do work all night. I have to stay up because I have to grade papers and write research papers and do all this shit, And then for a couple of years I was on lithium and just, oh my God, lithium is absolutely no joke. And it did nothing to help whatsoever because of course it was a misdiagnosis. But yeah, if presentation of bipolar at 12, that might be.
That is a heavy diagnosis.
Yeah.
That's still in the age because one of the things with like you can't diagnose. It's in the DSM. You're not supposed to diagnose personality disorders before age 18 because that can still be puberty, adolescent stuff,
developmental stuff.
Yeah, overall developmental stuff. So you can't say it's pathological yet, right? So you have to say it's a bunch of other things before you can do that. Now, I will say I did have a client in what is the October? I think it was May, June-ish time frame, who this kid was 15-ish, and she was, I guarantee you,
histrionic.
This kid was legitimately antisocial personality disorder.
A female.
I would bank just like I said, there are certain things I would bank my career on. Her behaviors, her history, the things she had this. There was an incident where she was wanting to see me, and I had to yell at all the kids at the location because of something that happened and them failing to not follow instructions. Because it's more of residential sort of setting. And so I had to yell at a bunch of the kids and basically say, if you keep your shit up, I'm kicking you out. I would give them the authority to kick everybody out if I had to.
And
that was a
you were
fun day.
actually to you it made sense that was way more ASPD than like
Yes.
oppositional defiant.
This was way past it. I watched the kid trying to manipulate me in real time. I watched them flick like not like kids like try to play, like you could see the wheels turning, like you could see like the sociopathy style or psychopathy style.
Because 15's about when you'd start to see that. Because if it's any younger, it could be ODD.
History of conduct disorder like stuff before then. Like there was a lot of this shit for this kid would fit. And I told the kid, I will talk to you left, because they had been trying to, and they were fucking losing their mind, right? And they eventually
needing to control the situation.
Yeah, came past the locked door to the office area, and like sat in my office and was like, "I'm not leaving this office until you talk to me, Mr. Ken." And I was like, "I'm not." After that incident, I was like, "I will not meet with you in an area that doesn't have cameras," because there was no cameras in the office, but because of it being the type of facility it is, there's basically cameras everywhere except the office areas.
Right.
In the actual offices, the hallways and stuff had cameras, but the actual offices, anywhere that was non-bathroom in the residential area, like the living room area, kitchen, all of that had cameras.
Right.
The dorm hallways had cameras. Like there was cameras pretty much everywhere. So I told the kid, I'll meet with you out here. Because they had also made multiple false accusations.
Yep.
While they were staying with us. Yeah, that was strong shit, man. I was like watching this. I'm like, because there was an incident where the police were there, and I was talking to them. I'm like, I mean, I'm not an expert in this, but this is the most significant thing I've ever seen regarding this likely being a case of antisocial personality. Like, there's just so much. I can't diagnose her.
And ASPD is really rough. Like, I mean, as people, I think, like any kind of personality disorder can be very difficult. But ASPD,
dude, it was nuts.
I'd say ASPD and histrionic and borderline are the three where just like, I mean, it's the cluster Bs, and narcissistic. So like that's the ones where you all the cluster Bs, you really just have to go like, they're tough to deal with compared to some of the other ones. I mean, and the other ones can be tough to deal with too, but all of the cluster Bs can often involve a lot of manipulation of people around them, and bringing other people into their own issues, which makes them in some ways very dangerous.
I still couldn't believe it. Like the clients I had in like a 2-month period were insane. Like I had that client, I had the client that I was within minutes of finding them dead on the floor. I luckily interrupted their suicide attempt by accident and got yelled at for spending almost 2.5 hours or more talking to them in therapy. But they left that session, they started that session wanting to die and left that session actually wanting to live there, to try and get better. So I don't know. I had issues with the fact that I'm sorry that some kids because I was being accused of being racist because they were the alleged perception I was seeing the white kids more than the black kids. And as I told my boss, I'm like, I see every kid as little or as much as I need to. Some of the kids, I'll talk to as long as I need to. Some of them, I mean, so I'm looking for an opportunity and something that doesn't require me to, because I've done some really good work with that longer term therapy, and I want to put that into practice more. So let's continue here. So the disturbance in behavior causes and this is the thing that it's like every fucking diagnosis. The disturbance in X causes clinically significant impairment in social, academic, or occupational functioning.
It's that in that object for the last 20 years. I'd call that an impairment.
If the individual is age 18 or older, criteria is not met for antisocial personality disorder. I would say, again, in this hypothetical with the red, we're doing a diagnosis prior to age 15 or
Mhm.
younger. So, yeah, because if they're 18, they would. That's a weird thing,
I mean,
isn't it?
it's gonna be, yeah, it is
Well,
weird
no,
that,
because
like,
like,
this is required. This is a required. You know, you
but if you're
need
18,
A to have B, but A specifies that
yeah, is that
not
it's not
B.
just me, right? Tracy, can you agree with me on this? Like this
It is.
right here, like maybe I'm reading it wrong, or I'm just I don't know.
Well, I would say that this doesn't. Again, it doesn't apply because it's saying criteria are not meant for
Yeah.
antisocial personality disorder. So, but you need to meet the other criteria besides C here.
Well, I guess for a current age 18 diagnosis, you
Right.
can't because you're doing a different diagnosis. So maybe that's what they mean. Right?
I
I
think that's
think clearer
probably.
wording would be better. I mean, we're both like I wouldn't say like geniuses, but we're both like somewhat intelligent people, and reading
And it
that
is a bit
tripped us up
strange.
like seriously. And then you have specifiers with this diagnosis, which I love specifiers. They're like so fucking awesome.
Mhm.
They make it so you can just like put all the things and make it all specific. It's like you have all these specific fucking issues. So specify whether childhood onset type, individual shows at least one symptom characteristic of conduct disorder prior to age 10 years. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, it would
Adolescent
be.
onset. I definitely adolescent onset type. The child onset, I don't know. Like, I'll put my yellow.
Actually, I mean, I don't
highlight.
know this aspect of it. Would the people who diagnosed him even be able? I mean, his files are totally sealed, so they can't get any access to them either. I'm guessing.
They could for the purposes of this.
I would think so for the purpose of
ways.
this particular kind of instance where it's like, hey, we need to kind of figure out what this guy just killed 6 people and murdered
Yeah.
or shooting and
Also,
injured 80 more.
pro tip for those who have any juvenile offenses: if you have a juvenile offense, figure out how to get it expunged as soon as you
Yeah.
can. Because sometimes, like, there's limits on. Because trust me, you can make stupid mistakes as a kid. Mr. Ken hasn't been. I had my issues in my youth. Not necessarily to that level, but it could have gotten bad. But I've had friends and shit who had juvenile charges, and I know when I got them, or not me, but I got the information from my friends about theirs. They told me what their charges were and what state they were in, and I was like, "Oh, you can get that expunged after so many years because the victim, it has to be so many years. The victim has to be a certain age. Then you can file for the charges to be expunged, and then they're completely wiped from the record. So do that because, one, you don't want it accidentally popping up anywhere. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt for juvenile crime because you're a kid. Do stupid shit as a teenager or as an adolescent.
Well,
So,
it depends, right? It does depend a little bit. Again, if we have persistent problems
even
into
Tracy agrees.
adulthood,
So,
you know what I mean?
yeah. Tracy even agrees. I always thought it's a little confusing. I always thought you couldn't meet criteria for ASPD till you're diagnosed with conduct disorder. Yeah, the wording
Right.
just seems a bit, God damn it, John, I self-diagnosed with antisocial disorder. No, that's not a disorder, John.
I think
Go
that
back
last
into-
one, was it C or D? I think it was for doing diagnosing conduct disorder for individuals under the age of 18.
Like, you could make a
I just
small
think
flow
it's
chart
just
for it.
worded really like
Poorly.
this segment poorly. Yeah,
I wonder if it was part of the DSM-5 PR changes.
it might be because it seems like, if 18, then skip, and this part has been met, then go ahead to the antisocial personality disorder segment. But yeah, not necessarily worded the most eloquently or effectively.
I'm checking right now. It was not changed. God damn it, people, seriously. Because I've got the fact sheets for the changes, and I do not see conduct disorder or any of those related. Like, they're not on this list of changes. So, no, there was.
Yeah, again, I think it's supposed to be okay.
Yeah.
If we're dealing with an adolescent or with an adult.
Yeah. Yeah, Van, stop. I'm gonna fucking make you a law Karen or a law Karen or a fucking drama Karen. Nico says thanks for the streams. Can't catch. I'll be lurking in chat. Also, for those of you who are just joining us, because we've got 47 people watching on YouTube, 27 watching on Rumble. Which thank you for all the people who've fucking got me across that 100 threshold on Rumble. It's great to be able to fucking stream on Rumble now. I'm trying to diversify my platforms, considering what happened to Rakita. And watching Rakita go based and N-word pilled last night was fucking awesome.
Oh, did he? Wait, I didn't see that.
He read and unbreaded.
Oh yeah.
Just completely saying the N-word.
Uncensored.
Uncensored,
No
like the
bingers.
whole time. No, he didn't
Goddamn.
use the clip from the Rittenhouse guy saying the N-word. And like, for the record, for those who are listening, I have no problem saying the N-word. The only reason I'm not saying it now is because of YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I can't have free speech on YouTube. Because I can say the word and not have any negative connotations from it. I don't find any issue reading it. Like, and people will call me racist for it, I'm sure.
Well, I don't see any. Okay, like I think that that's anything. We're just reading a word. Words have any powers that you give to them, or any power
The
that you
Papa
give
John's
to them.
guy got fucking lost
right.
his shit.
I know.
He was the fucking CEO.
I know.
And was
And
reading a fucking training and was like,
and he was he was castigating it. He was like saying that the use of the language was incorrect. He was not in favor of it. And John Schneider lost his entire company that he started because he just said a word in context.
It's so dumb.
It really is. The day of reckoning will come eventually, to quote Papa John Schneider. for those who oppose Papa John's.
Yeah, I'm still pissed about, like, that was so stupid. So I'm gonna put Gen platform, and then I have
very just to like, because you'll get people who say like, oh, this person's allowed to say it because of the color of their skin. Like, I don't like when we make rules like that about freedom of speech. I find that very uncomfortable.
I mean, the 20-second segue is that what was it? One of those fucking colleges, I don't remember which one it was wanting like black only dorms to get it to be able to have space away from white people. I'm like, it was like 60 something years ago we had issues with this.
Yeah.
Do you really want to do that? Anymore. Here's all my platforms right now. Besides YouTube, obviously YouTube, Ken's Counseling Couch, but rumble.com/c/Ken's Counseling Couch, odyssey.com/@Ken's Counseling Couch. Why is there two H's? Oh, there's, god damn it. It wasn't, hold on. There's not a separation in the thingy. I fucking hate when that happens. Anyway. So there's also, we'll continue while I fix that. Unspecified onset criteria were met, but not enough information to determine when the onset of the first symptom was. We also have specifiers with limited prosocial emotions. To qualify for this specifier, an individual must have displayed at least two of the following characteristics persistently over at least 12 months and in multiple relationships and settings. These characteristics reflect the individual's typical pattern of interpersonal and emotional functioning over this period, and not just occasional occurrences in some situations. Thus, to assess the criteria for the specifier, multiple information sources are necessary. In addition to the individual's self-report, it is necessary to consider reports by others who have known the individual for extended periods of time, such as parents, teachers, coworkers, extended family members, peers. Would you say that this fits?
Oh yeah. Considering that the entire problem, the entire thing that we've been going on with now. Now it says over the last 12 months. Well, this happened about a year ago now, right? At least over the last 12 months. So maybe we're falling a little bit short. But in the last 12 months or 10 months since this occurred, he has displayed absolutely zero remorse. In fact, I mean, on Friday,
hashtag charge the SUV.
When he called that woman whose 4 children he maimed, at one point he was laughing while she was talking. And he had the other woman who was crying in the white suit that she was in. He has repeatedly showed zero remorse. I know this is this is stuff that's just happening right now. But I mean, that was his second call, I think, of domestic abuse. I don't know if he was charged, but on his ex-girlfriend, or I'm sorry, what was her name? The baby mama. Who again, he was. I feel like he just wanted to torment in court as well. I mean, I can't really know that, but it was very bizarre that he called her back to basically like call her a bad mother. That seemed very callous and cruel to me for the second part there.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, I know that 17 right now, but I think that we also look at the inciting behavior, which was almost a year ago. Just from the nature of it, seems callous and cruel, and the fact that he's maintaining that both he didn't do it, but he also honked the horn because he was driving the car, but he wasn't driving the car. And also, really, he honked the horn, so they should have gotten out of the way. So that sounds like their problem. And like, because everything he says is so contradictory constantly, I would say, yeah, the callousness and lack of remorse are very polite ways of describing his behavior and attitude.
I mean, are you sure you're just not being racisms right now?
I might be having a racism.
I see there's some racisms. I think we're going on right now with everyone look at Aiden's racism.
I'm having a little bit of racism.
Look at the racism. Called it.
It's just it's terrible though. Like I really have yet to see any display. Lots of people have been and by the way, they didn't have a whole the prosecution intentionally didn't call a whole bunch of victims, didn't they? I believe that they could have.
No, they could have called way more people. They did not, for whatever.
And I think
reason.
that the prosecution's rationale was they didn't want to force them to relive the trauma.
I mean, the court has tried to, I think, help minimize the trauma.
Yes, which is important, by the way.
You can only do so much, to be fair.
Yes.
But they're trying. I'll give them credit. It
actually does seem that way to me. Because they could have called every single family member of every person who lost somebody or who was injured. Again, 80 people injured, 6 people killed. You could have you could have just witness after witness after witness who just of the 6 who died.
I mean, Judge, is that many people? I mean, it was only 6. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, look, Judge, in an egg carton, you have 12 eggs. There's a dozen. And it's only a couple, I mean, it's like $5 now for fucking eggs in some places. But eggs are like $3 to $5. Like a half a dozen eggs, like a half a dozen people, it's not worth as much, Judge. I mean, the other people, I just hit them. Like,
well, no, he didn't.
I'm sure it's gonna get clipped, and racisms are gonna be accused. I don't fucking care. But like, I just his behavior is just so fucking instant. It's like I can't. Like, we're about to start once we finish this up. We're about to start with the opening statement because I want to analyze his behavior and like I'm not a body language expert, but I can tell you for fucking certain. One of the things the kids that I work with, they fucking hate. Yeah, the kids I love, I almost said the kids I love. Wow, that could have. Don't clip that. The kids I love.
I love the kids.
I love the kids. Wall.
Your inner Michael Jackson.
Hey, I'm up on this wall with Keffels now.
Or anything.
Hey, Keffels, what you doing up on this wall? It's nice to see you. No, that was the statement. The kids I work with love and hate the fact that I could read their body language and their like what they're doing, because I'll be like, or how they'll try and tiptoe around things.
Children have no capacity to hide lies through body language. They haven't learned that skill yet.
Well, they're like, how do you do that, Mr. Ken? I'm like, because one, I was a stupid kid not that long. Not saying stupid, but I was a dumb kid not that long ago. Right. I'm not as old as people think I am. I mean, I just had my birthday stream like a month ago.
Happy birthday!
So yeah, I'm not that old relative to like when I tell people like all the things I've done in my life, it sounds like I'm old, but like some of that shit happened all at the same time.
Some stuff happens simultaneous.
Like I was working in management at an amusement park, making, in charge of $1.5 million department, while I was also a volunteer firefighter. I was in high school. I was also a volunteer firefighter. Like, I went to a fucking vehicle accident one morning before school. School was delayed for 2 hours because of snow, and there was just this guy got into a two-vehicle accident. The guy was laying out of his vehicle dead, and I went to the scene, and then we finished up the scene, and I went to school that day. Like a lot of I did my 4 years in the military after that, and wasn't doing the firefighter stuff.
Yeah, you've done a lot of shit, but a lot of people do, and I think it's more telling when. I remember what happened. Someone asked me something like that, and they said it was physically impossible for me to have gotten 2 undergraduate degrees, a graduate degree, and be working on my doctorate by the time I was like 26 or 27. Like, no, that's actually totally normal. So and they were like, no, that's physically impossible. It's like I was finished the doctorate, but it's like that's actually a totally normal. In fact, I was behind most of the people. I was a year behind most people in my grade or in my doctoral class. Yeah.
I'm gonna rub it in for a brief minute, right? I'm gonna brag because I don't like bragging, right?
All right.
my first day of college, my true first day of college, I walked in as a junior because I had enough because I had so much transfer credit from my career field in the military, and because I got 10 credits in because the Air Force has the community college of the Air Force, which basically makes your AFSC, your career field, is you can get an associate's degree kind of related to your career field. I could say what mine is, but it would dox my career field, which would dox my career field was smaller than special forces in the Air Force. Like that's how small my career field is.
I didn't have
It's
that
a really
much.
small
I had
career
like
field.
3 classes. I only had like
but-
3, but I totally can believe that.
But
I
you
had
can,
like
I
3
clept
classes.
because the Air Force or the military lets you take Kleppen DSS or Dante's test. You get one attempt free. So I clept the shit. Because one, you had to do professional development. Clept counted as professional development. So you had to do professional development for your EPR, your performance reports, right? So you had to do that. And so it was that or go to college. So before I actually went to college, I just started taking a bunch of CLEP tests. We'd get the study guides from the library for free, read them for like a week or two, go take a test. If I failed, I'll try another one. And I CLEP'd all of my, I CLEP'd or Dante's tested all of my general education requirements. So I started my first class, I started doing a psych major. It was a 300 level course. It was one of my actual core courses. I think I had one class that was outside of my core because there was no CLEP or Dante's that was required for it. Because my school let you.
Did your school require you to take like art classes and stuff?
Well, you had the general education requirements, but the school I went to, great school there, because I went through their distance learning because they had satellite campuses on base, and then they had their main campus, which one of the things that gets brought up in my doc is one of the news articles that needed that fucking school doing because I won a competition, and I had won a competition and won a big check and everything. But the school was great. They allowed you to transfer up. You had up to 60 transfer credits you could get.
Oh, damn.
You had to do, so you could do CLEP, Dante's, or other school transfer credits towards your degree. So a bachelor's degree is 120 credits. So I had all the CLEP tests. I got 10 physics credits from my 3-week intensive physics course during text training. And I mean, it was like, we went over geospatial, seismic, nuclear physics, all in like 2 to 3 weeks. And it was worth 10 fucking credits. And CCF is an accredited college, originally accredited. So all that shit transferred. It's fucking nice. So being able to start school as a junior was fucking sweet. Because
But you weren't starting at 18, you know?
No. I also never intended to go to college. I joined the Air Force with the intention of doing 20 years, never going to college, getting out because of the career field I was going in. I could get out as a civilian, come back in as a civilian, make good money, and be set for the rest of my life. That didn't work out. I find out first thing getting into the military, especially the Air Force, what they want you to do, go to college. Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
I was
right?
so pissed. I was so pissed. It's like, I'm joining the Air Force, so I don't ever have to go to college. We need you to go to college for your professional development. Fuck.
Yeah.
So here's that. Someone was asking, and we'll watch it here in a minute. I found the interview of Darrell Brooks, that documentary. So that's the Crystal Darkness interview he did. It's around the 10-minute mark. But we'll be going over here shortly.
Go through this for a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
All right, we'll finish this up real quick, and then as soon as you get back, we'll start the video. So, lack of remorse or guilt. This is another specifier. Not feel bad. I might hold off on doing this one until this specific specifier until after that opening statements because I listened. I didn't watch him do it, so I want to read his body language and expressions during it. Does not feel bad or guilty when he or she does something wrong. Exclude remorse expressed or when expressed only when caught and or facing punishment. So that might play into this part. The individual shows a general lack of concern about the negative consequences of his or her actions. For example, if the individual is not remorseful after hurting someone or does not care about the consequences of breaking rule. All right. So I'm probably going to say that existed at a young age, definitely existed at a recent age after reading this part. Because he's showing remorse now that he's being charged with a bunch of crimes and shit. So callous, lack of empathy specifier. So disregards and is unconcerned about the feelings of others. The individual is described as cold and uncaring. The person appears more concerned about the effects of his or her actions on himself or herself rather than their effects on others, even when they result in substantial harm to others. I will say...
real quick, I'm going to switch computers so I can be on my proper computer and get off my laptop.
You're good.
I'll be right back.
How long? Wait, a few minutes?
Like a minute. I'll be right back.
Oh, no rush. So next one. So I would say for this probably applies now, Garrett, probably mostly now. And based on behaviors, historical behaviors, the criminal history, some of this information from this one news article I've been skimming while we're doing this, it seems to be somewhat present in his childhood as well. There's a lot of trauma in, for those who know of it or have ever taken an ACE survey, the adverse childhood experiences. It's something I use at the current place that I've been at. It's one of the things we do as part of an intake. We have them take an ACE, adverse childhood experiences questionnaire. It talks about all the different adverse experiences you can have as a child, like witnessing family arguments and fighting, sexual abuse, physical abuse, neglect, drugs, all that other shit. And the higher your ACE score, the more likely you are to have a lot of bad shit happen later in your life. Also, I'm taking 2 drinks, so we're down to 5 drinks left. I don't know. Is Ken drunk yet? I don't think so. You guys haven't really pushed the button. I might go get the soju out just to and see if you guys really want to get me drunk. All right, we're down to 5. I am paying my debt. I have my debt. I'm paying my debt for my drink. Because you guys paid for me to drink, I'm going to drink. You can also pay for me to drink today, if you'd like to. Okay. Okay, Aiden is now back. Welcome back. So we continue. I'm concerned about performance. Does not show concern about poor, problematic performance at school, at work, or in other important activities. The individual does not put. God damn it! Oh, I fucking hate you. Not you, Aiden. The individual does not put forth the effort. I know. Fuck. The effort necessary to perform well, even when expectations are clear. It typically blames others for his or her poor performance. This seems to be present. You suck, Shinobu. Alright, so we were down to 5. That's another 5. So we're back up to 10. Shinobu says D space R space I space N space K. I don't know what that means. And it's in Canadian money, so I mean, can we really call it 5 drinks? I mean, plus, like, I love Robin Williams' description of Canada. Canada is like a loft apartment over a really great party. Like, keep it down, will ya? Like, I
don't know why the Canadians were Scottish there, but close enough.
I don't know. Well, he has that Scottish golf joke, like, keep
true.
whacking away at the ball. And it's like, you feel like I'm going to have a fucking stroke. Stroke, that's what we'll call it, because every time you miss it, feels like you're going to fucking die. Like, I miss Robin Williams so much. So we move on to the next specifier, shallow or deficient affect. Does not express feelings or show emotions to others, except in ways that seem shallow, insincere, or superficial. Example, actions contradict the emotions displayed, can turn emotions on or off quickly, or when emotional expressions are used for gain, so emotions displayed to manipulate or intimidate others. That seems definitely present now. It probably was present in childhood, but it's hard to say. Just like this one, it seems based on childhood that there was a lot of stuff going on at home, which would likely impact school, which would likely have, educational impacts, and there was the suicide attempts, I guess, it said in this one article. So this seems to fit in childhood. I don't know about the deficient affect in childhood, so I can't say for certain. Then for specifier for severity, so how severe is the conduct disorder? So we have 3 specifiers. You have mild, moderate, and severe. Mild is few, if any, conduct problems in excess of those required to make the diagnosis are present, and conduct problems cause relatively minor harm to others. So lying, truancy, staying out after dark without permission, or other rule breaking. I would say that's not mild.
Yeah, I would say some of those are not mild. Yeah, but
not mild.
Still.
Not it's at least mild, but we don't diagnose it till we go through all 3, because you're going to see it to go through. Not you, Aiden, but to talking to the chat and the viewers. If I were to just do mark mild, it says causes relatively minor harm, but if I say that specifier, then get down to moderate, and then go, oh, it's kind of more moderate than that, then okay, it can't. So you read them all and then figure out what fits. That's how I do it, at least. So moderate, the number of conduct problems and the effect on others are intermediate between those specified in mild and those in severe, such as stealing without confronting a victim or vandalism. And then you have severe. Many conduct problems in excess of those required to make the diagnosis are present, or conduct problems cause considerable harm to others, such as forced sex, physical cruelty, use of a weapon, stealing while confronting a victim, breaking and entering. So
Oh, there
we
we
could
go.
definitely say severe for current.
Yes.
If I was to diagnose old, probably would say moderate because it probably hasn't escalated. You've got 20-something years of
I mean,
negative
the
influences.
forced sex is.
I
mean,
don't know.
one's. Yeah, I
That
don't
was
know
also
if
in
you
his. Again, the red's for childhood.
That's true.
Remember that. So it was probably more than mild because of his
Yes.
history, but not to the point of severe would be my thought.
But the battery was 1999, which again he was 17, which later than 15, but we don't know what's in the sealed record. We have a guilty no contest December 1999 for battery intentionally causing bodily harm in 1999 when he's 17. So without the sealed record, who knows? But I agree with the way that you defined it as severe, clearly currently severe, definitely in the past at least moderate.
Yeah.
But to be fair, to be playing it safe, moderate, as I would agree.
There's someone in chat asking how much to make you drink a shot of vodka with ketchup. So I replied and said, I don't know if I have vodka. I'd have to check and see in my liquor cabinet because I don't drink that often because of my meds. But maybe 50. I said I'd definitely do it for 100. So I could do soju or vodka with ketchup for 100. Definitely for 100. 50 if you catch me in a good mood. So we'll see how I feel after watching some of these Darrell Brooks videos. So we're not going through this because we're kind of digging in deep already. But in here, this diagnostic, if you ever get a chance to read a DSM, the diagnostic features section goes because a lot of people will find like a diagnosis online. This is where the law Karens and the drama Karens will go, oh, they have narcissistic personality disorder. They have narcissistic personality disorder because they're reading the bullets. They're not reading these diagnostic features. This is where the key descriptions and what you should be looking for in a diagnosis come from. And that's why they're so helpful. That's why, and I'm not saying you should go to LibGen and download the DSM-5 as a reference tool, but you can if you want to. Not endorsing that. I may allegedly or not allegedly have obtained my DSM that way because I bought one I bought the physical book in school, and fuck you for paying for the PDF. Anyway, these here, like we'll talk about, the different criteria. Just as an example, individuals with conduct disorder often initiate aggressive behavior and react aggressively to others. They may display bullying, threatening, or intimidating behaviors, including bullying via messaging on web-based social media. Criterion A1. So it links these descriptors to the specific criteria. That's so helpful when you're doing a diagnosis. So I have a client sitting in front of me when it comes to, or they're a new client, or I have because sometimes we get clients that have been in, like, say, foster homes or other residential places, and they have a thick file that comes with them. I don't take that file and use it to judge them. I make my own assessment and own interpretation of a client, but that information is helpful. I read it, but I set it aside when I'm meeting with my client. I never let it judge, what I'm going to do. So if I'm meeting with someone and they're talking about, that fucking bitch, she said she was 18. So yeah, I fucking on her Facebook comments all the time. I'm telling her how she's a cunt, how she should have never fucking lied to me, how she should this.
Awful, yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying that happened with Brooks. I'm just saying if the client's telling me that, then, that's a situation where these descriptions, these are so fucking nice. It's under the diagnostic features section. If anyone goes and gets their own copy. And then you have associated features. You have the prevalence, like the population. You also have how it develops, how, this is for conduct disorder again. So how the prognosis works, the environmental risk factors, genetic risk factors, temperament, anything related to gender diagnostics, like we talked about with Ethan Ralph when we did his thing. He is, because we did borderline diagnosis. Borderline's rare in men. It's more seen in females.
Yeah. ASPD is more common in males than it is in females.
Yeah. That's why when I mentioned the female, you were like, it's a female?
Yeah, I know.
That teenage female client? Yes.
Yeah.
I'll go back to ASPD to see. I want to see the number on that. Functional consequences. And then the differential, my Dr. House, which I still need to put that fucking clip up here. this is where you go through and you have to rule in or rule out other shit. So like for oppositional defiance, I would have to rule in or rule out. Okay, so I read this and go, okay, how do I know it's conduct disorder? How do I make sure it's conduct disorder and not something else? Because oppositional defiant could fit. Like
specifically oppositional defiant because it can look like ASPD. It's considered, I think, almost exclusively though it's for adolescent diagnosis. Can you even maintain a? I mean, if you've been a child who's been actually much sure about this, so I guess you could illuminate this for me. If as a child been diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder, what would you do when that person becomes an adolescent? You describe it by some other criterion, I suppose.
I actually need to. There's a couple people I know in, I think it's Drexel's Discord, that are very much of the opinion that ODD is not a real diagnosis. I would actually disagree with that because I've seen it. I know you and I'm pretty sure Tracy would disagree. Like, we've fucking seen it. Like, we see that shit.
What I think it is I think that they're saying, my guess is if you're talking about
overdiagnosis,
they're saying that it's this is a normal expression of male adolescent.
Again, clinically significant. Is that fucking that's the thing. Yes. Is it clinically significant?
Right. And that's where you get, like, yes, I think the problem is that, yeah, when you read some of these descriptions of what defines oppositional defiant disorder, you might say, oh, that's just a young adolescent male. He's just a, young buck doing this thing. And it's like, yeah, but when it becomes pathological, that's where we have an issue, right?
Yeah, so prevalence, 12-month prevalence rates of antisocial personality disorder using criteria from previous DSMs are between 0.2% and 3.3%. The highest prevalence of antisocial personality disorder, greater than 7%, is among most severe samples of males with alcohol use disorder and from substance abuse clinics, prisons, and other forensic settings. That makes sense. Prevalence is higher in samples affected by adverse socioeconomic or sociocultural factors, such as poverty or migration. And then I was looking for the gender. Antisocial personality disorder is much more common in males than females. There has been some concern that antisocial personality disorder may be underdiagnosed in females, particularly because of the emphasis on aggressive items in the definition of conduct disorder. That's a good point. There's a lot of female aggression.
Presentation, yes. The presentation is different in females.
Well, like female DV gets underreported too because
precisely.
I punched my boyfriend. It's not really a domestic violence. Just because your punch is weak doesn't mean you're not physically.
I didn't punch him, right?
I slapped him or whatever.
With histrionics, there may be more males who have histrionic than we are able to actually correctly diagnose under the current guidelines, because maybe the way that histrionic presents in males is different than how it presents in females, right? We have a pretty good idea of how it presents in females, but it might be that you could have a similar diagnosis in males, and the same thing with antisocial.
Yeah, that thing is a lot of these diagnoses, and that's when we did the diagnosis. I did the diagnosis of Love Notes for TLC and Amber Heard.
Yeah.
I feel kind of confident on a comorbid diagnosis for Love Notes for TLC of having all three.
Histrionic, borderline, and narcissistic, or
because there's enough. I don't remember if I thought. I have to go back. I don't remember if I said she was. I think I said she was antisocial. Wait, actually, no, I was wrong. I think it was antisocial, borderline, and histrionic was the diagnosis. Comorbid.
The thing again, like you said, with antisocial and females, is the way that females tend to express anger. And I did my big video on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff a while back. It's consistent across 50 years worth of data that have been collected on the way that females express. They can be violent, but what do? They throw a shoe. They throw objects predominantly is the most common, or they scratch, right? So that's things that aren't going to leave necessarily. When men get violent, it can be far more devastating. Not that women can't get that violent either, but in terms of the normative, most common forms of violence that are exhibited by males versus females. Females, most common one is throwing things and then scratching and slapping. So, but it doesn't mean that you don't still have that aggressiveness. The aggressiveness manifests itself in a way that maybe we don't recognize, in a way that is so prima facie obvious as it would be for male aggression, right?
Yeah. Like I said, when I did my Love Notes for TLC stream, and did that. Like, as much as I want to say not have to do a comorbid diagnosis like that, because having 3 personality disorders, there's
that's a lot.
enough separation in her criteria. Like, there's the overlap, but then there's the specifics for each. That there's, I believe, enough clinically to say you could make that argument. Which I mean, at that point, does it really matter to have 3 when you have antisocial?
You are a cluster of cluster B bullshit going on right now, I think is the answer to that one, right? And a lot of things in cluster B can look similar.
Yeah,
in some ways.
That's the hard part, is the figuring out the ones that it actually is, because of a lot of the overlap. Tracy asked, anyone in chat care to update me about our girl Letitia? I haven't been keeping up. She was arrested in Wisconsin and is awaiting extradition to Illinois or Arkansas for some of her charges. Yeah, her baby was taken after she was giving birth because of the threats. Is in foster care right now in a good home and is safe. There's paternity testing pending to see who the actual father is, and so she's gonna probably be fucked for a really long time in jail. I doubt she's getting off easy. It's gonna be a while before there's true case resolution. She's fighting her extradition, so I think January is the next hearing. So she's just sitting around in Wisconsin jail for now. But yeah, a cluster B dumpster fire would be a good way to put it. Yeah, the problem is they leave the kitchen. Good point, Affirmative. That's really where this issue kind of breaks down. So we've seen the diagnostic criteria for the requirements for antisocial personality disorder, which is what Darrell Brooks presents with and was diagnosed with.
Yeah.
And
which I was not clear about, but they still found him competent to stand trial. And I'm somewhat agreeing with you on that. That I think that if someone has antisocial personality disorder, I don't know.
I mean, my argument would be is they can't, because their issue is they don't understand that they may not understand, or they lack the ability to have remorse and empathy with their behavior. So how can you have someone truthfully, for sentencing or for bail or for parole, be able to sit there and go, well, I don't empathize with their,
they were more or less born with, because personality disorders, I believe have a strong correlation with genetics. So there tends to be things that very, very strong correlation with genetics. It's more or less something that people are born with and then have to learn to develop skills to deal with rather than to get over or to treat. The way that, if someone has, depression, you could say, well, amongst other things, of course, just giving them an SSRI is not going to help, right? In and of itself necessarily. And I think that's very irresponsible therapeutic practice to just give them an antipsychotic or an antidepressant and let them leave the room. However, therapy plus antipsychotic medication in some cases where that does help for people, these things can make it so people can really overcome certain disorders. Personality disorders, those are for life. Pretty much.
You have to find a way to, and there have been people in my chat and Nick's chat who've been like, I've got this, and it's more about, it's manageable, but you have to want, just like with any therapy, you have to want to do the change. Like,
and it's going to be, again, you're going to have to want to keep wanting to do it. You can't really just, with anything, you've got to commit that stuff.
Yeah. All right, so let's watch these opening statements on Darrell Brooks. Because we saw his arguments with the judge. We saw how aggressive he can be. Now let's see how, when presenting his state, because he withheld his opening statements till the presentation of his case in chief, which kind of smart, so you can kind of have the opportunity to give a fresh statement as to why, put it fresh in their minds, why your defense is this way. Like, not necessarily a bad tactical decision. If it was me doing it that way, I'd probably do it that way, because it's a good way to close caption on for this case. I don't know if the ground is going to be spelled with a Z or not. Like but I don't. This is such a this is interesting. Like, every time I fucking find something like this to cover, it's always fucking interesting because it's always weird shit. Like Darrell Brooks, it's such a unique person.
Darrell is fascinating. I'll put it that way.
Hashtag charge the SUV, hashtag I drive with Darrell. So this is about 12 minutes. I'm going to try and let it roll. So that way, and comment over it. I will pause when necessary. If Aiden, you want to pause it, say pause and I'll pause it. Also,
Sure.
Tracy, if you're ever done with that walk, I hope you haven't walked your feet into the ground, or you're not doing a
That'll
proclaimer
be
that
good
would walk
'cause
500 miles. If
I'm
you want
gonna
to come
have
up
to.
here too.
I'm gonna have to go in about like 15, 20 minutes because we're
Okay.
setting up a new thing with my my D&D stream. So I've got a
Okay.
new player who's joining that we need to talk
I
through. So
really,
that'll actually like work out perfectly if Tracy can come in. And then
I really wish I could
back
pick
up.
back up the D&D stream, the D&D game we had started in the Discord, because I rolled a 20 on anal sphincter control when a guard tried to stab me in the ass, and I grabbed the spear and used it in self-defense. Legitimately, that happened. You can ask
That
people.
clapped
I
around.
rolled a 20 on my
There,
sphincter
well,
control. Like, it was
there you
great.
go.
It was amazing. I couldn't believe. We were all fucking dying. And then Dollhouse Bill was part of the game, and he was being a fucking slut, and it was great.
Well, if you ever want to show up and
I've
hang
got
out,
more time. Go ahead.
if you ever want to show up and hang out in our stream, we love having people in for like a couple of episodes or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Can't confirm I was DM. Yeah, Tim was the DM for that. That was a great fucking day. Oh, I couldn't believe what happened. I was like, well, I will control this with I will go for sphincter control. I don't remember what the role specifically was.
Yeah, if you put
But
it on
I rolled a
1.
20.
Oh, if you put it on 1.25 too, we should be able to get through it.
See, I like Nick's interpretation of it. I don't like speeding it up because you get it as the
that's true.
jury sees it. Because it
That's
changes
true.
tone, inflection, and movement speed.
You are correct.
So, as much as I hate some of the long shit, like Nick says, you get the way the jury sees it.
Precisely.
And that's you get the true.
Yep.
So.
The defendant will now make an opening statement. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the defendant an opportunity to tell you what he expects the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. With that, go ahead, sir.
Obviously, I don't have any rehearsed or well-prepared speech, so I'm just going to speak from the heart.
Well, you should have.
Yeah, that probably would have helped. Just saying.
I would just like to first say that I want to bring to remembrance something I think everyone in this room has been taught pretty much as far back as we can remember, is that there's always two sides to every story.
Back.
And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story. And I've sat back and watched from countless narratives that's been put out there, the way this incident has been portrayed at times, and finally everyone getting a chance to get the full story. You won't hear me try to argue facts.
Oh, sure. Okay.
That just real quick. That's implying the argument of emotion, which I don't know if that helped, but yeah, I don't know if that looks good.
It's
just that
this incident was tragic, very tragic.
Not a bad. That's not an inaccurate
lost.
analysis, but not.
Yeah.
Facts are that there's still a lot of people healing, a lot of families.
Literally, with their punctured lungs
Both
and
sides.
broken spines. But yeah.
Look, like I said, it's only half a dozen. It's not a dozen.
And when I'm
Look,
confident
like, accountability isn't. What's accountability?
the evidence will show.
I don't
He
have an
doesn't
account.
identify as Darrell Brooks. He didn't do it.
I don't have an
Are you
account
getting
on that
emotional?
website.
He says he's getting emotional. Does he seem like he's getting emotional? No, I'm not. Not yet. He's gonna force it out eventually.
So he's looking down a lot.
This incident
I don't
was
think
not
he's
planned.
He's
making
also
eye
looking up a
contact.
lot. He's
He's
not
looking-
making.
This incident was not intentional.
I don't know if he's looking at the jury or not, because I don't remember where the jury is. I don't remember if it's to the right or to the
It's
left
never
of
even
him,
thought about.
but his facing direction. If anyone knows that, please post it in chat.
I'm trying to think.
It's easy to
Huh. The jury actually, I think, is on the other side. He might be looking at the judge.
I know he's looking at the judge, and I don't know, but he's looking
This is
down.
so.
Which
This is very performative, though, as well. Like you can see, he says he's not rehearsed or practiced this, but this seems rehearsed to me.
I'm gonna push. I'm gonna push back a little on that.
Yeah. Okay.
'Cause I think there's a little bit. I would say there's definitely, like this performative nature, but I think he's having some, not necessarily true empathy, but I ran into 70 people and killed 6 of them. Unless you were a true
easy to look
psychopath and have no empathy, you're going to feel something. Even if it's I'm going to be in jail the rest of my life, then you're
That
gonna
might
want.
be
No,
what
that's
it is.
probably what it is. I fucked up bad. That bitch made me
That-
mad. I hit 70 people. That's how I deal with my anger issues. You know.
But
Also,
again, if you're
minus
dealing
2
with
drinks
someone,
to 8.
no, if you're dealing with someone with
It's easy to
ASPD, though, they can
disregard
be
a lot of-
manipulative like this. Any
lot of
part
factors.
cluster B can be manipulative like this, and put on waterworks, pretend to be sad. It seems, I'm not sure. It might be sadness for himself, right? Maybe
I
that's
think,
what it is.
in reference to what I stated earlier, it's easy to forget
Listen, because of his words.
the other side of the coin.
What other side of the coin?
The SUV was responsible.
Is it you? Don't you understand his suffering? The other side of the coin, his problem.
There's been
Does his suffering matter at all?
From his perspective, yes.
a lot of suffering
Just
involved
as an
in
overall.
this incident.
Does his suffering matter? Not from his, but just as a sideline viewer, does his suffering matter?
He's saying
Obviously,
suffering matters, but you're
But
forgetting
still.
his perspective.
With the families,
Had the tissue ready.
I mean, if I was doing this too, and I knew I might cry, I would.
community.
So hold on, I'm gonna back up just a
Yeah,
second.
pause.
Hold on, wait.
The community.
I feel like there's a little bit of tears coming out. Maybe not great,
Oh no, he's crying. I think there's tears, but again, I think it's for himself.
probably.
The
Not,
alleges. The
Tracy
alleged
says
offenders
he's licking
of
his
the
lips a lot,
family as
which I
well.
think
There's
means he's under a
been
lot of stress and wants to
suffering.
say something other than what he's saying.
Mm.
Probably, because he knows if he admits to it, he's fucked. So maybe he wants to
A lot of
fess up.
misunderstanding.
Very possible that deep down he does, but because of his narcissism and
And,
inability to really empathize with others, he's not able to make that connection.
Yeah. Like I said, it's sad. It truly is sad.
I just
That's
want
Oh,
you
it's
to keep
fucked
in
up,
mind,
yeah.
Like, his childhood was fucking horrific. It doesn't excuse what he's done.
everything
But-
that will be
Yeah.
presented.
I tend to not take people as malicious
still
at face
tell
value
Keep in mind.
and try and give them an opportunity to
It
change.
The problem is that it's impossible for me now to look at this, not in hindsight, with the things he's done since, you know,
the power that you
and
have.
before.
Yeah.
His actions in the trial have not been consistent with this particular speech, right?
Yeah. This is
He-
totally
he's had-
different than how he's reacting himself.
2 weeks, to not, and for 2 weeks he's been nothing but anger
I believe
and aggression and contempt. Even though he's not being held in contempt by the fact that he keeps saying that, but
escape your
Well, he
your
wants to be held in
knowledge.
contempt.
precisely because he wants a mistrial.
This has been a long process for everybody.
Really? Not, I don't know. It seems kind of quick to me. A year for this trial to happen is actually really short.
It is.
That, like, this would normally be like a 2-ish year trial to get the
Yeah.
trial. All the discovery, all the if you were to interview all the victims
Wasn't
for
a
both
whole lot to
sides.
discover. You know what I mean?
What I believe is,
There are no
guess
witnesses for his side that were really on his side. It was people he just called.
I mean, you could present
when it's
a
time for
good
you to make
defense
your
if you did it
decision.
right, but I don't.
Oh.
Obviously, he didn't do it right. So
Yeah, I believe his
believe
state defense attorneys were going to say that he was under extreme emotional
pray
distress
that-
and not acting rationally.
It's the right decision.
which I mean isn't necessarily a bad
Right.
defense.
Right.
Like it's no
But
different
then
to
he
me.
shows no remorse for it after this moment. After this opening, he never shows remorse again. Over the next
Well, I
2
mean,
weeks.
That all the factors are
if you
weighed.
show remorse, does it not indicate that you're guilty of said crime? That the state's trying to the state's charging you with fucking murder.
Right,
like,
but he's saying he didn't
if
do
you-
it. Well, I guess he's saying that he's sorry for the families, even though he didn't do it.
Well,
It's a
he's
case
saying-
of mistaken identity.
I mean, I think he's trying to kind of do both mistaken identity and
Yes.
it's my fault,
There's a lot
but it wasn't like I
Words
intended to
thrown
kill
out
these
there.
people.
Yeah, I honked the horn.
Like,
about the alleged.
let me pause for just a
Here
second.
we go about the alleged. Yeah. So he's. Oh, well, there it is. There it is, though.
I mean, he looked kind of
all this remorse,
I
and
mean,
then
my pause game's pretty good, but he's.
Yeah.
I mean, people can clear up quickly. It depends. I've had to do it.
yes,
Like
I've
I've
had
been
to
at,
as
like
well.
like I've been in sessions where I fucking cried with clients and had to get my shit together to finish the session. Like, but
But
like
up until
on
now,
the
we've got
argument.
9 minutes of him
With 3 minutes
expressing
left.
remorse, compassion, sorrow. But now, all of a sudden, we're moving on to the alleged what?
So here's an argument I could make for Brooks, right? And I'm not here to stand Brooks, right?
I know you're
You
not.
could say
That's,
you could
need to
say
make arguments for him, though.
you could say that intense emotional distress, whatever that argument was with his girlfriend, baby mama, whoever it was, right? I don't
Mhm.
remember exactly who it was at this point. But in that
Who
moment,
was the woman he impregnated when she was 15? Yeah.
well, yeah. So right, you have this incident happen. You have, what was I trying to say? You have this, just like we had someone in Nick's chat the day before, was like, I was reading, I was checking my kid's cell phone. She broke up with her boyfriend, and they're teenagers, and the boyfriend's talking about wanting to kill himself. Should I contacted a parent? And I was like, absolutely, because
Yes.
you got like second leading cause of death in kids and adolescents is fucking suicide.
Yeah.
Behind it's like above cancers and other shit all combined.
Yep.
Like, don't fuck around with that. And my thought is you have an
I know that it
incident
seems
happen,
flippant because like kids are, they'll just say whatever.
and,
Yeah, but
and
you
even
gotta
if
keep
it was a
seriously.
joke, you don't be mean to them about it.
Yeah.
It's a sidetrack. You don't be mean. You go, I understand you're upset, but it's really important. Don't be like, don't ever do that again, because then you're never going to get them to come to you when they're actually suicidal. You have to be
Right,
open, and
right.
even if they faked it because they were mad. You got
It's
to go
very-
look. I
very
love you.
sensitive.
It's really important that I'm looking out for you. If it's really going on, we got to work on it. But
Mhm.
maybe we got to handle this a little bit better. I'm always here for you. And even though you want to be pissed at them because they lied about something so severe, you can't, or you will never have them come to you when they're suicidal. And you need that.
Mhm.
But my
I mean,
thoughts
you,
on
you
this.
have to recognize if it keeps happening,
Yeah.
and then it becomes manipulative, then it's a different thing. But for first time and many times, you got to be
Yeah.
empathetic there.
Like whatever this argument was with his ex or with this chick, right?
Yeah.
It could have put him into the state, like the teenager that breaks up with their first love, right?
Of course, he's
that
40.
I want,
but yeah,
because
still.
he's also probably working at a regressed emotional level than most people.
Yes, I would
Given
agree
his
with that, yeah.
history, given his adverse childhood experiences, trauma, he's probably working in, and I'm not saying he's low IQ, he's probably average, slightly
Yeah, he
below.
actually- He's not mentally disabled or anything.
Yeah, he's not
at all.
like 70. He's like
Yeah.
probably 9,500, 105 maybe, somewhere in that range.
Mhm.
Like nothing below that, I would say. He's definitely competent enough.
Well, he's been tested for it.
But he's
so
also, like, because I've been very open. Holy shit, we got 132 people watching on YouTube right now. Where the fuck do all these
Hey-o.
people come from? Holy shit, 19 watching on Rumble. Holy fuck, where all those people come from? Thank you for whoever just showed the fuck up. That's awesome. But
Hey.
my arguments would be on this is, like I've said before, twice I've tried to take my life. Came very close.
Yeah,
Different
me
things
too.
that happened to push me into that state. And, I made poor decisions, and they've had both impact on me and other people. And
Yeah.
I've owned up to that now. Could he be in Dragon's Treasure? Thank you. If that was you, I appreciate that. But if he was in that state where he was just, I don't know what to do, I'm overwhelmed, and he just, trust me, I've had days where I've been pissed off at something, and I just run in my car, take the fuck off, pull out the driveway, and just go drive, and drive for an hour or two. And maybe, pull, real quick, pull out the driveway, real fast or whatever, because you're pissed, like you would slam a door, kind of. But I have not allegedly driven through a bunch of people at a parade in Wisconsin. Don't check Florida. But, that's something that could have happened here. To give the slightest deference to the man, he could have been working and making irrational decisions in an irrational mindset. And that's something that maybe people, they see the horrors of this man and what he's done and not discount that. What he has done. Hi, James. Thank you for the show. I'm glad you got here for research. I guess I used the right terms in my tags and description today. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, go.
But this is something where I could totally see, not necessarily myself doing it, but I could see where if the right cogs click together, that I would do this. It would have to be like anyone could do this. Like, you just reacting because you're just overwhelmed with emotion, and it happened so fast. I don't remember exact timeline of how long it took to get through that parade. Like maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute. And it's that then you're suddenly, oh my God, what did I do? You might, I mean, there's the theoretical where you could be doing this. You could be driving through this parade of people and not even realize you're hitting people because your mind is everywhere else.
If you are that in that kind of extreme emotional dissociative kind of which can happen without having to have people can disassociate for a whole number of reasons. It doesn't mean you have dissociative identity disorder, which is already the diagnosis on that is, but I
mean, I'm getting some pushback in the chat. Check 1138 says no. What the hell are you talking about? You're a counselor. Bullshit. No, not anyone could do this. Anyone who's pushed into that mindset, just like anyone, if you give them enough emotional distress or trauma, some little things can cause major emotional trauma, I've seen it. I've watched people have literally someone invading their personal space and grabbing them cause a dissociative episode in someone with a history of sexual abuse. And it wasn't like they sexually touched them. They were just roughhousing and put their arms around the person's neck briefly to play around.
It creates the fight, flight, freeze response. They're enacting
into like a 2-hour dissociative episode. They had no idea where they were. They had no idea who they were. They thought they were back at home with the abusive person who would sexually who potentially sexually abused them, and I had to walk them back to who they were. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my career. It was a true test of my skills, and I somehow pulled it off. I was literally making shit up as I was going because I didn't know what to do. It doesn't mean that everyone's going to do this, but do this exact thing. We all can get pushed to those levels of irrational decisions when we're depressed or we have like him. He has a personality disorder.
Also, by the way, he had just violated his parole. He knew he was going back to prison. Now, there's the malicious side of that. Is the malicious interpretation is that he's like, oh shit, I'm going to go back to prison either way. So I'm just going to go take as many people out with me as I can. That's the more, horrible side of it. It's also possible that he is freaking out and feeling trapped and has no idea what to do and ends up committing these disgusting, vile acts as a result of that. I think that both are a possibility, but I just...
Like, when I say anyone could do this, I don't mean they would recreate this exact thing.
Not anyone, yeah, but...
Let me clarify what I mean by that, because the right stressors, like I've used the example, in counseling with someone, and Tracy coming to Chaos and Chat, Tracy, for those who are just joining, Tracy can back me up. It doesn't take much in counseling. I could say something that could put someone in a significant bad mental state for a long time. I could say the wrong thing. I tell a sexual abuse victim, if I were to tell a sexual abuse victim, you were asking for it. Why were you being so slutty with your dad? You were 12. If I were to say that to a kid or a teenager or an adult about their sexual abuse, you know how long I fucked them up for that? Because I'm a person in a quote unquote position of authority who's their counselor, who that they have trust in, and I say that, I will fuck someone up for a long time.
I gotta head
People
out though.
can react. Oh,
Sorry.
you're good.
This is more your area of expertise than mine anyway with this trauma stuff. But no, thank you for having me on. I'd love to talk more
No, I
about
appreciate it.
Darrell, but I have to
No, you
run.
go do
Hopefully
your
Tracy
thing. I
comes on
appreciate
to.
it.
All right, it's just D&D stuff anyway. But yeah,
Oh,
thank you so much for
you're
having me
good.
on.
No,
this
thanks for
stuff is
being up here.
fascinating to me. Thanks. Talk to you later. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye. Thanks, Aiden, for showing up. Aiden's a great guest. Make sure you go subscribe to Aiden Paladin on YouTube. But what I mean by that is there's different things and different scenarios that will push people to do things that the mind can, with emotional overload, and especially in someone with an impaired level of functioning, whether it's depression, because that depression, anxiety, a personality disorder, bipolar, anything, it changes the way you process and interpret information and behavior. That's why when we do counseling like CBT, we work on changing the response to, something happens, we change how we respond to it and the behaviors that follow, because sometimes the reaction we have isn't necessarily the most effective. I'm not saying this to justify Darrell Brooks' behavior. It's a hypothesis on ways that this could have gone down. And I'm not saying that is what he did. He could have done this maliciously and say, fuck it, I don't care anymore, fuck that bitch. Let me mow down a bunch of people. Cool. Maybe he did it that way. I don't know. I'm not a therapist. I'm working off of publicly available information, information that's come out in trial, and how he's behaved as a person, and doing this from a third party perspective. A lot harder to do. It's nowhere near the same kind of thing you would get as doing it in person. This is not for those who are just joining us and just scrolling at the bottom of the screen, this ain't no formal diagnosis. This is an educational, hypothetical thing. This is using available information and talking about how this stuff impacts people, how you can get to a diagnosis like this, and how it plays out in real life. Because we're seeing someone who has antisocial personality disorder, and the severity of it, I would probably call it a severe personality disorder, and how it's impacted the last 20 years or more of his life. Because it seems to have been present since at least, you have that conduct disorder stuff that's likely there from childhood. You have stuff starting around age 18, getting into criminal issues. Like, there's a lot going on with Darrell. You can do stupid shit in really emotional moments. Like I said, not here to defend Darrell. I'll joke about it as a dark humor thing, but I'm not saying that absolves him of his crime, right? The guy fucked up bad. He did something, whether accidentally, intentionally, or maliciously, whatever you call it. And it has changed the lives of so many people. 6 degrees of bacon, 6 degrees of separation. You have the impact on the dead, the families of the dead, the friends of the families, people they may have worked with, all those connections, all having like hundreds or thousands of people just in that community are impacted forever by this. And then you have the impact of this thing on social media, people's reaction. Darrell Brooks never gets looked at as a he will forever be painted, and not necessarily saying this is a good or bad thing. I'm just saying as an objective observer, saying most people are going to paint him as this horrible, evil person. And I know some people in chat have been saying, his mental health doesn't matter. He's evil. But someone doesn't just become evil overnight. Some of the things in his childhood, he had watched his dad beat his mom. There was trauma. He had issues with bipolar and depression. And the dude had fucked up shit growing up. That will get you over time to the events of November 2021. It's fucked. It's really fucked. I don't like it. I guess it's the TH. If he isn't evil, what is? I guess it depends on what you define as evil. This could be really, I mean, because everything's relative, right? There's no absolute. If you compare Darrell Brooks to Jeffrey Dahmer, you compare Darrell Brooks to Manson, you compare him to the gangs and thugs of the depression and bootlegging era, all the horrible shit that went like. There is no way to say this person is objectively evil. Evil is a subjective statement. I can say objectively, being able to cite the literature, documents, he has a lot of issues. That's a problem. the thing is as a therapist, as a counselor, I'm always my goal. If Darrell sits in front of me, I cannot look at him and go, "You are an evil person." Even if I know about his stuff coming in, he's mandated therapy in court because of court mandated therapy or whatever. I can't just have him sit down in front of me and go, in my back of my mind, "Darrell, you're an evil person. Can't believe I'm having to do therapy with him." If I'm having those thoughts, I'm not going to be his therapist because that's fucked up. So here's my, if I'm in a position like that, if I'm put in that role, I have to do the right thing. Because he's my client, I have to work for his benefit, for the best interest of him. And like I tell my clients in the very first session with them, I always tell them this: I will take you at face value, and I will believe you're telling me the truth, unless I have a damn good reason not to, because I don't want to assume you're lying to me. And sometimes people lie to me. They're afraid to open up, or they hesitate. They hold back some information. It happens. I'm not going to be mad at you if you held back. I hope that, it's pretty much word for word what I tell clients. I hope that as we continue to meet, you become more trusting in me and you'll be willing to share more information with me. And that's, sometimes how it goes. People be like, maybe I didn't open up about all the stuff that's going on. Maybe I didn't talk about all the stuff that my mom and dad have been doing, or how I've been behaving. I was embarrassed about it. You were new. Like, that's fine. But I cannot look at someone and just go, it's just the way I've been doing the things I do, the way I've been doing, my job. I can't look at someone and go automatically and give this presentation about them, because I have to give them a fair shot. I have to be able to say, "Hey, Darrell, this is the issues you've got. Here's how we can work on them. If you want to work on them, here's how we can do it." Right? Then it's his chance to pick up the torch and go, "Okay, I'm gonna give this a shot. Here, give me a tool. Let's try working on it. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, let's try the next thing. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's try the next thing." But that's on him. But I have to give him a fair shake so he knows what he's working with. And if not that I would take on Darrell, I feel like I could possibly give him a fair shake. But having done the commentary and stuff, I don't think it would be fair to him. But if I were to work with him, I believe that everyone can be redeemed. Everyone can right their wrongs in some form, or at least become better in some form. Not necessarily perfect. Like I tell the kids and adults I've worked with who suffer with depression or other issues, you may feel like shit today. My goal is not to get you to perfect. I just want you to be able to be okay. And, it's not horrible, evil. I want to end my life. I want you to be able to get to, I'm okay today. I'm not great. It could be a better day. It could have been a way better day. At least for now, we need to start working from horrible, awful situation to, it wasn't so bad today. Or, I can feel a little bit better. How do you get a man who killed 6 people and injured dozens others to feel better, to want to work on himself? As a clinical challenge, it would be amazingly difficult. Hey, we've got Tracy Calming the Chaos on YouTube. Tracy is a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Washington. Welcome. I see I've been a sudden influx of viewers.
Isn't that cool?
I know. Apparently, I've been recommended. It's from what I was seeing in chat. I don't know how.
I think it's Drunk Ken. I think they're here to see Drunk Ken talk about this Darrell Brooks guy.
So I had that other super chat. So that's 8. Let me take 2. So I'm down to 6. So let me do that real quick. So go ahead and introduce yourself for the new people.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, I'm Tracy Canella, and I also have a podcast called Calming the Chaos, and we talk about all things chaos. So if you're struggling with anxiety, overwhelm, or anything that is stressing you out, come on over to my channel and check it out. We have lots of really interesting guests, and then sometimes I do some live streams and some solo stuff. So right now, I just did a little commercial break for Mr. Ken. And I guess we're having a discussion about evil, which I love that. So some people in the chat think that evil is evil, or that maybe trauma shouldn't be a reason to commit a crime. And those are pretty heavy discussions. So it's really super cool to see everybody just kind of putting their words out there. So
thank you for that. And like I said, there's a lot of new people here. A lot of names I've never seen before. ACS, what kind of therapist is Ken? Just curious to get each degree of their perspective. I have a master's in social work. So I love the social work perspective. I know when I was doing my graduate internship, the person who was my supervisor for my generalist internship, who ended up doing my clinical one too, but he was talking about how he's had different people come in from different degrees because he has an MSW too, and he was saying, he had some students from one of the local doctorate programs for psychology, and how they handle things, and they tend to be very person focused, and they don't factor in family, community, socioeconomic. Like they leave all that out. So from the social work perspective, the way we approach it is not just the person, how the person interacts with themselves, how their family, friends, community, micro, meso, macro levels to go back to fucking first year of fucking grad school. All that shit plays a part. Sometimes it's more important than others. Just like, you can look at Darrell as, just turning on the news, look at Darrell and go, oh my God, he's an evil fuck up. Or, he's a horrible, evil person. But what about his childhood? What about, like, the first thing I think is, I want to know more about this person. I always want to know more data. Like, he is definitely made mistakes. There's no questioning that. I believe, and I don't know if you agree, I believe most people have the potential to make change. How much change Darrell could get, there's no way to get. There's no way to guess. But, he has the potential, but it's on the person to take the steps to do it. That is the hardest part of being a therapist. I'm sure you've had it too, Tracy. You've had a fucking client, and you're just like, you're so close. I just need you to, I know you can do better, but they're not ready. They're not wanting to take the steps, and it's so hard because you're like, they're a good kid, they're a good person, and they can't do it, or they're not ready to do it. And like I had the one client, she was involved in a trauma, and it caused her to finally want to get clean and want to get better with her life. And it sucks they took that, but sometimes that sometimes is the thing that makes it necessary to do the change. Maybe this is the thing that gets Darrell's shit straightened out. He's probably never leaving jail, but maybe he becomes a better person in jail, just like other murderers have gone to jail and done things to help people, done community outreach, and help keep people out of gangs, off the streets. Maybe maybe Darrell becomes one of those people that we talk about in 10 years. How Darrell maybe, I'm not religious myself. A lot of people find religion and use that as a way to turn their shit around. Or they get into therapy and they use that to turn their shit around. Maybe he does that. I don't know. But hopefully there's the potential. So let's finish. I guess if you have comments, then we'll continue watching that.
Well, I did like Aiden's comment about how his demeanor and presentation changed from this is day one when he's making his own opening statement. And it is, for me, the first time hearing it, it's pretty unintelligible. And I don't know where he's going with it, but he seems to have this kind of humility about him. And apparently Friday was a clown show is what she said. So I'm going to have to check that Friday out. But I like that she made that comparison between his demeanor then and now.
Yeah, because this, like the stuff at the beginning, for those who were just now watching, we watched some of his outbursts. It's like an introduction to Darrell Brooks. And then we're watching this after going through the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality and conduct disorder, which is a prerequisite to diagnose antisocial personality disorder. And now we're doing the opening statements to see, does he have the remorse? Does he have the emotion? Like, does he seem to actually present with it? Because this is a true situation where he's the opportunity to be remorseful, and is he actually presenting versus the situation with how he's behaving in court? Because this is something maybe he prepped for. He had a little bit more prep time versus the way he deals with situations on the fly, where he struggles to control emotion, struggles to control, I don't remember which one it is. It's one that's either in conduct disorder or antisocial personality disorder. Impulsivity. His impulsivity is difficult to control. So in that moment to moment, dealing with objections and being forced to restrict your questioning, his impulsivity is showing. Whereas it's here where he's had the time to prepare, he knows what he wants to do. And that's not to say he's faking this, but it gives some insight into his behavior overall. So I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's my thought.
Yeah, let's just keep playing it. I'm really interested to see where he's going here.
Yeah. All right. Also, I saw someone in the chat mention they might be a therapist, so we might, if they're willing to, have another guest. I don't know. I love therapists coming up and talking. So.
Words like demon. Words like monster.
Do you think he really feels bad about those statements? Or do you think that he doesn't, that's not really resonating with him emotionally? Because I think those are strong words to call someone. Calling someone a demon or a monster is a really big insult. I think it'd have a massive emotional impact. Like
it would be great to have somebody like Spidey on here just kind of analyzing that, what if it's real or not. I don't know enough about body language. He looks like he is
I know, a lot of the time I've been
experiencing some emotion. That's intense.
This mask on. Yeah, I've had my reasons for that. But I feel now is the time to, it's important that you see me for who I am. No mask. For who I am.
I thought him wearing the mask for most of the trial has been interesting too. He's been hiding his facial reactions to things. Probably because they're negative would be my best guess.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of emotion coming out in his face, but not in his body. His lower body isn't trembling like you would if you were actually experiencing true grief. But I can't really see most of his lower body anyway. I mean, like right in the chest, usually you see the breathing start to increase, and I don't see that that's changing a whole lot.
Your eyes and ears remain as open as possible. You understand that you alone decide this case, this matter.
I mean, it's kind of tough to put the fate of the rest of your life in the 12 people's hands. You have no idea who they are.
The power is in your hands. All of you. To determine for yourselves what truth is. Thank you.
And that's it, huh?
So that's the opening statements of Darrell Brooks. And we're watching more. That's not the only thing. I wanted to watch that as a comparison to how Darrell reacts to other things. Let me see. I hate using law and crime, but they put together clips and it's easy to get to.
Yeah, and you can't use Nick anymore, can you?
Well, I mean, you can go to his Rumble. I don't know if anyone's actually made any clips of. I don't know if Ryan Edder has actually done any.
I wonder if Alyssa made some, because she's been really kind of keeping up with Rakita. I appreciate her stuff, and her channel has really grown too. I'm really happy for her.
Yeah, that's awesome. So here's a. Let me pull up this one. This is a 1 minute video, but this one was interesting because this is where the judge said that she was scared of Darrell, and his body, like his behavior, body language is so interesting to watch. And I think, like I was saying, the impulsivity, that response, that emotional reaction he's doing, it's so cool. And not cool as like, oh, it's cool that he's doing it. It's cool that you can see the pathology coming out. You could see that, like if you had the DSM and you had it open and you were holding it in front of you as you watch, you go, yep, there's criteria 2, there's 4. Here's some of the other stuff from here. You could see it playing out in real time. And it seems to be that the 3 or 4 psychologists who came up with his, competency ruling were pretty spot on with the antisocial personality. So
run the record back.
Mr. Brooks.
So I'm the only one. I got one.
Mr.
I got one
Brooks.
ear that work, and I heard that.
This
Come on,
is
man.
to benefit
man.
you so
No,
that
it's
you
not.
understand
Ain't none of
your
this to benefit me,
witness
so let's be
has
clear
a
about
prior
that.
record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the
So she had to
alleged
elevate her
record of
voice
Abel
just for
Lescott.
that.
Stop talking.
Come on, man. Like, I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I accept the value in return for value is documented.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opera.
So can
Your
you
Honor,
tell,
I
can you
believe he
split it?
has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
All right, I need to take a break.
Look at that
This-
face.
Just that face is
Look at
full
that
of anger,
face.
man. There's so much anger and aggression there.
Oh man. Well, and to be in that courtroom with that energy would be just so intense. I mean, I'm feeling it here, and we have a computer screen and a recording. It's not even live, so it's really wow.
It's nuts. It is.
Does it make you want to
insane that
take
he-
another drink?
Actually, let me do that because now I think I'm down to 5. For those who are watching, I'm making up. I did a drinking stream for my birthday, and it was super chats for drinks. And I had, because of my medications, I had to stop before I finished because I was pretty intoxicated for safety reasons. So I'm making that up, and I'm allowing people to continue contributing if they would like to have me intoxicated. I feel really good right now, so I don't think I'm there yet. So let me not antagonize the chat and go, there's no way you pussies will get me drunk.
Well, there's still that challenge of putting vodka in ketchup that you
But what-
said either 50 or 100. I think the drunker can get
He
he'll go ahead and take the 50.
Yeah, I
But,
probably will.
yeah.
Joji said for two European euros, $50 is too much. I have $2 for new liver instead. How about this, Joji? Because I like you, because you were ballsy enough to ask it. Where is? All right, the current if the chat revenue total chat revenue crosses $200, I'll do it anyway, regardless of your donation. We're like 120ish for the chat today. So, but I'll do it for you only because I'm in a slightly good mood and I'm happy to have a bunch of new viewers here. That was totally fucking shocked. I'm surprised YouTube put me in the algorithm. I thought it was fucking blocked from the algorithm. Like, there's no fucking way my shit gets recommended. So,
Yeah, neither does mine. I go live, there's just me and maybe my husband and one moderator. There's like 3 people on my chat.
Well, that's like before I was docked last year. When that stream happened, there was like 6 or 7 people watching, and then it was like 50, and I was like, well, fuck, where did all these people come from? Sea Hoodie, Steel Hunter for 49 said, I believe the fact he doesn't want his name spoken on the record. He doesn't want to be held accountable for what he did, but that's my opinion. I mean, it's possible. I think it's more he's trying to follow the sovereign citizen law, because that's a core sovereign citizen thing. The whole capital name is it's a corporation versus me as a person. That's why he's a third party intervener for the entity known as Darrell Brooks or whatever. Which, oh god, I can't wait to see if he testifies. That will be amazing if he testifies. So. So I'm getting a little pushback in the chat. So here's Ken, a counselor who is drunk and dependent on prescription drugs. Great stage material. Look, I love anyone who wants to come watch my channel. You're welcome to hang out here. As my channel description says, if you go to the About Me page, I present my content in unique ways. I've seen plenty of other psychology channels out there, plenty of other therapists doing their thing, and some of their content's great. Dr. Grande, I love the one channel that it's like the All CEUs Counseling channel. They've changed the name. There's a ton of educational shit on there, but this is how I've been able to, and not just from my counseling with the people I work with, but I've had people watch my show and it resonates with them, and they like the style and they like how I am. They believe I'm genuine, and that genuineness has not only helped me on YouTube, but it's helped me in my counseling. That's how within the 20 minutes in a first session with a teenage boy, very first session, 20 minutes in, he tells me his mom's physically abusing him. You don't usually get that coming out with the first, like, that doesn't happen. Like, I'm genuine and I'm me because this is how I get get the outcomes that are helpful for my client. Because I'm all in on my clients. I will put everything on the line, and I have put everything on the line for my clients. And I will always do that because the day I don't want to work in this field anymore.
Yeah. So Ken, what are your letters after your name? Somebody was saying something like an LLC, and I don't know where they're getting that from, and I don't know in your state what you are. You are an MSW, right?
Yeah, I have an MS,
but not an LC.
No, not. I'm finishing that part up. I'm finishing up the independent licensure part. It's the I have an corporation. I have an LLC corporation in New Mexico, so that I can for my business stuff. So Ken's Counseling Couch LLC is my business. So I don't know if that's where that came from, but right now I have letters behind my name and 5 words after my name. So
awesome.
Because you can't abbreviate the last 5 words. So
and if you want my alphabet soup, it is LMHCMA. Which is Master's in Arts in Counseling, Marriage and Family Therapy, LMHC, Licensed Mental Health Counselor in Olympia, Washington, CRC, Certified Rehabilitation Counselor, which works with disabilities and jobs, people with disabilities, CEDSS, which is Certified Eating Disorder Specialist Supervisor, and last but not least, ACHT, which is Advanced Clinical Hypnotherapist.
I like all the letters and shit because sometimes they're helpful and sometimes they're not. Because there's some of them I just don't fucking know, and it's like because some of them are off the wall. Like there's just so many weird niches you can go into. It's like most people who see that, they're like, "What the fuck does this mean?" Like the average person who comes across it, they're like, "What does this abbreviation mean?" And then you can go Google it, and then 30 different examples come up for it. Like there's websites that do nothing but abbreviations, and it'll be like, none of these make sense. None of these, are the same thing. And so it's like, unless you have it like on your website or your Psych Today profile or whatever of what those abbreviations mean, those people are just like, oh, okay, I assume they know what they're talking about. So.
Okay, let's continue with this rage fest here. I want to see how like if steam starts coming out of his ears and like all kinds of like stuff comes out of his nostrils.
This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared. And we're taking a break.
Just that look, man, it's so intense. Like it's just piercing, like that look. So. I think it's where'd it go? I was trying to find a comment.
She has every right to set a boundary in her courtroom if she doesn't feel safe. He does apparently have these ankle shockers on, and I learned that from somebody in your chat. Thank you very much for telling me, because I noticed he had his hands free. So I was thinking, is he shackled? And he actually has some things on his ankles to help, but I don't know whether that's going to stop him if he wants to lunge at anybody. Anybody know anything about those things? I would love to hear more.
As far as what? Say that one more time. I was trying to multitask.
The things that he has on his ankles to keep him, like that shock him. I've never heard of such a thing. He's not shackled, but he's got these ankle things on that shock him if he moves in a certain way, I think. But I'd like to learn more about it if anybody knows. I don't know if you know. But,
I want to know more about it because sorry, I'm trying to type and talk at the same time. I suck at multitasking. I'll have to look into that. If anyone knows about, I think it's just.
I'm looking in the chat to see if anybody's saying. Somebody said he's shackled to the desk. Okay, well that would make me feel safer. But somebody was saying
I don't know
shock collar thing.
Let's see. Oh god damn it, Joji contributed. Hold on, let me. Right.
Thanks, Joji.
Joji for 10 euros says, well, then there's my contribution to the $20 gift. I hope that ketchup soju cocktail will be delicious. Thank you, Joji, for that. I appreciate that. But yeah, for those, I know, like I said, Congratulations on a bunch of the new people here. Also, real quick, DHX, I want you to, real quick, I know you've been, and for those who are new, this is generally a free speech chat. You can criticize me, you can call me an idiot, you can call me a retard. I don't care. I ask that, I have guests on here. I'm not going to force you to be polite to them. You can call me whatever name you want. Trust me. I've been called every name under the sun. Some of them interesting, some of them not. As long as you're not violating any YouTube TOS or spamming, I try to keep that, I'm very pro free speech. So you're welcome to say what you want in here. My mods know to be, if they really need to ban someone or mute someone, they will message me because I'd like people to be able to talk. I believe one of the biggest issues we have as a society right now is no one's willing to talk. I'm willing to talk up here and give Darrell Brooks some benefit of the doubt because I believe any person that were to come and sit across the table from me gets the same exact treatment. So when I do an analysis of Darrell Brooks, I'm not going and going, this motherfucker is evil. I don't care about his mental health. My mental health is my fucking job. I have to care about his mental health. I have to care about how it impacts people. Like I said, this has long-lasting effects on too many people. And it's sad. I really, I don't want to just give away I don't want people to walk away with the impression that I don't care about the impact he's made. I've worked with kids who have trauma of all types. I've worked with adults who've had trauma. I've worked with people, tons of different types of counseling, right? There's a lot I've worked with. I've worked with homeless populations. I've worked with, youth and families. I've done in-home counseling. I've done different stuff. And I recognize that even little things can take long-term trauma. This is not a little thing. But I want to give the observation of the psychoanalysis, how this presents, how it could be treated, how different things can play out, because I think it all plays a part into how we look at people who do this. Doesn't give him a free pass for what he's done. It's an insight on because it's very difficult for people to process large things. Our brains struggle. Like we can only remember like 5 or 6 digits. You can't remember the full phone number half the time. That's why we have contact books. You struggle at remembering more than like 5 or 7 pieces of information. Trying to process how much damage was done in this incident. You have 6 people dead. You have 60-something people wounded, different severities of injuries, both mental and physical. Most people can't conceptualize that. Especially the average person struggles to conceptualize how much damage and detail it is. So how did they sum it up? This person's evil. Fuck this person. We should shoot him. We should do this. We should get rid of him because he's a horrible person. He has his right to a fair trial. It could be proven he's innocent until proven guilty. Even with all the video, there are situations where cops do fuck up. So we'll definitely put that out there. Not saying that this is the case, but he's innocent until proven guilty. Probably going to become guilty. And he's going to pay the price for it, which is probably going to be life without parole. But
did they take a break after this? Is this like where they take a break?
There was like a quick break, and then
okay.
When you pull up, there's some more videos.
It looks like it has only 4 seconds left to go or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
it was basically the end. They called it where's this one? This one he's ignoring the judge. I think this will be interesting because that's just it's rude first, but it's an interesting behavior because he's very much always wanting to talk over the judge. He's wanting his opinion to be heard all the time. He wants to be heard. He wants to object. He feels like he's being treated unfairly. Maybe he feels that way.
Oh my gosh, look at her! What a looker!
Holy cow. Hence why people call her Judge Mommy, or Mommy Judge. And not that I agree with that. I'm just saying people call her Mommy Judge for reasons. Go ahead.
Yeah, the judge in the Parkland shooters also really super hot too. I mean, I'm an admirer of beauty.
I heard the Parkland judge was pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's feisty too.
James says criminals thrive on society's understanding from Raj Al Ghul. Yeah, I've been rewatching Arrow recently, so that's funny that you mentioned that because I was watching that season of Arrow recently too.
Sorry to be distracting about. I'll go ahead and.
No,
mute
you're
myself.
fine. I
She's
love
just
this.
really
Is the thing
pretty.
is, I want the commentary. I want the feed. I want the pushback. Like the chat pushing back on me, I don't mind, because people are like, "How could you say this about him?" Well, let me give you my understanding. Like I said, this guy could walk in me knowing all the things I know about him. I'll still take him as a genuine person, give him the opportunity to present himself how he is, truthfully, without having to feel like he needs to lie or to put on a false image. Because people do that. Usually, people come to counseling, they're kind of, sometimes it's awkward, they've never done it, or they haven't had good luck with counseling, and okay, that's fine. So people, sometimes they're, and not that I think they're lying, I just know that sometimes they're holding back. I've had to deal with clients like, look, I know something's not okay. I know you're not telling me what's really going on. I'm here to support you. That's what the client that I had that was raped. I did that. I was like, look, we've worked together quite a lot the time you've been here. I know you really well. And this is not the person who was sitting in my office yesterday. You're much different. So tell me what's going on. I'm here to help you. And that's how I eventually, with the help of another resident, was able to get that information out. And so, is it, what is it? Is it good to push back? Like, I push back on my clients. My clients love that. I'm not the therapist that sits there and goes, tell me how you're feeling. Tell me more. Tell me more. I love pushing back and doing hypotheticals and challenging my clients, because that's the therapy that works. The therapy I've seen make a difference. And I will always support what I think I'm doing. Because I will go to bat for my clients, and I've put everything on the line. I've paid for it too. And it was worth it, because I know I did the right thing at the end of the day. So, but let's go ahead and watch this. This one's about 3 minutes.
These are my questions from previously, and also to let me know whether you
He seems a bit irritated.
To stay in that courtroom. I've been advised he can hear and see. Mr. Brooks, we are on the record.
Way to be passive aggressive, right?
One by one, you are in the
a little bit. You could say that's a little passive aggressive at a minimum.
Yes or no? The audio is on. Would you like to come back to this courtroom, sir?
You're unmuted. So I'm finally unmuted.
You've been unmuted for a while, since I came back on. My understanding, sir, is you'd like to be in that other courtroom. Is that true?
Yeah, for you and our audience who don't know what passive aggressive is, this is exactly what it is.
Record to reflect, he's putting on the headphones.
Not doing something to annoy someone.
My biggest,
Mr. Brooks?
Real quick, this is a joke, obviously. My biggest concern with this trial so far is, do we know if all this is on the record yet? I don't know if it's on the record. You guys know if this is on the record? I don't know if it's on the record.
Yeah. Well, he's acting in his own defense. So he's acting as an attorney, but then he's not identifying himself by his name, but he's also defending himself. It is very confusing.
From
it's definitely complicated.
From the bailiffs is that you don't want to come back here.
I ain't saying nothing.
All right, are you ready to come back then?
That echoes on the video, not me.
Not if
for those who are going to say it doesn't echo.
Contempt again.
I didn't hold you in contempt.
Then why am I even over here?
So that I could make a ruling and make a record without an interruption, pursuant to my authority in Illinois versus Allen.
So did you make your record?
I did.
Am I ever going to get a chance to make the record without being interrupted?
Mr. Brooks, I'm asking you, the first question is, do you want to come back into this courtroom?
Not if you're going to hold me in contempt.
Sir, I need to continue with the trial. So if you don't answer yes or no, then I will presume you want to be in that courtroom, and you'll By your conduct, waive your right to be in this courtroom.
By what conduct? I didn't consent to
By
being held in
failing
contempt.
to answer my question, sir. So I'll ask you again.
Are you going to hold me in contempt? I don't want to be held in contempt.
I will ask you again, sir. Would you like to come back to this courtroom?
I'm supposed to be in there anyway.
So twice now I've asked him, he has not answered a yes or no. Mr. Brooks, I'll ask you a third time. Would you like to come back into this courtroom?
Yes, if you're not going to hold me in contempt.
Given his yes, I will close the courtroom. He'll be brought over, and then we'll continue when he comes into this courtroom. Thank you.
And for the record, I do not consent to being called that name.
So we do know it's on the record now. That's the most important part. The record is clear. Okay. Whew. I was concerned. I was concerned it wasn't on the record. God. He made sure the record reflected that.
Yeah,
So,
Mindy set us straight. Thank you, Mindy.
Right. It's on the record. Are you I don't know, Mindy. I can't know. I have no way of knowing if it's on the record. James Barcelona for $2 says, did his trauma don't care freeze him at age 9? That's a legitimately interesting question. Your thoughts, Tracy? How do you feel about the thoughts that when someone experiences trauma at an age, they get stuck at that age? Do you think that plays?
Well, I do know that if you start using drugs at certain ages, then parts of your brain will shut down and won't develop. As far as trauma affects people different ways. And so maybe it did. I'm not sure. I haven't met with him, but can it freeze him at a certain age? I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility, but I'm not for sure. Again, trauma affects everybody differently. What do you think, Ken?
I know I've seen that in both some of the people I've talked about, like cases, like court cases, and then some of the unique people, to use a polite word on YouTube, unique cases that, like Letitia, Love Notes for TLC, like that. People have said in some of the channels that I watch that cover those things, that this person, they had, like, for example, that one guy that was going at me, I made several shorts about, he had experienced a severe trauma right around preteen, teenage years. His father killed himself. And so the argument is, and you can see it in some of his behaviors where it plays out. He kind of acts and responds and has like almost the emotional level of a 12-year-old. And I'm not saying it applies in every case, but I think it's an interesting argument where is it possible that the trauma interferes with the way we continue cognitive development, continue that emotional development, and we regress to it, and maybe we can function as adults, but when push comes to shove and you start getting those poking, the buttons being pushed on your emotions, on the things that upset you and make you angry, that now you start regressing back, because that's the level, that's when you dealt with that severe reaction and trauma, you were X age. So when someone starts, you're in the criminal trial because you killed people, you regress to a certain age because that's just what you knew and that's how you dealt with it, because that horrible, like, a parent killing themselves, right? You witnessed it at, 12, 13, you found their body, very severe trauma. You deal with it at whatever at 13, whatever things were in place at 13, that defense mechanism kind of ingrains itself. It sets itself almost. I'm not saying this is the case. It's just kind of thinking about it. I could see where that could apply, where you get in any stressful situation that goes above like mild stress, you start, regressing, maybe not all the way back, but you start going back and start seeing maybe young adult behavior, teenage behavior, early teenage behavior, preteen behavior, whatever that age of trauma was, until you finally get there, depending on what level of that stressor is. I mean, I see it making sense. I see people struggle, if you don't get the right help for whatever your trauma is. You're trying to deal with something you have no idea how to deal with, especially for kids. And your brain isn't, depending on what age you are in your cognitive development, you don't have the ability to actually think about it in like abstract terms and understand it. Like the daycare thing I covered at the very beginning, those 2 and 3-year-olds, extremely limited cognitive ability, concrete thinking. They can't understand that it's a prank. They see this evil, scary thing as an evil, scary thing. And these are people that were supposed to be loving and caring for them and taking care of them while mom and dad are at work. And now the one place that they were safe when mom and dad weren't home is now this evil, scary place. Is it possible that that causes trauma to these kids long term? Maybe. There's nobody to know yet. It's many won't, we won't know that for a long time. But I think it's an interesting observation that people have made for people who look at this stuff as, general people, not with any like license or education. It's an interesting theory people have developed. So I think it's a way to maybe explain some more of the complex things we, see with we do like cognitive psychology or stuff like that. If that's the way to summarize it. So.
Well, and I think that all of these comments in the chat, and people may not have degrees or have experience like we do, but they're are offering
really insightful,
really good insight. And so everybody's opinion matters. And I learned so much from people in chats, not just Ken's, but others as well. So thank you.
Yeah. So like I said, I appreciate the chat, and I know people in the chat are, like I said, I love pushback. I love people, like why I offered people like I love therapists coming up here, anyone who has like a graduate degree in psychology, mental health, or something related, or even if it's like social psychology, like Aiden's, because it gives a different perspective. I love having guests up here like that. That's not the only guest I bring up here though. I've always said, if you want to tell your story of trauma or history, I'm willing to give you that platform, because if it's helpful for you, if you think it's therapeutic, welcome. You get the opportunity to do it. Let me know. Send me an email. I've got one. We're going to have one in November. I'm trying to finish setting up for someone who I think dealt with the satanic ritual abuse, false allegation stuff, where they were made to believe that they were abused when they weren't. So we should have a guest, I think, in November who's going to be talking about their story. So if you got something like that and you want to come up too, send me an email. I'll try and get you scheduled.
And I might mention that October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I do have something planned. I know I had emailed you with a couple ideas, Ken, but I
saw that. I totally forgot about it.
No, that's okay, because I came
Thank you
up
for
with
reminding me.
this better. Yeah, you can just totally ignore my email. But anyways, I was actually involved with a couple who the man ended up murdering his wife. And we were, connected with them. And I've it's a pretty old story, but I'm going to present it in sort of a news kind of style, but also tell the story about our connection with that couple, and hopefully be able to bring to light some ways that you can spot some red flags for domestic violence in other couples, because couples hang out with other couples sometimes. And sometimes you see things and you don't say anything, or you don't make any actions or talk to that person about like, hey, I noticed this. But unfortunately, we had to deal with the death of a friend and a coworker because the husband ended up killing her. So stay tuned for before the end of October. Calming the Chaos is going to have an interesting, and this is me going a little out of the box, Ken. So you'd be proud of me.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah,
or participating if you want me there.
It's a pretty intense story. Yeah. So anyway, enough of that.
So this one here is Darrell. We'll do this one, and then I really want to watch that part of the documentary. We'll do that after this one, because I want to see how he was years ago, because that was, I think, 2010-ish was a documentary. So we'll watch that. And
somebody in your chat, I forget who it was, somebody with a J name, has all of his music, all of Darrell's music on.
Oh, I love the music. I've seen the music. Have you?
No, I haven't.
My God.
I'm trying to scroll through chat. If you're still in chat, the person who has the channel, it's Jen, was it Jen Pico? It was a J name. Anyway,
we might have to watch that.
Chat, let us know who you are and what your channel is. Again, I did not write it down.
Okay, I found it. We'll be watching that too, because the SUV that was used in the parade attack is actually present in that video. His mom's SUV. Like, I know, like I said, I told for people who are new, I use dark humor a lot. So if you hear the dark humor, I'm not making light of the situation. It's my way of processing shit. But, using mom's SUV, like, hey mom, can I borrow your SUV? What for? Nothing. Like, like, could you not just use your, like, why would you, because it's fucking ruined. Now mom doesn't have an SUV. Could you at least have used your own car, or like borrowed, like, go get a rent-a-car, get the full insurance so it's covered. They're fine. Like, but mom's car, mom doesn't have that much. Come, don't be a dick. Like, you know, if you're gonna go fucking off the wall, like, just don't fucking ruin mom, because now it's evidence. It's not coming. Like, you're fucked. So let's go ahead and watch this. He throws a fit after the judge decides to remove him to the other courtroom because he's failing to listen to and not talk over people. Because that's been a common theme. He talks over the judge, doesn't listen, is disrespectful, and is almost trying to poison the jury in the presence of the jury by saying shit like, this is unfair proceeding. This court's biased against me. Which, if the jury hears that, even though the judge says don't, disregard that, all it takes is one juror to hold out and say, I don't think he's guilty. Because the threshold is beyond a reasonable doubt. Is it reasonable that, again, reasonable is subjective-ish, is it reasonable that you have someone who's consistently going, the court's against me, they're saying that their motions are always being denied, they're always being, their objections are always being overruled, the state is always being sustained. Again, average intelligent person, assuming average intelligent person on the jury, and I don't think it's that far out there to get one person to say, no, this guy didn't do it. Is it likely to happen? No. But you could get a mistrial if someone, like, I don't know if he's trying to do that as part of his plan, quote unquote, but, I know under law, Lexi, like the reasonable person has a specific thing. But I mean, each person has a definite, like the average, like, I'm trying to remember what the reasonable person standard is under law. I cannot fucking remember it right now. But, each person in their mind, they may not have the legal definition may not make sense to them. They use their understanding of reasonable, Jurors are not perfect people. They're not like these perfect interpreters of the law. They're the interpreters of the facts. So they can interpret the facts how they see them. They can go to the facts and archives as, not that I hope this or want this or think it's the case, that he didn't do it and he's being, railroaded for it. That could be reasonable to that juror. That juror holds out mistrial. Like, shit like that does happen. I would say that it's very likely that Darrell did this crime. Whether I don't know if you would agree or not, if the intent is there for the high level murder charge, like whether it was like I don't remember what level. I don't know if it was murder 1 or 2. I'm trying to remember what the charges were.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that either, but definitely reckless endangerment, resulting in death, if that's even a thing. But yeah, so
First
you said
degree intentional homicide.
Okay.
So the intent element for a first degree. So it's not murder. So first degree intentional homicide. So if a juror says there's no intent there, that juror holds out on those, or you get enough people to swing either way. Maybe you don't get the intentional homicide, you get the other ones or whatever. What the hell are they? So it's 6 intentional homicide, and then what the fuck are the other ones? Oh god, I hate when news articles don't put things like just in one section. So, wait.
So when are we looking at another clip or
another clip, and then we're gonna look at his there was a documentary he was in.
Oh, okay.
So that's after this. So we're going to do this one first. This one's only 10 minutes. So.
Okay. That if you are in that courtroom, because I have put you there and you have not reclaimed the right to be present by number 1, asking, and then expressing a willingness to conduct yourself consistently with decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, you will remain over there. And it looks like he took his headphones off, so I will. Mr. Brooks, I'm advising you that if you fail to call a witness, you will forfeit your right to present any additional witnesses.
That's such a big deal, man.
And I'm doing this outside the presence of the jury right now for a reason. I need to know from you right now, you are unmuted, who is your next witness?
She's trying to say something to me. Yeah.
What you trying to say?
That was very disrespectful, sir. You chose to take off your headphones. You
Yeah,
choose
because
to
I'm
read.
muted. I'm muted. So why am I gonna have my headphones on and I'm muted?
Well, I would think your
Well, that's
headphones
not,
help
you don't
you
talk into the
hear.
headphones, but
The muting is so that I
Exactly.
don't have to hear
sorry,
the instructions.
I'm not being a dick.
Okay, well,
I was thinking the same
So
thing.
let me be
I'm
clear,
not trying to be
sir.
a dick.
And
you
you
ain't
are
gotta
not.
be clear
Sorry.
nothing. I don't gotta listen to you.
I will ask you one.
Just that level of
There's
like,
the ODD right there. I mean,
like,
what do you call it? Oppositional, defiant.
well, I mean, more conduct disorder, right? Like
Yeah, exactly.
that. Like if we go back to the damn, document, where is it
Yes.
at here? Often bullies, threatens, or intimidates others.
Oh my
Let's see, where is
God.
that here?
That
Let's
was
see.
funny. I totally appreciate you showing me that because I didn't see this one. I'm
Where's
muted, so I'm not going to put my headphones on. I think what he
Right.
meant to say is that if you don't hear me talk, I don't hear you talk. I think that's what he might. The counselor in me is coming out and saying that's what I think he was trying to communicate, but he was doing it kind of in a poor way. What do you guys
While in
think?
an agitated state makes it a little bit difficult to clearly. That's why, like I tell people when I deal with like couples or family shit in counseling, like, look, if you're ever at a point in your, like when you're talking with a kid or a couple, a spouse or a relation, whoever, and you're now raising your voice, there's no point in continuing. You need to take a break. And, or if you're so focused, even if you haven't raised your voice, if you're so focused on saying your piece but not listening, stop and take a break because you're not doing anything beneficial at this point. If you're not willing to listen and talk, or or if you're only listening but not saying anything and not contributing to the conversation, maybe you need to take a break because nothing beneficial is coming from that conversation.
Yeah, he's not wearing his headphones anymore, and what he's doing is it seems like he's typing on the keyboard. I'm just wondering where this is going. Is he going to put him on? Is he going to say something? Because obviously she's hearing him. He is not muted, is what I'm getting out of this.
Not now.
But he was previously because he kept interrupting her, and I remember seeing that part. But I didn't see it this far through. I think I started getting a little bit impatient with the whole thing, but I wonder what he's going to do.
Right. Where'd it go? Just trying to make sure I didn't miss any comments before I continue.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of back and forth about other cases going on right now.
Yeah, people are talking about Rittenhouse and Alex Jones in the chat. That's completely fine. I mean,
that's fine.
It's great,
Off topic,
but I don't know that we want to derail. Ken has this issue
I can
about
segue.
getting derailed anyway. But if we're going to go ahead and introduce those two, then we'll
we don't
never
talk about,
get through this.
We don't talk about my ADHD right now because it's not like I ever say. Right. It's not like I ever get off topic. Don't you fucking defame? That's fucking hot. How dare you,
Ken.
Tracy? That's messed up. I don't ever go off.
Ken. We love.
This is exactly
derailed
my mind map. My layout of this stream is exactly as it is on paper, and it is unbreaded, and it's gone exactly as I said it is. There's no way I've been derailed at all this stream. This is all planned. How dare you? I'm going to sue you. I'm going to lawsuit you.
Hey, you wanted me to push back. I'm pushing back.
I know. I hate myself right now.
Last time, sir. Who is your next witness?
He's so pissed right now.
First of all, is she talking to me again?
Oh my gosh.
We gotta keep doing this little childish stuff, dude. I gotta sit up here and I'm supposed to abide by every single rule, but nobody else gotta do that.
The record should
Judicial
reflect that Mr. Brooks is spouting off, making unsubstantiated allegations against this court, directly attacking the integrity of this court and these proceedings, while yet refusing to answer simple questions. Mr. Brooks,
That's not my name. I told you I don't consent to being called that name.
Sir, you are hereby advised this is the last time I will ask this question, or you will forfeit your right to present any additional witnesses, because you are not cooperating with this process.
Show me that is law. That's all I'm asking. Show me that is
Mr. Brooks.
How can I forfeit?
Grounds? Do we have grounds?
Have a defense? Are you kidding me?
All I'm asking is that you conduct yourself with dignity, with decorum, and with respect. I will gladly bring you back into this courtroom so you can present your additional witnesses. But you need to ask me to come back into this courtroom.
With all due respect, I'm tired of having this back and forth with you every day.
Namaste.
It's not my intention to come in here and have these interactions with you every day. It's not. Regardless to what you may think, regardless to how you may feel, that is not my intention. Okay? I simply do what I do because I do not have the understanding. So if I don't understand something, I'm going to ask a question. I apologize if it makes you feel that I'm intentionally trying to delay the proceedings. If I'm intentionally trying to be disruptive. Because that's not the case. And I feel very, 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 very disrespected every time the record is made, making it seem like that's what I'm attempting to do. So of course it's gonna frustrate. Of course it's gonna make me a little bit upset.
So, someone in chat made a very good point. Is it's worth taking the risk, I think, because you have really nothing to lose. You're on trial for what? Six first-degree intentional homicides, big charge, not murder, but big charge. It's life in prison. There's no death penalty, thankfully for him. Not thankfully as an outside observer. I don't, regardless of my personal views on it, I don't, for this case, it doesn't matter. We have life without parole or life with parole possibility. And so he is putting it like the rational mind would probably choose different. The person not struggling with a personality disorder that impacts their ability with impulsivity to, and again, Darrell Brooks has been diagnosed officially with antisocial personality disorder. He has a history of bipolar disorder and depression in childhood. So there's a history of mental health. So you have someone with, again, antisocial personality disorder. For those who would join later, I went through the definition. Antisocial in this context for antisocial personality disorder means against like societal norms and expectations, not like I don't want to talk to people, leave me alone. That's not what it means in this context. So what Darrell's doing right now is like a perfect, like interrupting, like talking over. Like, for example, when Tracy and I are talking and she starts talking or I start talking, I don't just keep running over her. If I do, I apologize, or I try to be like, do it, whatever. Or if, she does something that pisses me off, I try to handle it appropriately or whatever. I don't just go balls to the wall and just, I don't care. Using the proper term of calling the judge dude, I think that's a great move. He's at that point where his impulsivity it's just high. Like there's no ability to restrain himself. I mean, I could to be fair to him, the emotions that this trial must be bringing for him are a ton. Like there's no downplaying that for the defendant. Like he is struggling significantly with the amount of long-term impact this will have on his life. You cannot ignore that ever. You have to factor that into why he's probably doing the things he's doing. And that, along with his mental health, along with his history, probably gives you a good understanding of why we see Darrell Brooks this way. Is this an insane man? No. Is this a man probably, if you threw him into the water, is he probably struggling to swim and, the rescuer who's coming to save him would probably get pulled under by him because he's flailing, because that does happen.
Well, he's using all of the defenses that people use when they are struggling and under a lot of stress. So he's using that passive aggressive stuff. He's trying to make his point without making his point, which is, oh, are you listening to me now? Oh, okay. Well, I was muted, so I wasn't going to listen to you. And then he tries outright aggression. And he tries that. I mean, you saw that rage in his face. So he tries intimidation. There's all kinds of deflection. I can't even begin to name the defenses that he, which, this is the psychological defenses that he's using. And he is acting in his own defense. And it's just so interesting to see these psychological defenses that we use in contact with people every day in dysfunctional or codependent families and relationships coming out in the courtroom. It's just so fascinating. What do you think? Or maybe you went to the bathroom.
No, I'm here. I was trying to let you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Darrell Brooks had the. No, I'm not gonna make that joke because I feel really bad just thinking that. Or if chat believes me, I'll tell the joke. But I'm not gonna make that joke. But
You
no, I
need
was
to
here.
tell
I was
the
just.
joke.
I was gonna say I'm gonna let you finish, Tracy. But Darrell Brooks has the best parade bowling record of all time. Of all time.
The
Yeah,
what? Bowling?
the best parade bowling record of all time.
Oh, parade bowling. Oh, that
Yeah,
is so wrong
I
on
know.
so many
I said it was
levels.
awful. I said it was awful.
Oh.
Like I
I
said,
was
the
done
dark.
anyway. I was done anyway. You can
I
continue to
know.
play it.
I know. I was just
I
saying
want to
that
see what
like
happens.
I thought it, and I'm like, I really don't want to see this. It's just that's somehow my mind works, but it somehow works.
That is
It's
so
functioning.
wrong.
Don't
I bet
ask
Tim
me
loves
how
it
I
though.
ask me how I finished a master's degree because I still don't fucking understand that. So
And I just want you to understand that. It seems to me the way I'm interpreting what you're doing, which is it is your courtroom. That's not it. That's not a dispute. That's not up for debate. You control what's going on in there. That's not a dispute. But the way I'm interpreting what you're doing is that I'm being held in contempt. That's how I'm interpreting. Because one of the three things that's cited in the Illinois versus Allen, one of them is being gagged. I haven't been gagged. One of them is held in contempt.
What's the third, Mr. Brooks? What's the third?
The third is removed from the courtroom while the trial continues, right? That's the third, right?
And that's what's been done.
Okay. So now, where does it say after that having me on a headset or being able to see and hear and all this and this, how is that not prejudicing my defense?
Sir, you can raise that issue on appeal. You can raise that issue on appeal if you are convicted.
This is why I say that though, because I can't even see. The only thing I can see right now when I'm looking at the TV is you and the prosecution table. I can't see anything else.
I understand that, sir. I'm fully aware of that.
So I'm not fully aware of what's going on in the courtroom. Don't I deserve that right to be able to see and hear everything that's going on?
If you can conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, the answer then is yes. So, I'm not going to have a debate with you about the law. I will ask you again, would you like to come back into this courtroom?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, I'm asking the questions right now. Would you like to come back into this courtroom? Yes or no?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, it's a yes or no question. Would you like to come back into this?
My answer was based on the reason why I'm answering like that is because the moment I say something, it's going to get me put out. I don't want to keep hauling this stuff back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It makes essentially, it wastes time, really.
I'm well aware of that, sir, that it delays the proceedings.
But then it's laid at my feet as if that's my attempt. You think I want to be over here?
Sir, I don't know what you want or don't want at this time. I know that we need to complete this trial and that you have frustrated today more than ever before the ability of this court to do that.
Well, I apologize for you feeling that way, but I'm frustrated too. And nobody seems to take that into account. I'm just as frustrated as everybody. Probably more.
Then I suggest that you conform your conduct to the requirements of courtesy and decorum so that you don't run the risk of forfeiting your right to be present. But that falls on you and you alone, sir.
There is no conduct. I don't understand what you mean by that. I really don't.
Mr. Brooks, you may not understand it. I don't think that's accurate. I think you know exactly what you're doing.
If that's what you think, that's fine. I can't argue
And
with
you have
about your
demonstrated
opinion.
throughout this case that you pay attention to witnesses' testimony, that you make cogent and coherent objections, at times that you have even had evidence suppressed in this case or stricken. That's the word I used during this case. You made an opening statement. You communicate with witnesses. So
Your
you
Honor,
clearly
it's
read,
not
write,
fair.
and understand English. That's not an issue
not-
here, sir.
It's not fair
Are
to
you
say-
self-represented? Absolutely. Does that present difficulties and disadvantages? Absolutely. But that takes me back to when you waived your right to counsel. And you did so knowingly, freely, voluntarily, and with a full understanding of the disadvantages and advantages of doing so, meaning advantages of having an attorney, the disadvantages of doing it on your own, and you made a deliberate decision to
Your Honor, that's
represent
not fair.
yourself, and that comes at a risk to you of, yes, at times not fully understanding the law, the rules of evidence, the rules of procedure, but you
That's
do
not
so
fair.
at your peril.
That's not fair to state, Your Honor, because
So I'm going to do the
Correct.
following, since I'm not really getting anywhere. I'm going to mute you for the moment. I'm not getting anywhere with him. I would like him to be brought over, and he has a choice to make. He can come back over, or he doesn't. Either way, he's going to be asked to call a witness in front of the jury. I will ask him 3 times if he fails to give me a direct answer, and after the 3rd time, I will make the appropriate finding, but I will do that outside the presence of the jury. But we are going to continue, so we'll go off the record, and he will come back over here. Thank you. We are in recess until that happens.
And then there's the eagle. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's.
You know, one of the
Yeah,
things
he
I would
continues even after she adjourned. That's so ballsy to me. Like the court is, the court doesn't reach that. Okay, well, you can't keep talking. It's just not on the record. I mean, is it on the record? I don't know. I still don't know if anything's on the record.
So
But
one of the things I don't understand is why the judge didn't say something like, "Sir, I'm holding you to the same standards I would hold any attorney to. And so it's your choice. If you want to come into the courtroom, you need to," oh, and she said that part. But I don't, if you are choosing to represent yourself, I'm going to be treating you like I would treat any other attorney, which is there are rules in the courtroom that you need to adhere to. If you do not want to be kicked out again, you need to follow the rules. I don't know that she said it that plainly, but I think maybe he needed to hear it that way. What do you think? He's in the bathroom.
no, I'm still here. If I'm in the bathroom, you'll know.
Please
Not
take us
necessarily
in
to
there
go-
with you. It will
I mean,
probably
I
increase
can.
your viewership.
I don't know about that. That's on my OnlyFans.
That's true.
But the thing is some people in the chat, and I get a lot of people are frustrated with the judge asking him multiple times. But I think, and then I think that Nick has said, and other Rakita Law, for those who are unfamiliar with who Nick is, Rakita Law and other people who are familiar with this case, and who've been watching it and who've acknowledged in the law, is that she's trying to keep it from being overturned, anything coming up on appeal that's valid. So she's like, because it's a big deal in this city. I don't know how big Waukesha is. I don't think it's this huge town. Let me actually look at this monthly population. So 72,000 people. So not huge, not big, not small. So that's this kind of event from, like I said earlier, this one person killing 6 people and hitting dozens of others, all those secondary and tertiary relationships, this has an impact on thousands of people in that city, right? The people who knew that person, or they worked with the person that they worked at the store and interacted with them, and then their friends know that they worked with them. You have those second and third, the degrees of bacon, as people like to use, those degrees of bacon degrees of Darrell Brooks. How many degrees of Darrell Brooks are people going to be in the community of Waukesha? I guarantee you there's probably for many people 2 to 3 degrees of separation from Darrell. People who either directly know him, know people who were injured by him, know people who knew those people. Like, he has caused a significant impact on a, good percentage of the city, right? You have 70-some thousand people. 1,000 people, 1/70%. Oh, so if I be nice and say 2,000, so what's 2,000 divided by 70,000? It's almost 3% of a city. One incident having that much impact on a city is a big deal. So, of course, the judge doesn't want to fuck it up. Is it irritating as shit to watch? Yes, it can be. But she's definitely walking a fine line of preserving the appeal point and losing control of the courtroom. And then she's definitely lost control of the courtroom.
I think she's doing, in general, a really good job. I just think that she needs to speak in more plain language for him. That's just the communication style, and also give examples. And you do have a super chat from Joel with a question, a bit off topic. Yeah.
But did you see when Brooks was questioning a Latino guy? He barely made eye contact. He saw that kind of people. He saw the kind of people he'll face in prison. I don't remember who the Latino guy was. If someone can refresh my recollection, to use a court term, but thank you for the €5.
Yeah, or maybe which day it was on, day whatever. Trial.
I don't know if anyone has. If you could legit cite to it, and give me a proper timestamp, I could quickly pull it up maybe. But this is when she did the whole fearful of Brooke. Someone in one of Nick's chats when I was watching said that maybe she has a history of domestic violence, and that's why she was fearful. And that might explain, because one, people have, and I don't know if I agree with this or not. People have said that if this was a male judge, that he wouldn't do this. I disagree. I still think he would do most of it. He probably feels the ability to, because of relationships, because of his abusive behavior in relationships, to overpower women. And so that's his natural learned response, is that I can bully, I can, to summarize it simply and not necessarily the best way, I will slap the bitch and make her listen. This is verbally trying to slap the judge and say, you're going to do it my way, or you're going to pay for it and get it worked.
I was definitely thinking about that when I was on my walk and listening to you and Ada, and that what about if the judge in the Edgecombe trial, and I'm sure Nick has probably thought this too. I love
that judge.
That judge would be perfect for this case, and he would not put up with any bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I love that judge.
Yeah, he was doing, the way he handled everything in that courtroom, and then he started even getting kind of funny and jokey at the end, and cranky when the Packers lost. I mean, he was a great judge, and I think you might be right about the whole masculine feminine thing. Maybe that power dynamic is I got to take the power back.
But I think it would still be present, because then you have two alphas facing off, right? Not an alpha and a dominant and submissive. I'm not saying in a sexual term, but as far as a personality and behavior term, right? You have Brooks, who's in this situation trying to dominate the proceedings. He's trying to run the proceedings, and he has been. Like Nick said in whenever she's caved to him, this is your last chance. Okay, this is your last chance. This is your 87th last chance, Mr. Brooks. She's caving. He is doing, and kind of touching back on the, freezing at that young age. He's doing that childhood, I'm going to grab my bag of cereal and spin around in the center of the grocery store to get till you buy the cereal, so I'll stop crying. And he's doing that because the only things that happen is that they benefit him. The judge holds him in contempt. He's already in prison, and it delays the trial. She removes him to the other courtroom. Okay. In his mind, again, his mind is probably, I can justify that I was unfairly prosecuted and that they were discriminating against me and they were biased against me because they removed me from the courtroom from my own trial when I was representing myself. Again, thoughts in his mind, not saying that's actually the way it would work. So if that's the case, then there's no loss. All he has to do is keep pushing until the judge gives in. The judge will give in, either the break, the closest he came to really fucking up was when she said, "I will take all your witnesses away. You will lose the ability to call any more witnesses." And that was this. And it got figured out. She didn't do it. She had the right to, but it would make an appeal point that could be argued. I didn't finish, and again, I didn't finish my, I'm pro se, well, I'm sorry, pro per, I'm pro per, and I didn't finish my presentation of my case in chief because the judge, made a abuse of discretion in ending my ability to present witnesses. And that right there, theoretically, could be reversible error. Again, not a lawyer, I'm a therapist, so, but from my understanding of law, that's a way that could go down. Unlikely, but that's you and I in a rational mindset. Darrell Brooks is not working in a rational mindset. He's working with the mindset of someone with a severe personality disorder, who is facing the rest of his life behind bars, who the people in that jail probably know the people who were hurt. I guarantee you, someone in that jail or the prison he's going to will know people that were hurt or killed in that incident. He is not looking at a good day. He is a very infamous person at this point. People will know who he is. People, not that he should be. People will fuck with him. People will mess with him. People might even do things as far as like raping him because they are pissed at what he did. He killed a kid and killed 5 old people. Like, that's just not cool. Like, it's not like, oh, I killed, not that, DV murders is a bit good. Oh, I killed my wife in a fit of rage. No, I drove through a parade of kids and teens and adults and grandmas dancing and shit. It's like looked on the same way as like sex offenders, like child sex offenders. Like the people in prison do not put up with that shit. You kill a kid, they don't like that. You are a target from the moment you enter that. People probably be in protective custody, as someone was saying. And that's a lot of fucking time in protective custody. Your mind will fucking go being isolated that long. That's insane.
You and Aiden were talking earlier about Monday, which is tomorrow, right? Like, what is happening tomorrow that we need to watch out for? Because now that you've got me hooked on this case, I want to know about Monday.
So tomorrow is supposed to be the rest of the presentation of his case in chief. He was supposed to try and get a subpoena for his mom. He wants his mom to testify, and that's not happening. But his mom apparently will show up voluntarily to testify, according to him, and then the opportunity for him to testify on his own behalf is tomorrow.
Okay, so he's gonna. Is he gonna question himself? I mean, because the defense is on right now, right?
Uncivil Law said apparently there has been a case in the U.S. where someone sat at the table, went to the box, sat at the table, went to the box, asked the question. Apparently that has happened.
Yeah.
But apparently most courtrooms, they let you do it in like a narrative format. But the issue is it opens you to cross. Now, I will ask this while we have like 100 and something people watching.
120.
I know Nick has been streaming the trial. I know other people have been streaming the trial. Is anyone actually interested in watching the rest of this? Because if he testifies tomorrow, that would be awesome to watch. I don't know if I want to watch it or not and live stream it. But if you guys want me to watch and live stream and give the therapist response to that, I will do it. I'm off. I don't work tomorrow.
Me neither.
I can do it. If Tracy, you want to do it, it's going to be a long day. But tomorrow will be that. Any closing arguments and jury instructions, I think, would be tomorrow. So it would be a long day. But that would be an opportunity to, analyze his response. Like we could do the whole psychoanalysis of his responses and how he's behaving and do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live, to quote a famous person. And see how this actually has impacted him if he does testify. I really hope he does, only because I want to analyze it. The legal side of me says, dear God, don't do it, because you will totally say something on cross that will end you. But I'll put a poll up and see if anyone wants to watch me tomorrow.
That's
if
fair.
not, then everyone can watch Nick or.
Yeah, because what you could do, and sometimes what I've done it too is I would go I'd have 2 different screens. If I have the time, I'd be doing some work in the background, but if I have my desktop on, I'll have you or I'll have somebody else and I'll go from stream to stream and I'll listen, or I'll listen to one on my phone and one on my desktop. So even if Nick is up and doing the law perspective, I think it'd be kind of cool to have like that switch back
to
to
do the therapy for the
psychological. Yeah, I
Okay.
think it would if nobody else is doing it. And
No one
Nick
else
is
is doing
totally
that.
fine with you grifting off of him. He's said that
I
about a lot of
guarantee
people.
I meant to text Nick and see if he wanted to come on today, but I know he was at church. But I might text Nick and say, hey, I'm doing this if people want a psychological, because like I did like a $2 donation last night with my local coins to say, hey, I'm doing a stream tomorrow on Darrell Brooks. So that probably helped with some of the early viewers. But apparently YouTube recommended me, which I don't know what I did to do that. But thank you, the lords of YouTube. I love you. I will send you all the nudes that you want, just whatever it is to keep recommending me to more people. I will do it. Please just let me know, YouTube.
Did you just say you'd send nudes to YouTube?
If they'll recommend me and increase my viewership, but I will increase my growth potential.
A free subscription to Ken's OnlyFans, maybe. That would
listen,
be interesting.
I'm still pissed that they will not approve. I need to go back and try to do that again. The casting couch. I just want to post big black couches on my OnlyFans. That's all I want to do. And I don't even care about makeup. I just want to do it for shits and giggles. But they will not approve my fucking OnlyFans. I'm going to have to go to a different site. I'm so mad about that. But if people really want that, I will do, I know people want me to join Nick's stream. People have tried bullying him in his locals live chat. He likes to only do he says he likes to only do lawyers during the court trial. So, I mean, I can ask. I don't like to feel like I'm imposing, but trust me, because I have no problem going on Nick's stream. I love being on Nick's stream, but I don't want to go on and like feel like hey, can you put me on the stream? I know you don't like doing it, because I would have no problem. Oh, he's not streaming it tomorrow. Half day on civil, half day Aussie law. Oh shit, I forgot he's not streaming tomorrow. So that's a perfect opportunity to stream it. What's the fucking
Why isn't he
poll
streaming it if Monday's supposed to be such a great day?
He's got something going on. We've got 27 votes right now, 93% yes. We got 123 concurrent viewers. So I'm going to need to get at least over 50 or 75 votes before I can tell my wife I'm spending most of the day tomorrow streaming.
Well, the thing is, though, with live, commentary, you can't go on tangents a whole lot. So you're going to have to reel yourself in there, Ken.
You can't tell me what to do, dude.
Oh, really? You're in contempt of my court. Oh, that's right. This is your channel. Maybe I am in contempt of your court.
Yes, Mommy Tracy.
You could always, boot me out, right? There's all this option.
I guess I
power
could.
You have over me to kick me to the studio.
I still have I have this feature where I can add. I don't have anyone yet because I don't have anyone a lot of the people that are my mods and stuff are all different schedules and stuff. So I don't expect any of them to actually help because obviously they're not getting paid or anything. But I can assign people the roles to be able to control like the things that pop up on screen to let guests in and out. I just haven't assigned them to anyone yet. So we're watching this next. This is Mr. Brooks doing a 2000 and something in early 2000.
Yeah, like you need to get
wow.
Stegus in here.
2000, 240p. That sucks. This is potato quality. I have no control over this guy. Now I can do it. Joel said, "Can you put text on screen?" I can talk over, I'll do like Nick does, talk during breaks or when it's important. I could do it. I think it's just pulling it off the right way. I haven't done a live react to that because, I mean, I could technically always pause and we just catch up on breaks.
That's not him, is it?
No.
Dude.
I went a little early. We're about to start it though. So, no, that's definitely not him. No,
okay.
This is a young Ken Jennings. This is a rough point in my life. Okay. Also, I think I'm at 5 drinks. I'm gonna take 2 drinks right now. I'm down to 3 drinks. If anyone still wants to make
get
me
a drink. Actually,
if anyone wants to make me drink,
can I take a break and get a drink?
Go for it. Do you want me to wait to start this, or
you don't have to wait for me? I'll be
okay.
back.
All right, so we're gonna start this real quick. Streaming on Rumble. I am streaming on Rumble. I'm streaming on Rumble, Odyssey, and YouTube right now. You can find me on rumble.com/Steve/Kent Counseling Couch. You can find me on Odyssey.com Odyssey spelled ODYSEE.com/, the @ Ken's Counseling Couch. And then the YouTube at Ken's Counseling Couch. I also have an archive channel that I host certain things on. And make sure if you really like my content, and even if you don't, again, I'll preface, I don't ever expect anyone to give me money. I do the grift joke because it's funny and Nick does it. And I've always appreciated whether you give me $1, $5, just watching, I appreciate it. The fact that 113 people are taking time out of the day to watch my dumbass, I'll take it, right? I'll take it. I don't know what's so special about me, but I'll take it. If people are enjoying it, I love doing the content. This is legitimately a self-care thing for me. I get a lot of positive benefit out of doing streaming. It's helpful for my own mental health, and people are not only educated. I can't tell you how many, and I don't say this to sound like, I'm doing anything special, but I know a lot of people have messaged me and say, hey, Ken, this stream, are you talking, or you spending 10, 15 minutes to talk to me? I really appreciate it. It got me getting my shit together, got me on the right track. And I'm in this field because I love helping people. I work mostly with kids. Right now, I love working with kids. I love making sure kids change to never get to being a Darrell Brooks. I can only help facilitate the change. It's on them. But having an opportunity, if they're going to sit across the desk from me, across across the room from me on the couch or whatever, and talk to me for an hour or whatever, and really pour their heart and soul into it, I will give them every minute of the time. Hell, I run over counseling all the time because I want my clients to walk out feeling like they've accomplished something, or that there was at least some benefit to their day in the hour or so they spent in the session with me. So, but I really enjoy doing this. I appreciate you guys watching, all the new followers, all the new watchers. If you like me, subscribe here, subscribe on Rumble, subscribe on Odyssey. If you want to make sure you don't miss my streams, because normally YouTube sucks at notifying people, go to my locals page, kenscounselingcouch.locals.com, or if you want a simple URL, just go to supportken.com. It'll take you straight to my locals page. You can sign up there for free to get notifications, see the post of upcoming streams, any other cool, unique content and stuff we do. It's all visible over there. Go nuts. Sign up for free to follow. If you like it and you want to support me, get access to some, I have some more time. I'm trying to redo the things. You also get access to the Discord by joining the locals. The members only Discord. If you support, you get $5, $5 a month to join the Discord. There's some shenanigans that go down in there. It's a pretty cool place. All very supportive of each other. It's a great place to hang out. The locals, like I said, $5. If you want to throw the money out there, I'm appreciative of it. I'm trying to put more content into my supporters and give them, a thank you and give the payback to them. I have been juggling a lot, like we had a hurricane recently. My back issues don't always help. So there's that. So that's my grift for the moment. If you want to find out when I'm streaming, definitely subscribe to my locals because the notification goes out to your email, to your app. It's free to sign up, and then it's $5 a month if you want to support. So, all right, welcome back, Tracy. I grifted while you were gone to give you time to come back. So that worked because
apparently I have a house guest. They're watching the Seahawks game downstairs, but I said hi and all that other stuff, and boy, and that means my husband's going to be cooking something really yummy for dinner. So I'm so excited. Anyway, cheers, Ken.
Stacey said not too much talking though. If I were to, that's fine. I can do that. I have no problem. Even taking notes and stuff while the thing's going on tomorrow, and talking during breaks or talking during those pauses or during the boring shit. Because I am truly fascinated by this case. Like I said, I'm not simping for Darrell. I'll make my dark humor joke. And like I said, really follow me on locals if you want to make sure when I'm streaming, because YouTube sucks at putting out notifications. But let's go ahead and watch this interview of Darrell Brooks from 2010-ish. It's a documentary about methamphetamine addiction, I believe. So
you can see
it starts in about 10 seconds. I'm just doing the preface before his section comes up.
see it outwardly, but it's also devastating inwardly.
That's me on the left. That's me on the right. No, it's not me. I'm not addicted to methamphetamine.
I didn't think about
Here we go.
You know, I got this beautiful kid who's going without my time. I thought I would just be this wonderful father, just be the greatest dad ever. You know, the vision is just like, I'm gonna give him everything that I didn't have. But then it's like, reality set in. You actually become the drug. Not even a human being. Basically, that's how I felt. Like I wasn't a human anymore.
He has several kids,
I was
Archive.
just something vile, disgusting, despicable. I could go on. I could use a lot of words, but that's what I became. It's really what I became.
Real quick, Blue Order. This is a documentary Brooks was filmed in jail / prison. I don't remember which one. On talking about methamphetamine addiction. I don't know if he talked more or if that's the only section. Someone gave the timestamp below. That might be the only section here.
Wow.
So, what did you think about his presentation in that minute or so versus Darrell Brooks now?
Yeah, he seemed a lot less angry and a little more humble. And the way he said, "I have this beautiful kid," seems like he appreciates that, but he also he seems to maybe be taking a little bit more responsibility. But how long ago was that?
Hold on. Let me post that link in the chat. That's the video. I have it here on one of these tabs.
Oh, Cece's saying that he's got 3 kids and the 15-year-old daughter with Erica Patterson had a baby in May. So I wonder.
This, I think, because this video was around 2010. So this is at least a decade ago.
God. Okay.
So
yeah,
I'm
it could have been
pretty
that 15. It could have been the daughter he was talking about then, maybe.
Let's see here. What's it called? Crystal.
Yeah.
2007 documentary.
7. Okay.
Okay, so this is from a New York Post article summarizing the events last year. It says, in 2005, he moved to Reno, Nevada in a bid for a fresh start, but within a year, he was charged with statutory sexual seduction and contributing to the delinquency of a minor after he raped and impregnated a teen girl, who he claimed told him she was 18 at the time. He settled the case by pleading guilty, but was ordered not to contact the victim, a requirement he repeatedly violated by calling the teen using a stolen phone card and confronting her at a bus stop, landing him back in jail where he served just 129 days, records show. As a result of that conviction, Brooks was forced to register as a sex offender in the state, and during his time behind the bars, he participated in a 2007 documentary called Crystal Darkness. That's what we just watched. So there's some insight to that. So it's interesting getting some more of the history. I love the history. So.
But you said he became the drug. What did you think about that? I became the drug.
I guess it depends. How do you interpret it? Because I think might interpret it a little differently.
I feel like that statement's a little victim-y, to be honest. Like not like almost like the drug did this to me and then I became it. Kind of like, okay, I'm an eating disorder specialist, so it's kind of like it's the eating disorder that consumed me. And I can get that part too, because if you can identify what it is that gets you, then you need to stay away from it. But food is a little bit difficult because we all need food to live. We don't need meth to live.
I mean, the addict has the physiologic, like the body's addiction. Like I take meds for my back pain. If I miss my meds, I know it. I have such a high dosage. Like I have to, like if I were to want to quit my meds today, assuming my back pain stopped, like some miracle cure just cures me of my back pain, all of that pain's gone, I legitimately just cannot stop taking the pain meds. The withdrawal symptoms will be horrific. Now, luckily, having had I've done the DNA chromosome, I put my DNA profile through Prometheus, which is a cool website where they do the imputed data on your chromosome map and shit. Apparently, I have a chromosome or whatever the hell it is, a thing where my body's ability to process morphine is enhanced. So like apparently the side effect of that for me is I don't get any high feelings from opioids. I take a shitload of morphine and I don't get any high from it. Like I just, cause like I had to go to my dental issue from the week before or whatever. I had to drive to like an hour to go to the VA hospital to get the urgent dental appointment. And I drove there and I was telling the doctor, I'm on the pain, I'm on this. And he's like, how'd you get here? I was like, I drove here. He's like, you drove? I'm like, I drive on this shit all the time. I've been taking it since 2016. It's, I've gone from Vicodin to oxycodone to morphine. And so I have, no impairment on my ability. Like I function normally. I don't have any high, which I'm glad because I don't want to deal with that kind of addiction. It sucks that my body's addicted to it, but I could get where, like Darrell's saying, I become the drug. Kind of like for me, I'm slightly chained to my prescription. Like if I miss my meds by more than like an hour or two, I start to know it. I could start to feel it. It's really shitty because I hate that I have to do that. I'm trying to get procedures done to help not need as much, but thankfully, John, I have the VA requires me to, as part of the pain management program, I have to get labs done every so often to make sure my liver and kidneys are all good. Everything's stellar. Even with the fucking stack of meds I take, I am stellar. My kidneys and liver, all of it's functioning great. So I'm thankfully good with that. I get the labs done regularly, thankfully. But yeah, like
yeah, you have to do that with even the medication that they prescribe for bipolar disorder, like lithium. Lithium is especially harmful to the liver, or potentially. So yeah, when you're on these kind of medications, you're going to be getting labs done regularly.
So yeah, you got to do the labs just to make sure that, because that not only to make sure your liver's good, to actually make sure you're taking the drug. They do the urinalysis to make sure that you're actually taking the medication. So, but with Vince, let's watch it one more time, because I think it's truly a different Darrell. This is 2007, so 15 years ago, is my math right? Or 14 years ago from the time of the incident. So in 14 years, how has Darrell changed? From this interview
I didn't
to now,
think about,
or last year, rather.
I got this beautiful kid who's going without my time. I thought I would just be this wonderful father, just be the greatest dad ever. The vision is just like.
So what do you think about that statement? Because this kid, I don't know if he's talking necessarily about his other kid. I don't know how old they are. Because this kid would be in 2006, 2007. So his one kid would be 15. Now, I know he has another kid that's 18. I think he has an adult kid. So I don't know if he's talking about, being the perfect father with, because if you think about it in the context of he's wanting to be the perfect father and stuff, in the context of, he was convicted on forcible sexual seduction of a minor, and so a rape effectively of a minor to get it pregnant. And do you think that's a twisted thinking view, or does it separate itself from the incident? Like, how do you?
He is so confusing to even understand for me. He talks in circles, says a lot of what do they call it? Word salad sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, what is your point? I guess I'm just a little bit more of a plain speaker in that way, in that like I have a pretty clear idea of what I want to say and I say it. But he was just sort of roaming around a subject and being very vague. And honestly, I don't know. So I'm just going to have to say, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, I think it's a good question. Like, I don't know the answer either. Because, I mean, if that's, using delusion, not saying that he is delusion, but, taking a delusion is an example, someone has this mindset of, even though, say, I raped a chick, she said she was 18, but we had this baby together, so I'm going to be a good dad. But, that's, assuming you maintain custody and visitation, how does that play into raising a kid? When questions of parentage come up, because the mom is going to have issues with, like, the mom would probably start feeding that your dad's a bad guy young, early, and then when the kid's old enough, yeah, your dad raped me. That's how you're here. And depending on if the mom's spiteful or whatever, that happens a
Yeah,
lot.
it's interesting that he didn't say, I wonder how my kid feels that they've got a dad in prison. It wasn't even from any kind of perspective except for his own. And that something you just said reminded me of that. Like, yeah, I wonder what that kid feels. He didn't even say anything about, well, I wonder what my beautiful kid feels like that have a dad in prison. Why is there a fruit fly? Probably because I started drinking wine.
I know, I hate fruit flies. They're so
They're
freaking
so
annoying.
annoying. Just don't get into my Chardonnay, okay?
Yeah,
Jeez.
that's the important thing. That's the first important thing, right?
I guess they're protein though, right?
Yeah,
It's
John was saying,
protein.
sorry to block your screen, because the chat's really high. I hate that it does that. That's the exact same Darrell. He joined the pretrial intervention program because he said he was on drugs. There are some positives for an inmate. He was in there for statutory rape with his baby mama. So yeah.
Okay.
YouTube won't let me give you money. What? I thought you did earlier. That's weird. And then Jody says, Ken to George Floyd, haha, you're like a child. Watch this. Does a 5-inch line of fentanyl. I haven't tried fentanyl. The only thing I've done higher than morphine was Dilaudid post-surgery because none of the morphine was touching having a dozen screws put in my back during my third back surgery. And they had to use Narcan during my surgery because of a respiratory issue. So I woke up from my third back surgery feeling everything. Now fucking sucked. So, yeah, I needed Dilaudid to get through that post-surgery pain. And even with that, no side effects, like no drowsiness, no high, so. Yeah, I guess I've been lucky with that, thankfully.
And why did they show the toilet? This is why I get really kind of nervous when they show toilets because I'm like, what's going to be floating around in that toilet?
I'm hoping they check the bowl before they put it on film. Like, did they check the bowl?
You don't want one of them poker logs coming up there and saying hello to Mr. Hinky.
I think one of the biggest things that matters in regard to this case, and I see it a lot with, not just this, but other things I've covered, clients, personal life, accountability is such a huge deal in a lot of this. Like, can Darrell actually accept accountability for what he's done? Whether he says it during trial or not, because that would give him up and he's guaranteed a conviction. He has the slimmest chance of a mistrial at this point. Slimmest. Not likely going to happen. It would require a big fuck up between now and the end of the case. Because none of the stuff beforehand has really been good ground. Right? So, assuming that, he gets convicted, does he ever take the true accountability for what he's done to impact these people's lives? Because, like I said, thousands of people's lives are impacted tangentially because of what he did in this day. Because of the argument with his baby mama. This all, because of that incident, within the span of a minute or two, all this damage, all this pain and hurt was done. Can you ever, because think about it this way, if you accept accountability, then you're truly recognizing the harm and hurt you did, and can you really live with yourself with that? Can someone really live with it? I killed an 8-year-old kid, I killed a bunch of grandparents, I severely injured a bunch of kids and older people, and lifelong pain and suffering. That's the kind of shit that, if you were to accept it, and have that on your mind all the time could put you into a suicidal state and a severely depressed state if you don't do it right. So as far as accepting accountability, there's two sides to that coin. He doesn't do it now, but if he does it, and I know some people would say him, ending his life would be a good thing. I would disagree, as a general rule. But he has, this thing where if you truly process all of the hurt, how many days can you live with that on your mind without being able to pay the penance, without being able to make it right? Because trust me, I make mistakes and I fucking hate when I do things wrong, and I always try to correct them as best as I can, or if I can't correct them, I have to find my way to closure, and it ain't fucking easy. And I'm a therapist, and I know the way things are supposed to be done doesn't mean I still don't do them right, because I'm human and I'm obviously too close to my own issues to fix myself. That's why I have my own therapist. Spoiler alert, most therapists have a therapist, or a good chunk of them have a therapist, because you can't deal with all the shit we deal with without needing to talk to somebody about it. It's a lot. Say, my psychiatrist has a psychiatrist and a therapist. My psychologist had, my former the one I was seeing, she was working now with only PTSD patients, but she, I'm pretty sure, had a therapist and a psychiatrist for meds. Like, it's common. Like, because I've had people criticize me that if you're a therapist getting therapy, you shouldn't be a therapist. I absolutely disagree with that. I think you're a better therapist by being both a therapist and in the client role, because you get to see both sides of the coin. Like, I would, like, you might think of something as a therapist to do, but if your therapist did it to you, or maybe you've had a therapist do it to you, you maybe thought as a clinician, this is a good idea, but as the client, you're like, what the fuck is this? Why would you say that? Why would you do that? This makes no sense. This doesn't help, So
I have a therapist. I go to religiously every month, but then when I need him more, I'll do every 2 weeks. And sometimes I will just text him and say, hey, you got any open spots this week? And I'm not ashamed of that. You need it. When you're a therapist yourself, you need to decompress, and you're a human. I know somebody earlier in your chat was saying something like, oh, Ken's getting drunk and he takes medications and all that stuff. Well,
yeah, I saw that.
And he plays Cards Against Humanity on his birthday stream and all that
Wait,
stuff.
did they say that?
Well, they did say that.
About my Cards Against Humanity stream?
No, not about. No, I invited them because they said that you were drunk, and I said, no, I don't think he's drunk, because if you want drunk Ken, you need to go back and watch the birthday stream. And they're like,
we need more super chat to get to drunk Ken today. Ken is in a very nice state right now.
Yeah, he's not. Actually, he's in a state of bliss, actually, because we're about to look at a toilet. That is clean. It does not have Mr. Hanky in it.
Look! Good citation. Good job, Trey. I love the 12 part.
I need to be quiet.
Oh, that's funny. So let's watch this one more time. I've got a few more Darrell clips, and then I might try to find the. Someone said the one real moment I believe he had was when the mom testified on cross about her kids, which left him speechless. So if someone, I'll try to find it, but if someone could find that, that'd be great. I guess when I say psychoanalysis, I guess if you would say, what would be a better way to word it then? Because psychoanalysis is a quick way. I think most people using the vernacular would be able to go, oh, this is what this stream's about. Say, if there's a better way to say it, I'll rephrase it because I obviously know this isn't like using, like Freud, psychoanalytic. Like, I know it's not that, right? So if there's a better way to phrase it, I'll do it. I'll accept that criticism because it's not, like that style of therapy. I'm doing, because for the record, I practice mostly CBT and client-centered therapy. So if there's a better way to phrase it, I'll do it. I was trying to be fair, I did make this stream and the thumbnail and all that stuff at like 5 a.m. and didn't really sleep. So I was just trying to come up with something quick to throw up and figure out what I was doing for a stream. So maybe if it's a bad title, I'll take that. I don't know what you think, Tracy. Do you think it's a fair title, or do you think it should be changed?
The title of your stream today?
Yeah, calling it a psychoanalysis.
I don't see any problem with it. If you want to know, though, how Ken does therapy, he did an awesome stream with Twisted Puppet, where they did the mock counseling session, and both of them were absolutely amazing. If you want to know how Ken does counseling with a teen client, and Twisted was amazing as a 16-year-old, you could watch that and see his unique counseling style. Because I think, so sometimes we are, well, you said you were CBT and client-centered, right? And yeah, we're usually kind of eclectic. So the purists will be the psychoanalysts who do the Freudian stuff.
I could never do that. I like some of the theory stuff, but I could never do straight psycho. It's just no.
I like to think of myself as an existential realist, which is kind of an interesting sort of combination of like, how do you want to live your life? And what do you want it to look like? And how can we realistically make that happen? And that's what my theoretical orientation is. And existentialists don't like diagnosing people. So it's, we have to do it to bill insurance and also to form treatment plans. But it's an interesting sort of way to approach. There are many ways up the mountain. So if you're a therapist out there and you're doing something different, as long as you're doing, leading the client towards some sort of a progress toward their goals, you're doing good work, and I thank you.
Wait, I missed like part of that because I was trying to think about. If you were talking about me, I appreciate the compliment, but other people as well. This is, this is like I said, the title. I get. I'm not doing, through like Freudian psychoanalysis. I get that. I'm not the term psychoanalysis. When I know people say it, is a general term, not as a psychology term. People hear that means like they're doing a psychological analysis of it. If I need to say psychological analysis versus psychoanalysis, even though it's like 3 layers difference, whatever. Say, I understand, Morgan. I'm not a psychoanalytic therapist. I never claimed to be, but I think I don't know if it's just arguing particulars about it. I don't. Again, Tracy, I think you said you don't see a problem with it. I don't know. I don't think it's misleading necessarily, as far as that goes. Royal on air. I know you said you're a therapist.
Well, you could change it. You could change it to case conceptualization, or you could change it.
Would be how that, because I think
psychological thoughts about.
I guess I could do psychological assessment of.
Or differential. You could even put differential diagnosis, because you did go into that a little bit with Aiden. Psychoanalysis is,
I know it's an old
form
term.
of therapy, and somebody is pushing back on you, which you like, right, Morgan?
I get that. I'm fine with pushing back. I just know that again, I'm more talking about the general understanding. Like when someone says, psychoanalyze, like that person, like psychoanalyze a person. They don't, is a general rule for people. They don't understand that it's a different thing. They see it. It's a quick way for keywords, because again, part of this fucking issue is like using the right keywords to get people brought in. Psychoanalysis has a strong volume using the stupid plugins I have. It has a high volume for search terms. It probably has helped trigger a lot of the people coming in today. So there you go. Again, I'm not trying to what's the way I'm trying to think? I'm not trying to say I'm a psychoanalytic expert. I'm not. I don't claim to be an expert in any of that stuff. I don't necessarily like psychoanalysis. Like I said, I'm just trying to quick way for people to recognize what the content is, come in and join the stream. I'll put a disclaimer in the description if I use the same term again, if that will fix it. If I'm not, so. And I like for those who are curious of what it is, I know some people try talking about it. So, his interrogation video, that would be very compelling to hear that. I forgot that those exist. Sure, blue order. Let me do that real quick. I got it. Because, let me do that. As long as you don't do anything stupid, I don't mind. If you're going to stick around, and hang out and you like this channel. Okay. I mean, I'm technically doing that based on your definition too. Anyway.
Well, I think it's fair. Morgan, you got a point. I just put in the part of the definition of psychoanalysis, and we, we're therapists, and we try and, we're humans too. So we just try and use words that hopefully describe what we're wanting to put on our streams. And Ken has the right to change it if he wants to. Thank you for bringing up that point, though.
No, like I said, I'm not here to misrepresent anything.
Yeah.
I have no problem with accepting who I am, my level of, because I have no problem. Tracy's way more experienced than I am. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, but we all have something to bring to the table, no matter how experienced, how long we were in the field, how much education we have. I mean, people in the chat, everybody has a voice, and it's all good. Ken, you can make that decision. Like I said, I appreciate the feedback. I'm pulling up this timestamp here because if this is truly Darrell Brooks in a reel,
a real moment, then that's something that's helpful, I think, to the.
No, thank you so much. Royal on Air just gave $5 and says therapists get it lit too, y'all.
Oh,
I don't know what
God.
Prost means, but
I'm trying to remember.
Thank you, Royal.
Thank you, Royal on Air. I'll take it. Let me take a drink for that real quick. And I still have like 2 more I owe. Thank you. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll leave you modded for now, Blue. If you join the locals within the next 24 hours, not as a member, but just join, just show that you're going to stick around. I don't mind. I might unmod you anyway, just because, I mean, there's a lot of mod, but that's because the channel was small at one point. This channel blew up because of docs and stuff and Karen. But let's watch. I hate my life. Oh God, this is my last year and a half has been the most weirdest shit I've ever experienced.
Well, I was talking about how it took me 20 years to get my 4-year degree a little earlier in chat, and part of the reason why I even went to college is because I was a music major. I got a scholarship. We are in the process of writing Ken's Counseling Couch Blues, but we can't finish the song because things keep happening to you, like your tooth and everything. I mean, we thought we had the song all written and all the words were in place, and then the whole thing with the tooth came up, and I thought, well, we can't finish the song now. It keeps going on. So one day we'll have it.
Okay, so let me go ahead and start this. I'm just finishing a chat for someone. The link is, and then we'll go ahead and start this. So this is, I guess, the cross exam of the baby mama, or I think it's what he said. So, or the person in chat said. Also, whoever's watching, if you're a therapist or have a graduate level degree in psychology, mental health, family, marriage, family therapy, anything like that, and you want to join this stream, let me know, or send me an email so I can get you a link, or not necessarily today, but in the future. Tracy is up here, is a frequent guest now because she was one of those people who said, "Hey, Ken, I saw what happened to you. I'm this, and that," and we got to chatting, and so I was like, "Hey, come on," and we fucking hit it off. So, yes, it would be great to have other perspectives. I'm sorry that you disagree, Morgan.
We get it, Morgan. We get it.
I appreciate the feedback. I will do some keyword adjustment and see if I can do the same thing. But let's go ahead and watch this. This is the timestamp.
We got it.
7:53:32. I need to go back. Wait, no, I'm right. 7:53:29. Okay, here we go. And play.
No further questions right now.
Hey, Cross.
Is it cross exam?
Good afternoon, Mr. Rell. Thank you for being here. You testified on direct examination that you don't recall whether or not you saw more than one person in that vehicle we're talking about. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You remember meeting on December 2nd, 2021 for an interview with Detective Jay Carpenter from the Waukesha Police Department?
I remember going as to a lot of topic of conversations. I unfortunately can't recall those too clearly.
Do you remember telling Detective Carpenter that you only observed a driver in the vehicle?
Objection, leading witness.
Yeah, I
Overruled, you may answer.
can't be too sure.
Overruled, you may answer.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I can't be too sure. Again, some of the conversations I might have had that day.
Do you remember what this vehicle looked like?
I do not.
Do you remember telling Detective Carpenter that it was a red truck?
I do not.
Okay. Can we please put up for everybody Exhibit 15 again?
Go ahead.
Can we zoom in on the intersection of East and Main?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Your testimony is that you were standing here on the northeast corner of Buckley and Main Street. Is that right?
Objection already answered that, asked and answered.
Overruled, you may answer.
You said correct?
Correct.
And after your children walked by in the parade, you walked in this direction towards the intersection of White Rock and Main. Is that correct?
Objection,
Correct.
leading and speculative.
So the rule is to both. You may answer. If there is another objection, just wait
Pause.
until I rule on it.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay.
Correct, that was.
And then you crossed through the crosswalk on the north side of Main Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that when you saw this vehicle we've been talking about?
Yes,
So you were standing in the crosswalk.
correct.
Do you remember a police officer being in that intersection?
I can't be too sure.
Okay. Was it clear to you that this was a parade route?
Yes, it was, very clear.
Was it clear to you that traffic from White Rock should not have driven onto Main Street
Yes,
unless they were part of the parade?
yes.
Did it appear to you as though the vehicle we've been talking about was part of the parade?
No.
How many children do you have, Ms. Urell?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. You may answer.
Four children.
All four of your kids were marching in the parade that day, weren't they?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
And it's gotta be tough to ask these questions. Like, I can't imagine having to testify
Your
like
oldest
that.
daughter, Charlotte, she was 14 at the time.
Yes.
She was marching with the Extreme Dance Group as an alumni, wasn't she?
She was handing out candy.
Objection.
There was an objection. It's overruled.
I didn't even state why I was objecting, but okay. We still need a 15.
Yes, please. You see on that map the 5 points intersection?
Yes.
When you were standing in the crosswalk at White Rock in Maine, could you see the 5 points intersection?
I could not.
You didn't see your kids get hit, did you?
I did not.
Objection, leading.
Sorry.
Overruled.
Again, sorry.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
You didn't.
I did not.
Did you see them later that night?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
How is that a leading question?
He's just been making
I was
odd
only able to see
objectives.
two of my children that night.
When did you see the other two?
Days later, when I was able to leave Children's Hospital.
As their mother, you were directly involved in their medical care and the decisions that were made in that process in the days after the parade?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, their father and I.
Charlotte suffered a chipped vertebrae from being struck, didn't she?
She did.
Objection,
Sorry.
leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
She did.
Your daughter Alice, she was 10 at the time, wasn't she?
She was.
She suffered chipped front teeth, is that correct?
Yes.
And facial scarring
Yes.
and road rash
Yes.
and a broken fibula and tibia
Yes.
and broken metatarsal bones.
Yes.
That's a lot
She was
again.
observed in a concussion protocol. is that
In a
correct?
lot of different areas.
I know.
Your daughter
like,
Vivian, she was
I can just
marching with
picture the
Extreme
kid's
Dance
body
Group
like
too, wasn't she?
ragdoll physics. Like, this
Yes,
would have
she
been a
was.
great,
How old was she? in
a great
November
trial to have
21?
someone watching the jury's reaction.
She just turned 7.
This, I can't imagine how the jury's processing this information.
Vivian suffered a severe concussion, didn't she?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
And road rash
Extreme road rash.
and a lung contusion
Yes.
and facial scarring.
Yes.
And your 7-year-old daughter Vivian suffered a broken tailbone, didn't she?
She did.
Wow.
Your son Grayson, he was 8 on November 21st, 2021. Is that correct?
That is
Objection,
correct.
leading.
Overruled.
He was walking with the Extreme Dance Group, handing out candy. Is that right?
He was.
He went to the hospital after the parade, didn't he?
Yes.
He suffered a compound fracture in his femur, is that correct?
An open compound fracture.
Meaning the bone came through the skin?
Yes.
Actually, hearsay. I don't believe he's a doctor.
Overruled, the witness may answer based upon personal knowledge.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
A police officer saved Grayson's life by placing a tourniquet on that open leg wound, is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, there it is. Hold on. What the fuck did
No redirect.
Thank you, Mandy. You may step down.
Ooh.
Are those prison tats he's got there?
Those might be tats he had before. I don't know. He's also served different jail sentences.
Can we call your next witness, please?
Oh, I missed this. I was listening for a lot of it because I couldn't watch
You're
it.
gonna take down these exhibitors, you're gonna stay up
Oh,
on there.
thank you. We'll take it down.
Huh. He didn't want the exhibits down. He's bothering him. This is so interesting.
Yeah, whenever you cover your mouth, you're
Look at the
supposed to be
prosecutor.
exactly.
You got
He is
one pissed off. You've got one
Oh, yeah.
this look of horrible
Oh,
sadness, and
yeah.
I can't tell if it's indifference.
The
or
other one's
aggression
other one's in
on
shock.
The far right.
The
Yeah.
other one's in parasympathetic shock right there.
Like
I can see it.
Fucking sorry. It's insane.
That was heavy. Yeah.
Like
I wonder. You got 88 people. I wonder if it's like it's getting heavier and like people are just starting to say like, "Wow,
I
let's
mean,
go away."
we've been going
It's
for
pretty
quite
heavy.
a while. We
Yeah,
have been
that's
going
true.
for a while, so plus the topics have strayed
Going through
around
this.
a bit. So where is this?
Please call your next
window?
witness.
Just 1 second.
There it is. I accidentally clicked the wrong window. I want to go back. Look at the courtroom. Look at that guy. Look at her. Huh.
Correct?
Yes.
I don't have any
Yeah, that court reporter just got a solid straight face. Props to the court reporter for like not showing, like remaining very professional in a very like I couldn't imagine transcribing that and just like
other questions.
not having a fucking reaction. So, do you believe this is genuine? Do you believe this is the actual emotion coming out?
Do I believe that he has emotion right now?
Yes.
Oh, well, absolutely. He's got some emotion. Like right now, he looks to me, first off, he's got his hand covering his mouth. He wants
It's
to
a
say
replacement
something.
for the mask. It might be a replacement for the mask too, because he used the mask to hide. Because he used the mask during the prosecution to hide his face.
He's thinking he's actually the wheels are turning. This is what I see. It may or may not be right, but what I see is the wheels are turning in his head right now, and he's wondering like, what is he gonna do?
I mean, what can you do?
That was just a really intense. So how is he going to cross her? You know, and he is. What I see is like concentration and looking like, okay, what's my next move? Like when you're playing chess, and there's something about his mouth. He's always licking his lips and touching his mouth. So there's stuff he wants to say, and he's not saying it.
Oh, you cut out for a second. I can't. Is that me or is that?
No, I just
Okay,
muted
okay.
myself. I was done.
Okay, I didn't see the mute button. So, I don't know if because they've talked about the different injuries and stuff prior to this, but I don't know because that could take several interpretations of this, right? This is because he's done the prosecution. They had a bunch of people testify. He crossed them. Like he's talked to people who were there, who were hit, who were injured, who witnessed the stuff. Like, I don't know if this is I fucked up by bringing this witness up. Cause that could be that. Like, oh shit, I totally should not have done that. Like for the case, cause it could be several things. That, or it's I can't believe I caused that much damage. And looking at this mom, if he's able to, because again, it comes down to can he process that level of emotion, and does he have that level of empathy and I hate using it, but just as a quick thing, like the emotional quotient, quote unquote, right? Not that I stand by that that topic necessarily because it has issues, but can he truly process what he's done? Because that's why we come back to the argument of, I was talking about earlier, of whether or not someone who has antisocial personality disorder or certain types of severe personality disorder, if they should be competent to stand trial. Because if he can't truly understand the damage he's done, is he getting a fair trial? Can he understand what the purpose of the process is, why it's done? Because that's the reason we have competency evaluation. I've had to deal with that involving a case, personal case, where the guy who was charged with the crime, like, he's gone through several, and it's flip-flop. And because they try to get you competent again, to have you testify, or you either stay in a facility, or if you're safe to be back in the community, they just release you until you're determined competent to stand trial. Like, yeah. Someone here said, Carmen says, I don't think he looked to see how his witnesses were affected. I think he's just going with the people that the public defender wanted to call before he needed his services. Possibly. But I don't know what the benefit of calling this witness would be. Maybe the mismatching description of the vehicle that they clarified on cross from the prosecutor. Like, so they cleared that up because Darrell called this as a direct witness, not as it wasn't him crossing. So,
but he gets the opportunity to cross, and I think that's what he's thinking about.
Well, he could have redirect. He could have done a redirect, not because.
Right.
So, and just and then redirected anything that was brought up on cross. Because, I mean, even though the court's been very lenient about what's brought up on cross, except things that have been excluded pre-trial. But, yeah, like some of these witnesses, I could see where an actual lawyer would take their statements to try and prove reasonable doubt on intent, versus just stupid demands to do that. Likely, there's just a lot going on here, I think. I think it's hard to, like, thank you for, who was it that brought me this? Blue Order? Thank you for this clip. This is very helpful. This is a different Darrell Brooks than we've seen this entire time. That was even more insightful than the documentary. Because just that look, that paused look on his face. And I'm going to save that for later so I can take a screenshot of it. Yeah. Here's another 3-minute video. We'll probably wrap it up here soon. This is where he loses his shit and yells a bunch of insults at the judge.
Good, because I'm getting hungry. I smell something. My husband's making like some potato. It smells like potatoes.
So we will do this. We will finish this up probably with one or so more videos. Any further comments in chat, and we'll wrap this up because we have been going a while. Real quick before we do this, let me end this poll. We have 95 votes on the poll. Is anyone interested in watching me live stream the rest of the book trial for the psychoanalysis? Asterisk footnote for those who take issue with the statement. So we've got 91%. So I will get with my wife and see if I can do it. And if I can, I will probably post it later and get it ready for that way people know of it way ahead of time. Because I know I posted this earlier this morning. That's fine for those who can't watch tomorrow live. If you want to watch live or watch the replay, that's fine. I know people like the super chat. I also have super thanks enabled, which is basically a super chat, but in the comments of the video. So you can just leave a comment and do a thanks, where you can leave like basically a super chat, but in the video comment. I think that's a really cool feature. And then Tracy says $20 for your trip to see your parents. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tracy's so nice. She comes on my show and gives me money. Like, I don't pay her. Like, look at this, how great this is. And I'm not that asshole.
No, it's a great deal.
For Tracy, it's a great deal. Like it's like hiring employees and they pay you to do the labor for you to do. Tracy's all, like I said, I love Tracy. I still don't know why she comes and talks to my crazy ass. But apparently it's fun. She's probably like, I'm going to have the best paper to publish after I'm done talking to this Ken guy. And it's going to be great. I'm going to be so famous for it.
No, you're my shadow self. That's why it's cool visiting with my, if anybody knows about Gestalt therapy, Ken is my shadow. He's everything that I'm not in public. And so I like kind of hanging out with my shadow.
Like, he can say the things I can't say.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like I like after the whole shit with the Karens last year, I just like I know a lot of the like we had like almost 200 people I think at one point flood in here. I think we peaked. Actually, where's my stupid analytics?
I think it was like 189 is where the peak was, but I don't see. I don't get into numbers or analysis or anything on my channel. I probably should care a little bit more.
I
probably should
tried
change my intro. I should probably do some fancier things, but like I'm out there saving the world, you guys. I'm out there actually like working with clients and trying to do a podcast. So when I retire, there's, you know, a little information about what I could offer.
Yeah, I think we peaked around 215.
Oh, wow.
200, 215.
That's great,
yeah.
Ken.
I don't know
That's
if that's
great.
a record, but it was a lot. And
That's
so
awesome.
if a lot of people coming in, they don't know who Ken is, and I'm sure a lot of people left, obviously. They may not
That's
like
awesome.
who Ken is. But for those who are new, welcome. Like I said, I'm pretty forward. I am myself, and a lot of what you see here translates to what I do in therapy. I'm pretty chill, but it's still productive. Like Tracy said, I have a stream where I did effectively what would you call it?
It was a role play. It was a role play with a 16-year-old, and he was the therapist.
I don't know if it was 16 or slightly younger, but it was early teens, I think.
Yeah.
Early mid-teens, teenager, and trying to get them to open up about, what was it, self-harm and suicidal ideation, or identifying whether it was there. I think was the purpose of the role play. And it was a fun experience. Like, I love doing that shit.
Very good. And then he did also, if you want to go back a year, you know, there's some rants about the whole like losing the jobs because of getting doxxed and Karens and stuff like that. Those are really interesting to listen to as well.
Okay. John says, I'm from PA. Lowlands are depressing, and drop was due to Ozzy and Vices going live. Oh, okay. I didn't know they went live, so that explains some of that. That's fine. People watch, and make sure you guys, it's still the pinned comment. Tracy's channel is the pinned comment. Make sure you, or the pinned live chat, make sure you subscribe to her channel. I need to put her in the description too. Go subscribe to Tracy. Get her over 1,000 by the end of the year. Okay. Get her running tight.
I'm not about the numbers. I'm about the people who really actually like the content. I you know, and want to calm. I mean, this is a chaotic world, so we just try and offer as much as we can in an entertaining way. And I have some pretty cool guests on as well. So thanks for anybody who wants to subscribe. I appreciate you.
Yeah. So I know you said you're not working tomorrow. So if this ends up being a thing, I'm gonna see if I can make it a thing. Depends on what I can get done today to make up for things I won't do tomorrow.
I know, right?
So I'm thinking ahead. Like, how am I going to justify this to my wife?
Well, and the other thing is when they take their lunch break, you don't have to talk during the lunch break. You can take a break yourself too. And I always
I could end the stream, but then you lose the viewers.
Yeah, but then they come back. Like Nick does that. Yeah, I don't know how he does it without.
He just
takes
eats
a couple
on
of breaks. But I know he eats, but like he doesn't hardly take any breaks. And then he talks to his guests through the lunch hour, and it's great, you know. So yeah, I don't have. The thing is I'm all caught up on my stuff. I got like one project I got left to do, and there's really nothing, and I enjoy hanging out. So
yeah, if you want to join tomorrow, I know Royal.
Just let me know.
You to clarify.
And Royal trying
too.
To like.
Yeah, I've got Royal. I'm DMing Royal, and so I was just trying to get their background, what their degree is, and what their history is, just so I know a little bit about them. I'm not trying to quiz them and say, "Oh, you're not good enough to come on." Just to know a little bit about what you do. And like I said, I'm not necessarily like only allowing therapists on. Anyone in mental health. I mean, if like there's been people in the chat today that definitely seem to be knowledgeable in what they're talking about. Like, I'm not against them coming up. Just don't do stupid shit when you come up and try to put inappropriate stuff in my stream. I will ban the shit out of you, because I'm not losing my channel because you're being dumb. You can come up and talk and do all that all day. I'm fine with that. Just don't do stupid shit. That's all I ask. What is the the amount of fucking around is proportional to the amount of finding out you're gonna do. So don't do that. So let's watch this. It's 3 minutes real quick, and we'll try and wrap this up.
Don't call yourself a judge as much as bias you put up in here. Don't even tell the jury the truth.
That's a big fucking accusation.
Got no integrity whatsoever. None. None.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. I would like an update on whether Mr. Brooks filled out a subpoena for Dawn Woods and provided that to the state. Has that been done?
No, we haven't received anything, Your Honor, and obviously she can appear here voluntarily if Mr. Brooks wants to arrange that. I don't believe a subpoena is necessary. We had subpoenaed her, and she was under a state subpoena. So I know that at least some point she had notice, but our position would be, Your Honor, that we will not be responsible in any fashion for producing Miss Woods. Mr. Brooks talks to her on a daily basis. If he wants her here, he can produce her on Monday.
Yeah, they ain't got to worry about that.
So I just wanted to know, because I know a subpoena form was filled out.
If I wanted to be here, she gonna be here.
I agree with the state.
You see how he's talking about his mother? If I want her to be here, she's gonna be here. Like, there's so much. There's like control issues. There's there's so like I could sit here and go, like, a client sits across from me and goes, "So what do you think is wrong with me? Take a seat. We're gonna be here a while. Get out some notebook paper, buddy. You're gonna have to write down some bullet points."
So can I just ask, what is the deal about why is the state not wanting that witness for a certain reason that I'm not understanding?
For the mom? Well, so the thing is the argument, I think, if I remember correctly, is that the judge wanted, because he said, do you have any other witnesses? There was the talk about him testifying. And then whether or not, because he's not serving his own subpoena, the state's serving them for him, but he's been a bitch about it a little bit, as far as, I can't do that from jail, but I'm not going to tell you who I'm subpoenaing. He's being dumb about it. And so they're trying to get subpoenas out for people so they can come and testify and be forced to come because they're under subpoena. And so he's like, I don't need to subpoena my mom. She's just going to come. The state didn't want to question her. They didn't bring her up on the state case in chief. So
okay, he's just dropped. He dropped the ball as far as the legal proceedings go, and so now it's almost kind of too late for her to come up.
I think what Nick was saying is around this conversation here is the night before he had a conversation with his mom about how a detective in court said that they had met with the mom or something, or had met with someone, and the mom told Darrell that she had never met with him. So he's trying to bring the mom in for some self-serving statements, which are probably going to get objected to and get sustained, and it's going to piss him off. And we're going to have more kindergarten Darrell out to play and, doing this kind of shit where he's misbehaving or picks. He wants to use his mom as a way to discredit the baby mama. Okay. But that's not going to, that's stupid, because that opens you up for your own credibility to be attacked and for your own history to be attacked. You fucking idiot. That is the dumbest thing to do. Oh my God. Because if you start doing that, that's frustrating as shit. So let's another minute and a half. Oh, so we still have to watch the music video. We haven't watched that yet.
Just know that.
We'll watch that next. Then we'll probably finish up.
Here.
It ain't even got to be no arrangement. All I got to say is come. She gonna come.
That is so insane to hear. There's a power dynamic in that family.
Mr. Brooks, do you intend to call her as a witness? Because I'm directing you to have her here at 9 a.m.
We said all that at the beginning, man. Like, I don't even want to be in here that much longer. Just do what you got to do so I can get up out of here. I'm tired of being in the courtroom that has no integrity whatsoever. How can you even call yourself a judge?
Brooks, I need to make a record of
I need to make a record too.
You don't.
When am I gonna get the chance to do that?
All right, I need to make a record. He's being removed to the other courtroom. He is yelling at me. He's not going to let me make a statement or make the record that I need to make. He hasn't sat down for the better part of 2 hours.
All you want. You can hold me in contempt all you want.
I'm not holding you in contempt.
If it's criminal or civil, so I can hit you with you.
I need to clear the courtroom because I do need to make.
I'm gonna give you what you know is coming.
I need him to go to the other courtroom.
Damn, his eyes are wide open.
On
Hold on, look at the people in the back.
2 hours.
Watch the people who are in the courtroom. Watch them. Look at how they're reacting to this. Like this dude fucking serious.
I do need to make.
Look, that's amazing.
I need him to go to the other courtroom because
Then you got that guy there. That bitch is kind of like irritated. She rolled her eyes.
Mr. Brooks is yelling at me.
What is the crime?
He's definitely not doing himself any favors.
No, this is totally
I
helping
will
his
make
case.
the record when we get back. I
And
will
helping
step
his-
off.
He's
but
getting
Mr. Brooks,
free Darrell.
you're being taken to the next
Mr.
courtroom.
Brooks, don't try to address me like that, like we cool. You don't have no integrity. How can you even call yourself a judge? Making tacit agreements, being.
I love the tactic. That's the funniest shit. Someone, I can't remember who on Nick's stream, said he's been reading the Sovereign Citizen shit. He hasn't heard it, so he's reading tacit as tacket.
Tacket.
And I know. And I don't like, I'm not making fun of him for his language, but dear God, that is the, like, I keep,
Well, yeah, he's
I'm
not
gonna-
hearing it. He's reading it, and he's just pronouncing it.
He's pronouncing it how he
wrong,
thinks.
but
Yeah, that makes so much sense because I kept going, how is he getting packet?
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, and then.
It,
'cause
and
I
it
know-
could be a dialect thing too. Some
That
people
too.
say, you
got
things in different parts of the nation, but yeah, that was interesting.
So
But so right now
oh,
he's
boy.
losing it on the judge,
Yes.
and I think she's handling herself pretty well. What do you think?
I think so for a little bit. I think that, whatever is going on, that because she's conceded a lot to his behavior, and that bothers me because she is letting him control everything. She could have ended the trial and said, okay, Mr. Brooks, you have forfeited your right to call any more witnesses. State, do you want to do any rebuttal? No rebuttal. All right, let's do jury instructions and send it to the jury and be fucking done.
Mm-hmm.
And she is not. And I think she's, one, partly doing it for don't want an appeal point, and two, I don't know, it's a theory, whether there's any history of abuse or something, because that level of verbal assault on the judge could be bringing up, because if you watch how she responds to it, how she's behaving to him, I can't tell if she's trying to keep a straight face but struggling, or if she's just like, I can't, I got to rewatch her reaction. But she really struggled to, I think, I don't know if this is a first for her. I mean, I'm sure people have gone kind of crazy, but to go kind of crazy on a 6 intentional homicide and however many reckless injury, whatever the fuck it is, I'm assuming there's some level of intimidation going on in her. Like, she's intimidated. How much? Don't know. But she's letting it show, and that's hurting her court. And
I think she's handling it well. I mean, I think that anybody in this situation would be to show any emotion would be it would bother me more.
She has shown emotion, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If she hadn't shown any emotion, I mean, you can't not. I'm feeling the intensity just watching it on the screen, and she's in there with his energy. This is where I get a little woo-woo about energy and about people's, auras and, energy fields and stuff. And she's feeling it. And I believe that she has a right to feel fear. Somebody said that in the chat. Absolutely, she does. And she's doing the best she can to keep it together in a courtroom, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's nuts.
This is why you're covering it, because it's nuts. You like nuts, don't you?
I love nuts. Don't clip that.
I do too.
Yeah, she got it. Clip that. Clip her. Don't clip me. Don't clip me. Don't clip me.
I love nuts.
She said again. Proof. Docs. Tracy loves nuts. We got it.
That happened long ago.
Caught live in 144p because of the stupid old video. Where the hell am I? I've got like 10 fucking Chrome windows open with multiple tabs open in each.
Whoa.
I'm totally not ADHD.
That's geek alert
that's not,
right there.
No, that's not even bad. All right, that's not even bad. So we're gonna watch Mr. Brooks give us some
gosh.
Fly music. This is Math Boy Fly.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and skip ahead. Here we go. This is Math Boy Fly.
D-Mark got that E.
I just got a load worth about a half a ticket. 30 in the blicker when I'm out here chasing chicken. Was observant to the game when I used to play the benches. Now I swipe Da Vinci, got him looking at me different. I can't miss him, yeah. AR with a stitching, yeah. Venom when I kiss him, yeah. Kidnap you and misses, yeah. Work all in the kitchen, damn. Money by the ceiling fan. Shorty wanna take a chance, I'ma need a cash advance. Only fuck with real gritters, and I've been around gorillas ever since a little nigga fucking on my babysitter. Put some prices on a nigga, you know they gon' come and get you. You see how the models did him, now he look like Tyson hit him. I was in the slums, any weather, I was still trapping, sliding on the...
Wait, is this not the right one? Oh, isn't that the SUV? That's the SUV. So this is the SUV. So this is Mommy's SUV. That was part of the parade incident. Yeah, rip the red SUV. They didn't even charge the SUV. It's such bullshit. Wait, which one is what the business? Because that one's fucking great. So that was half a ticket from 2019. This what the business one, I think it's one of the meme ones. So let's skip ahead. I think it's pretty funny. I'll admit I like this one. It's kind of funny. I wouldn't put it in my playlist or on my mixtape, but it's still funny. The business is you homicide trial.
Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business? I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business?
Oh, I want to say like funny lyrics to replace what he's saying, but they're so awful, and I feel horrible thinking them.
Yeah, you might. Are you gonna get struck? Are you gonna get?
I'm gonna get like
you're gonna get all kinds of shit for airing this stuff, man.
I love you, YouTube. I love you. This is a satire. I don't endorse anything this person has done. And this
I want
is
to spend the
for
night
commentary
with
and
you, Nightbot.
criticism. Yes. Yes.
Nightbot, let's spend the night together.
Oh, Nightbot's not YouTube. Nightbot's a third-party extension.
Oh, there are
YouTube.
Okay, never mind.
YouTube mod team and partnership team. Come send me a D. Slide into those DMs, please. Say this is like I want to say
I love the hair. I would love to have hair like that. That would be.
I
so
want to
cool.
get the backing track for this song, and I want to write the most
change
fucked up lyrics parody for the. And it would be horrible. I would feel really bad to write it, but I want to write the lyrics and to make the song that replaces this for what happened in his court here, like not just the parade, but the court and shit. You know. Objection grounds, what the business? Like I could fucking just like I could have so much fun with it, and I would just like the whole time like writing it like this is amazingly horrible. I like just that guilt trip like the whole time you're like this is fucking sweet. Why am I such a horrible person? Like just the whole time. His name is Math Boy Fly. This is Math Boy Fly spelled
Okay,
B-O-I.
let's see what he does in the kitchen. I don't know if is that a
What the
Mountain
business?
Dew or I don't know.
Don't be hating. So someone in the comments counted the money in one of the videos, and he's like, they were like, you're real hardcore holding like $178. I'm like, okay, someone spent a little bit too much time counting the money, but okay. Yeah, this is Matt Boy Fly. This is Darrell Brooks.
To the trap like what's the business? Trying to make a stack like what's the business?
Oh god, I'm
got the Karens chasing me. What's the business?
See, we could both do this and end up in hell for eternity in song just from this doing the parody. So
what's he doing there? He was doing something a little sketchy.
Hold on. Hey mom, don't I put some. I'm fucked
My
up.
radiator broke.
No, wait.
What the
Hold on.
business?
Mom, I'm putting
And my
some.
tooth is falling out. What the business?
Hey, don't eat that one cupcake, Mom. I put some new icing on it. I know. I'm horrible.
Oh
They
my
go.
God.
Yeah.
Little extra icing.
Yeah, a little extra
Kind of
icing.
like you sneeze and there's a little extra sprinkle on the donut.
Something like that. Oh God!
You gotta stop me.
Shinobu's and we gotta stop Tracy before.
You gotta cut me off.
We got
I'm a lightweight.
MC Chaos. Oh
I'm
God!
almost done with my drink.
Hey, there you go. Oh God, this is horrifically great. I can't believe this is happening. So yeah, let me.
Got my Chardonnay. What the business?
Whizzing in the corner with the business. Listen, don't judge where
Whizzing in the corner.
That's what it looked like. That or he's doing something that fucking
Love it.
Wine is kicking in. Yeah, she's more intoxicated than I was. You guys had an opportunity to get me fucking wasted, and you didn't. Maybe I need to do some drinking tomorrow too to help ease the pain of what that's gonna be if I do this stream. So, real quick, I just gotta say this stream is endorsed by the subscribe to Ken's Comments account. You and Darrell Brooks is sharing that in court. Thank you, Darrell. He knows who's the shit.
That was quality. When did you make that at 5 o'clock in the morning too?
No, I made that while we were streaming. And I put it in my I made it while we were streaming. That's the Jeopardy font. I put it into the Photoshop, the photo piece, so I just did that while we were streaming. And then I made another one. I haven't finished it yet, but it's actually, where is it? Here we go. Let me export it real quick, just for shits and giggles. And yeah, I know I'm a horrible
Anybody
person.
else have what the business here? Accepting for value in return for value. What the business?
They're
I like whizzing in the corner.
We could chat source a bunch of good lyrics to replace that rap, and we would have a fucking great time. Also, onlyfans.com/KensCasted Couch. Thank you, Darrell, for your endorsement. That was the other one I made. Things for your therapist for 1,000, please.
Join my OnlyFans. What the business?
My goal was to, over time, slowly keep changing the Jeopardy categories. I just keep forgetting because, I was gonna come up with different funny ones depending on what the content was, and I always forget to do it, and just slowly change it and see if anyone notices, and see if I can replace all the categories without anyone, because I have other ones. That's the quote unquote new one on my list, and then I have this is the old one. Hashtags fix everything. Why did you tell me that? That's a great therapist one. Why did you tell me that? Why would you ever tell me that? And then I have this one, which I haven't really, I think I've used on one stream, but I'm going to put it up quickly, so hopefully you can read quickly. Oh, it showed up as a background. Damn it. I have to pull it off screen. It says, now that's what I call autism. Like now that's what I call music. Yeah. So, sovereign business. Okay. So, any last comments, questions in the chat? We'll finish this up. I left some memes in your locals. Thank you, John. So, join the locals. Where's my stupid grift banners? Yeah, where the
How
fuck
do
are
I
they? can't
grift
find them.
myself? My shameless grift.
Yeah, how do I? I'm supposed to be grifting. Why am I not grifting?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
you know,
can go
it's
to.
it would be interesting to do. I know you have yours set up as a Jeopardy, but a Wheel of Fortune might be kind of cool too to have. People spin the wheel.
That's heresy here. We can't do that. This is
Oh, you
Jeopardy only.
can't?
This is Jeopardy only because I'm Ken Jennings. I'm the.
Yeah.
See, what really happened is I gave Alex cancer, so I could become the host of Jeopardy. It was I was playing the long game.
Right.
Yeah. So if you want to make sure you get notifications of my content, please follow me on Locals because the notifications go out to your email or your app if you download the Locals app. You know that, hey, Ken's going to be live. I'll make posts or whatever. I'll send you notifications. You can come shit. If you become a member, you can come shit post in the live chats or on the Locals community. Have fun. Join the Discord. Come shit post in the Discord like we all do. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. I have a criticism here. Vanessa says that this guy Ken's supposed to be professional. It's him dropping the F-bomb every other word, makes him sound as smart as Darrell Brooks. Maybe he went to appeal to thugs and fit in. So much hate. Hey, like I said, you can read the description of my channel on my YouTube. I present the things I like in my job, in my career field, in the ways I like. And I am honest and forward about who I am. Say, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch. You don't have to subscribe. I'm fine with that. I just know I've seen a bunch of other mental health, psychology channels. They're kind of boring.
Boring.
They don't give you, like, I'm a person, and that's the thing that I struggle, like, I always, like, with clients, like, I'm a real person. You don't have to be intimidated by me. I'm not any better than you. You know, I always try to bring myself down to the same level or bring them up or whatever, because always the dynamics are different. I never want them to feel like they're in a different level than me. And it's been effective therapy because of it. So I'm going to do that because it worked. I'm going to be in, like, I share a decent amount with my clients. I had a bookcase in my office with, like, my firefighter helmet on it, different things I'm into, some of my 3D printed stuff, just so they have an idea of who I am. So I'm a human, and it helps them connect with me and realize, hey, I'm not just some scary guy that's, you know, intimidating, that doesn't care about you. I'm a real person. I'm into anime. I'm into other things. I've done different shit in my life. I've been in the military, and it has done so much to help real quickly break that barrier to say, hey, you know, like I said, you know, I'll be forward. Am I more open than most therapists? Probably, but I've seen it be effective. It's done clinically. It's done appropriately. There's nothing done that crosses any boundaries, but it works. And so that's why, obviously, what I do here is a bit different. I don't drink at work. I don't, you know, necessarily swear at work. Occasionally I do. I've used before, and I'll say again, my one technique I use with a lot of kids and teens is the no bullshit answer. And that has worked. And it has done effectively things like, I need the no bullshit answer. I cannot lie to me right now. And it stands out, it's different, and it points to how important that piece of information is. It sounds weird, but it works. And like I said, it's the only time I will ever swear, and it's not at you. It's to emphasize how important it is to get the right answer and the honest answer. And I've never once had a parent or client or child or anyone have any issues with it, because it works. Parents have taken and done their own thing. I like it. I like the way I do it. I have yet to have a complaint about my style of therapy. I don't know if I'm lucky, but none of my clients have ever complained about my style of therapy. They may not participate, but they've never said, you're not helping me, or, you know, they feel welcome, warm, and everything. So, like I said, if you don't like the cursing, I understand that. I am professional when I have to be. I can talk about my career, what my job is, what I do, and I can be me. I'm not just like Nick Rakita of Rakita Law. He's a lawyer. When he's doing his own shit on his own time, he can do and say what he wants. His professional stuff doesn't necessarily apply there. He has free speech. I have free speech too. I can't be, you know, talking about this, talking the way I am isn't necessarily a violation of my ethics. In fact, what is the way I put it? I'm doing things in support of my ethical code because I'm bringing about the education of mental health, getting people interested in it, supporting those topics, and making it a thing that people need to understand for society at large. That's like part of the NASW Code of Ethics. You know, not necessarily worded that way, but it's a way to do it. And I've ingrained in my Code of Ethics. I've read my Code of Ethics on stream to prove a fucking point, but none of the things I'm doing have violated any Code of Ethics. In fact, there's a $500 bounty to be able to prove I've violated Code of Ethics regarding a certain situation. No one's been able to claim it. So I still love that that's sitting there.
I know. I was going to go through that, and I ran out of time, but I'm just like, I would like that $500, but you know, it'd probably be my own money coming back to me. So why?
There you go. Fair enough.
Since I give you money every time I come onto your show. I mean, I'm just glad to be here, and
I love having you here. I love you,
yeah.
Aiden.
Yeah,
I'm
Aiden
try and get
is-
Royal on tomorrow. Get her.
Yeah, let's.
I think her input.
Yeah, Royal is got a Discord that they mentioned in the chat that I'm
Yeah.
gonna probably check out and see what the vibe is in there, and yeah, that's great.
So what I will do is I will follow up with. I'm probably going to do dinner here. Follow up with my wife while I'm doing dinner, and see if I'm able to pull this off tomorrow. Because again, it's a way to cover a niche topic, maybe make a few bucks in the process, and be helpful. So
yeah, good.
Carolyn says, I appreciate how real you are, including the cussing, because when something is really messed up and you don't express it like a real person, it can be hard to believe that person. One of the reasons why I've taken the approach I have. If something's fucked up, I have said, that's messed up shit. So like, that's really screwed up or effed up. And, if they feel that way, to show them, hey, I recognize this is something horrific. Is it the best way to communicate it? Maybe not. But for that client in that situation, it works. I take it piecemeal, day by day, client by client. Nothing works across the board for everybody. You have to find what works for you and your clients. So that's the way I practice. So
I think that's a great note. And so, yeah, let me know if you want to do that tomorrow. It sounds like your listeners want that. And I'm going to be watching it anyway. So if I'm on a stream with somebody,
I might as well just stream anyway.
Might as well stream it anyway. But what we could do is we could work it in shifts as well, especially if another therapist or Aiden and Royal came on, then we wouldn't all have to be on screen at the same time. We could just kind of take some breaks and stuff, because
I might have
we need self-care as counselors, right?
And this is part of the self-care.
Yeah.
Bring booze. Take care, Chopper. Thank you, everybody, thank you, new viewers and subscribers and followers and all the things. Check out all my platforms. Check out Tracy. She's still in the pinned comment. I'll update my description with all my. If you go to my last video, it has all my links in it, because I did this one at 5 a.m. Didn't post all my links, so they'll have all the accurate links for my content. Rumble, Odyssey, Locals. Check out all that stuff. It's also in the. If you go to my YouTube channel and click on there's those links at the top and the header. You can click on that. It'll take you to my Locals and stuff like that as well. So thank you, Tracy, for attending and participating in this somewhat shit show. Everyone else, thank you for becoming a part of the channel. It's been great to have a new influx of people. Hopefully we'll have some new people tomorrow, and we'll see what happens with Darrell. So other than that,
stay tuned.
Take care, everybody. I will put an announcement out later whether or not I'm doing it, so that way no one's left hanging. So you should see something at least before midnight, I would say, depending on all the shit I have to do between now and then. But you'll find out today whether it's happening tomorrow, so you can prepare ahead of time. So take care, everyone. Thank you, Tracy. And let me go ahead and hit that outro.
Take care. Peace. Oh, yeah, I want to stay for that outro.
Stay for the outro? Okay. And where's the outro? Damn it, where's the outro?
I love the outro.
End screen.
Melt it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it, slide it,